Hey guys, tonight we step into a lane where moonlight paints cobblestones bright. You hear rain tap, each drop a soft drum, marking the market's finale. You probably won't survive this unless you bring a sturdy umbrella. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video. Subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment telling us your town and the hour you hear the rain. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You step lightly through the wet streets, the scent of frying turnips still lingering. The lantern flickers, echoing forgotten steps. Your heart keeps pace. Historians still argue whether the market stalls were once owned by secret guilds. A lone trader whispers to a shadow, trading stories for a single coin. You pause, listening to the rain's soft chorus, a lull you know too well. On the pavement, puddles reflect the moon like a liquid mirror. You lean in, feeling the cool spray tease your scalp. The market's heartbeat slows, each stall sighing as customers retreat. You hear a clatter. Someone dropped a tin, scattering sparks. You giggle softly. The sound feels like a secret joke. Near the gate, a stray cat curls, purring an unexpected lullaby. You pull your cloak tighter, listening to the distant bells. The bells chime once, a low note echoing through the night. The Great Fire of London began in a bakery on Pudding Lane. The memory is a warm ember, contrast to the cool, wet stones. You realize the rain keeps history alive, a living soundtrack. A traveler with a crumpled map asks if the market is still open. You nod, whispering that the stalls are waiting, a promise. Their breath fogs, turning the night into misty breath. You walk beside them, the path winking with reflection. Footsteps echo soft, rhythmic, matching the rain's steady pulse. You breathe in, feeling the damp air close around you. The market is still, but the hush carries a promise of closure. You notice the glow of lanterns, tiny suns perched on wooden frames. They flicker, casting dancing shadows on the cobbles. The scent of spices rises, cinnamon, cumin, and a hint of dried sage. You inhale the aroma, remembering your grandmother's kitchen. It feels like a secret portal, opening to the past. You laugh, wondering if the market keeps secrets like old coins. A boy nearby throws a pebble. It splashes, tiny ripples. The water mirrors the lantern flames, a bright spark of magic. You wonder if the rain has a history, an unseen choir of droplets. Quirky folklore says the rain carries whispers of forgotten lovers. You imagine a sigh slipping through the stones, a lull. You press your palm to a wet cobble, feeling the chill. The chill whispers. It's a gentle reminder of time passing. You drift forward, hearing the distant choir of church bells. Footsteps slow, heart sink. You pause, breathing softly. A stall owner, old and gray, waves with a cracked hand. His eyes crinkle, reflecting the lantern glow. You exchange a smile, remembering the first lull you ever felt. His smile warms like a fire at winter's core. The market continues to breathe, a living dream. You walk along the lane, letting the rain wash over you. The night feels infinite, but the hush is comforting. You pause again, hearing the market whisper tales of old merchants. The whispers blend with wind, a lullaby that stays. The lane bends, each turn making the road feel softer. You realize the path is not only physical, but emotional. The street glows under the moon, turning your steps into a quiet song. You feel your shoulders relax, the day's weight lifts, the market's silence invites you to listen deeper. You take a breath of the cool night. You feel gratitude, something subtle that settles. You know the market will close as the stars rise. The final drop of rain falls, soft, deliberate, concluding. You inhale the scent of damp brick and candle wax. The night breathes, and you close your eyes, listening. You hear the distant murmur of townsfolk sleeping. Your ears catch the faint ring of a distant bell. It is a reminder of times past, yet present. You smile, the moonlight easing the strain in your neck. The lane fades into darkness, but its memory glows. You feel the market's story settle soft, serene, unhurried. You open your eyes, the world calm, just like the street. You stay there a moment, listening to the silence. The rain has spoken, the market has rested. You're ready to turn back, knowing this lane will whisper again. You step closer to the stall door, watching a final ember flicker. It glints like a promise. There's always more to hear. You take a deep breath, letting the night surround you. You feel the weight of stories, but light like wind. The lane waits patiently for your return. You turn, heart warmed by the lantern's glow. The midnight air sings softly, like a lullaby for the soul. The moon hangs, silver, over the lane, a silent witness. It watches you patient as you breathe in the night. You feel the street hum beneath your feet, steady. The air tastes of wet stone and distant smoke. You realize the market stories cling to every corner. They whisper through the cracks in the walls, soft. You follow the murmur, guided by curiosity, not fear. Every step echoes, as if the past is breathing. You step toward a stall that still holds a sign. The sign reads, "Fresh herbs, whispered secrets." A hand lifts the veil, revealing green leaves. You smell basil, mint, and a hint of rosemary. The vendor smiles, his eyes glowing like lanterns. He offers you a bouquet, saying, "Take a piece of night." You take the herbs, feeling their coolness like memory. You tucking them into your cloak, you sense a promise. The market quiets, as if listening to your thoughts. You walk past the old wine barrel, its wood creaked. The scent of fermented grapes drifts, bittersweet. You remember the stories of tavern bards. They sang of lovers and wars. As night fell, the wind brushes your face, cool as an apple. You pause, breathing in the scent of damp stone. The market's lull is deep, resonating with your heart. You feel drawn to the old iron gate, slightly ajar. Beyond it lies a hidden garden, overgrown, still alive. The garden smells of night-blooming flowers and salt. You step into the garden, the path wet with dew. sky is dark, stars like tiny lanterns. You sit on a stone bench, listening to the night. The petals glow faintly, humming with unseen life. A breeze stirs the leaves, sending tiny sparkles to the ground. You inhale the night air, scented with jasmine and moss. A distant owl hoots, echoing in the stillness. Your heart beats quietly, in time with the forest's pulse. You remember a story your grandmother told about this same garden. She claimed the garden was a doorway to forgotten memories. Your mind drifts to the scent of old parchment and ink. The garden feels alive, a living library of tales. You sit a moment longer, letting the world unspool around you. Then you stand, ready to leave this hidden shrine. You walk back toward the lane, feeling the cool stone beneath. The path is slick, but your boots grip firmly. The night feels deeper now, more intimate after your brief detour. You feel gratitude for the lantern's glow, the rain's melody, the market's hush. You approach the lantern that once sparked life. Its flame flickers as if acknowledging your presence. You reach out and, feeling the warm glow, smile. The market feels different, less crowded, more personal. Your mind drifts back to the lane's rhythm you first felt. You take a slow step forward, hearing the wet stones under your feet. The world around you hums softly, the rain a lull. You pause to listen to the market sighs. They sound like the last breath of a familiar song. You realize that every drop of rain has a story. You feel your heart align with the soft rhythm. In this moment, the lane feels less lonely, more connected. You whisper a thanks to the night, the lantern, the rain. You sense a quiet promise that the market will return later. The faint glow of the lantern guides you back. You keep walking toward the stall door, feeling the pulse of the night. A final ember ignites a corner of the doorway. It flickers, a tiny star inside the alley. You breathe in the sweet scent of damp earth and wood. The market feels like a living organism, breathing softly. You pause one last time, hearing the distant thunder in the distance. The night wraps around you like a warm blanket. The market lights dim in unison, like an orchestra tuning before silence. You hold your lantern tight, feeling the chill seep from cobbles. A lone bell on the town square still rings, echoing down the lane. Experts think the sound guided traders home, but the truth is murky. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen joke. Imagine a market smelling distinctly of it. During the Middle Ages, city guilds regulated markets, ensuring fair trade for all. Some towns still hold annual cheese rolling contests, a quirky festival from centuries ago. Historians still argue whether the market bell signaled the start of the day or its end. The rain taps rhythmically against the roof, a steady metronome of anticipation. You hear the distant clink of pots as vendors prepare for the night. The scent of roasted chestnuts mingles with damp stone, a comforting paradox. A child chases a puddle, laughing like a broken hourglass spun fast. You notice a stall where spices shimmer, reflecting the lantern's trembling glow. Inside, A merchant whispers, "Evening's best bargains are sealed tonight." You pause, feeling the weight of history settle on your shoulders. The market's lull invites a soft, almost human sigh from the alley. A stray dog saunters by, nose twitching, as if it knows secrets. You chuckle, imagining the dog wearing a tiny, crooked hat made of hay. The alley's stones hum faintly, echoing memories that linger like dust. You listen, hoping for a song from the past that never left. A breeze carries the faint whiff of salt from the distant sea. You trace the shoreline in your mind, remembering childhood seaside adventures. The market's lights flicker, painting shadows that dance across the walls. You feel the rhythm settle into your chest, a gentle, throbbing lull. Your lips move, forming syllables that become a lullaby for the night. You hum, and the sounds swirl like leaves in a gentle storm. The quiet is punctuated by the distant creak of a wooden cart. A merchant waves, tipping his hat, as if thanking an unseen audience. Your imagination takes a quick detour to the market's oldest stall. That stall once sold moonlit herbs, whispered in stories of distant kingdoms. The legend says the herbs could make a person feel like a king. You wonder if that's true, if herbs have that kind of power. The night air is thick, yet it feels light like a feather. You breathe deeply, hearing your own heart echoing in the silence. The market's echo rises again, a low, hopeful hum that lingers. You follow the sound, feeling the path guide you forward. A faint glow marks the entrance to a shop of old books. Dust dances in the lantern's light, like tiny constellations in a window. You step inside, tasting the musty scent of forgotten stories. The shopkeeper nods, acknowledging your presence without words. He gestures to a table with scrolls, their edges gilded but cracked. You pick one, feeling it vibrate against your fingertips. The parchment smells like rainwater and ancient parchment, a sensory duet. A line scribbled in hurried ink reads, "When the world stops, the market never sleeps." You read it, feeling the words settle like warm wool. A soft chuckle bubbles, because of course you'd read this line already. The shopkeeper smiles, and you realize this isn't just a shop, but a sanctuary. He hands you a small brass key, glinting oddly in the flickering light. You twist it, and it clicks with a satisfying, almost comforting sound. The key feels warm, as if it holds a secret about the night. You ask him what it opens, but he remains silent, just nodding. You leave, key in pocket, feeling the market pulse beneath your feet. You walk along the lane, the rain now a gentle rain of silver. The world seems to breathe, exhaling into the darkness, and you inhale it back. Each step echoes like a gentle drumbeat, marking the passage of time. A pigeon lands on a nearby gutter, offering a silent, feathered salute. You giggle, wondering if the pigeon has secrets about hidden stalls. The rain continues, a whispering lull that soothes your waking mind. You pause, noticing a small shop with fresh herbs still glows faintly. The herbs scent the air, sweet like memory of childhood summers. You pick a sprig, feeling its leaves crunch under your fingers. The market's heart beats slower, settling into a deep, slow rhythm. Your thoughts drift to the day's earlier bustle, now distant and gentle. You recall the laughter of strangers, the clink of coins, the hiss of stew. The world feels quiet, as if it's holding its breath with you. The sky darkens, turning a shade deeper than midnight's velvet. You look up, and the stars blink like fireflies in a glass jar. A soft hiss from the rain seems to answer the stars' silent question. You breathe, and the sound fills your chest, soothing like a warm blanket. You continue walking, feeling the path ahead light up softly under your lantern. The lane curves gently, leading you toward the city's old gate. You hear distant bells, a steady rhythm like a heartbeat for the town. The market's final lull swallows your footsteps like a gentle tide. A thought surfaces. Would you trade stories for a single night's silence? A small smile crosses your face, as if answering a question posed by a night. You realize this market is a place that collects moments like coins. Every echo is a coin, every cent a memory for future days. You stop at a stone, feeling its cool surface against your palm. The stone whispers beneath your touch, a soft echo of days long past. You press your lips to the stone, feeling its ancient pulse. The market's energy rises, filling the air with a faint, comforting hum. You inhale deeply, letting the world's scent seep into your bones. You wonder how many nights have passed where this market sang its lullaby. The rain drips against your coat, a rhythmic drumbeat on your sleeve. Your thoughts settle into silence, like candles that have burned to ash. A sudden rustle draws your attention to a nearby stall of dried flowers. The flowers scent the air sweetly, like a lull, and you smile. You pick a single flower, feeling the velvety petals against your fingertips. The market's night continues, its silence deepening, offering a sanctuary for weary souls. You realize, in the hush, you can hear your own breathing like distant waves. The night hums lullingly, and the market holds a secret only you can see. A stray cat crosses, leaving a faint paw print on the wet cobbles. You trace the paw print, feeling a soft warmth glow in the night. The cat's eyes meet yours, bright as a lantern in a dark alley. The cat lets out a soft meow, as if telling a gentle joke. Did you bring the catnip? It purrs, adding a touch of mischief. You laugh, because this night feels like a cozy sitcom, albeit silent. The market's glow grows softer, each lamp dimming like a closed book. The darkness thickens, but your lantern keeps a warm, steady glow. The rain's whisper grows into a lull, a lullaby for the forgotten. You feel the market's pulse thudding softly, a heartbeat under stone. Each footstep echoes like a note in a muted song of dusk. The silence feels personal, a blanket that embraces your soul. You think of distant lands, of bustling markets across seas and borders. Memories swirl, mingling like colors from a painter's worn palette. The night breathes, and you respond with an inner sigh of content. You hear the bell's final chime, the town's last note of the day. You smile, feeling the rhythm close, the market sighing like an exhausted traveler. You find yourself walking toward the village pub, feeling a gentle tug of warmth. The market's echo lingers, humming like a distant lull. The cobbles beneath you are cold, but the night feels warm. You recall the tale of an ancient merchant who once kept secrets. That merchant's voice still echoes, whispering to those who listen. You feel the echo, as if walking beside an old friend. The market's final lull beckons you deeper into the evening's heart. The lantern in your hand glows like a tiny sun. You think of a friend who would enjoy this nightly escape. The world around you pulses like a calm, endless ocean. The sound of rain is a gentle metronome, keeping everyone steady. You walk, letting the rhythm guide your breathing. The rhythm is like a lullaby that soothes the soul. The market's darkness envelopes you like a soft blanket of night. You hear your own heart, syncopated with the town's pulse. A distant fire crackles, its smoke curling like a feathered banner. You continue, feeling the market's secrets bloom like hidden roses. The air is cool, humming softly, inviting you to stay longer. The night's hush feels like a promise, a secret kept for you. You feel a sense that the market will stay open, even when closed. The lantern remains steady, shining through even the deepest shadows. You know, the market is a living song you can feel. Each night, a new whisper emerges, adding to the tapestry. You drift, breathing as if the market is a gentle lull. You are ready to see how the market changes as darkness grows. You pause, listening to a new song inside your ears. The city's distant rhythm is a steady heartbeat for all. Your footsteps create a quiet rhythm, like quiet piano notes. A quiet wind plays with the lantern's flame, a soft dance of light. You reach for a wooden bucket filled with dried herbs and inhale deeply. The herbs' scent fades into a soft echo, like a memory on a distant shore. You remember a story where a merchant once used them to lure customers. The market's echo is rich, almost audible in this quiet hour. Your mind wanders to the days when markets were full of noise. Now, the silence feels as precious as gold, each moment glittering. You wonder how this market survived centuries of floods and fires. Historians still suggest that the market's layout saved traders from danger. The old stones have witnessed countless generations, each leaving a story. You feel gratitude like a warm blanket wrapping around your heart. The market's last light flickers, a dying ember in the night. You hold your lantern tight, watching the ember's final breath. You pause, breathing in the night's calm, feeling the market's pulse. The darkness is deep, but the market's heart remains steady. You smile softly, as if hearing a joke from a stranger. Your thoughts drift, feeling the world become a gentle lullaby. You keep walking, guided by the lantern's steady glow. The market's silence feels like a lull, closing the day. You realize the market is a living story, written in stone and rain. The night whispers, inviting you to stay and listen. You breathe, feeling the gentle hush of the market around you. You are ready, as if on the cusp of a new chapter. The lantern's light glows, and the market breathes softly into the night. The lantern's light glows, and the market breathes softly into the night. You pause, feeling the stone's cool kiss beneath your palm. Your breath mingles with the scent of wet cobbles. The rain drums like a steady drumbeat outside. You walk, each step a gentle thump against stone. The market's silence wraps around you like a shawl. A faint sound rises, pigeons cooing in distant alleys. You smile, imagining a winged choir beneath clouds. Your lantern flickers. Shadows dance across the walls, the glow shivers, as if the night itself is humming. You pull a sleeve, a cloak soaked from yesterday's storm. The fabric whispers against your skin, soft, comforting. You notice a vendor's stall, still lit by a single candle. Its light flickers, trembling against the damp night air. You lean closer, hearing the rustle of dried herbs. An elder merchant sighs, his voice seasoned by years. Do you remember the old bell's echo? He asks. The bell's resonance, deep and resonant echoes in your mind. A memory flickers, a medieval town's heartbeat. You recall the market's layout, mirroring Roman forum designs. It was built to protect traders from sudden storms. Historians still debate whether the bell marked morning or evening. The question lingers in the damp night air. You chuckle softly, an inside joke with yourself. The elder chuckles again, mirroring the echo of time. You feel the echo bounce off stone walls. You take a breath, dry, fresh, almost medicinal. A subtle scent of iron lingers in the alley. Your mind jumps to a quirky old tale. Some merchants once traded coins for live pigeons. They believed the birds carried good fortune. You grin, quaint, but oddly charming. The rain tightens, rainbows flickering behind each drop. You watch each droplet sparkling like a tiny star. The market seems to pulse with a slow rhythm. You hear faint creaks, old wood groaning under weight. Your heart matches the cadence, slow, steady, present. A distant bell rings, soft, hopeful, almost prophetic. The tolls echo across the cobbled lanes. You step forward, footsteps echoing like distant drums. A trader's cart rattles, old brass wheels turning. The sound is almost a lullaby, soft, rhythmic. Your lantern's light casts deep, elongated shadows. All around, the night breathes, a living creature. The market's ancient stones have listened to centuries. They hold memories, tales of love, loss, trade. You think of the markets founding centuries ago. It once hosted a grand fair of spices. You imagine merchants shouting over a sea of scents. The market's layout guided them, an intricate map of commerce. The stones beneath remember the weight of goods. You hear a low hum like a distant wind. It feels almost like the city's pulse. You turn a corner, finding a small corner stall. The stall bears a sign, Herbarium of the Ancient. Your lantern's glow illuminates dried rosemary and lavender. A trader old, lined, offers a sample. Try it, he says, his voice gentle, soothing. You sniff, The scent is wild, yet comforting. The fragrance brings back memories of childhood summers. Your eyes drift, following a thin line of light. A tiny firefly, luminescent, flickers in the darkness. You watch it glow, fading, then reappearing. Your breath catches soft sigh of awe. You find a small stone carved with Latin letters. The inscription reads, "When rain falls, the market sings." That phrase feels like an ancient lullaby. You trace the letters smooth under fingertips. Your hand moves, a gentle, rhythmic motion. You notice a faint humming, almost a whisper. It's the market's secret melody, hidden in stone. You listen, hearing the hum deepen. A faint laugh emerges, soft and distant. The market's history hums, echoing through time. You remember a story about a baker's color-changing bread. Legend says the loaf turns pink in rain. You smile, quirky tales weave into reality. Suddenly, a sound, a wet splash, splashes behind you. You turn, seeing a puddle, shimmering like a black mirror. The puddle reflects your lantern's glow, bright, fragile. It's a portal, no, a simple glass of rain. You feel a chill, water cool against your skin. You step closer, puddles singing like a tiny choir. Your feet move soft, rhythmic against wet stone. The market's rhythm steadies, steady as a heartbeat. A breeze brushes the alley, cool, scented with wet earth. You inhale, fresh, clean, almost medicinal. A stray cat curled in the damp corner appears. Its eyes gleam like molten amber in the dark. You hear a soft meow, almost a greeting. You laugh, soft, teasing. This cat knows no fear. The cat shifts tail, flicking, curiosity bright. It looks at you, purring like a motorbike engine. The night's silence is broken by the cat's soft purr. You feel the rhythm shift, a gentle, steady vibration. You remember a fact about Roman market plans. The market's layout mirrored the forum's geometric rows. The design created natural shelters from sudden storms. You imagine scholars debating how architects arranged streets. Historians still debate whether the design protected traders or simply organized trade. Your heart drifts back to the market's hum. It's a lullaby, soft, slow, enveloping. You think of the sound of water dripping, falling, singing. Your breathing matches the rhythm, deep, slow, steady. A distant bell's toll, like a lullaby's final note. You listen, feeling its echo ripple through stones. Your lantern's glow, steady, unshaking, casts steady light. You feel the market's pulse, slow, rhythmic, life. The wind plays its breath, tapping your earlobe. You feel like a traveler sleeping, drifting. A memory of a dusty shelf fills your mind. The scent of parchment, old, leathery, calls to you. You see an old book with cracked spine open, waiting. Your hand slides, soft, rough, a silent touch. You turn a page, white, fragrant, page crackles. A line inked in tired calligraphy reads, "In rain, markets breathe." You sigh relief and wonder, soft, reverent. The market's voice, quiet, alive, echoes. You close the page, feeling a connection. You walk again, feeling the night's calm growing. The sky dark, velvety, opens small above. A single star, shimmering, dances on clouds. The wind, soft, brings the scent of distant sea. Your mind drifts to a long-forgotten shore. You remember how the market survived floods centuries ago. You recall its layout, an ancient design saving traders from ruin. It's a fact shining like a lantern's bright glow. The market stones, weathered, hold stories untold. You sense history breathing like a quiet poem. You hear whispers of traders' voices, laughter. The night folds on the cobbles softly. Your lantern's flame stabilizes against the dark. You feel content quiet in a world of gentle lullabies. The market's heartbeat, slow, rhythmic, pulses around you. Your footsteps match the rhythm, a lull, a heartbeat. You pause, listen, feeling the stones whisper. A faint hum like wind in an old violin grows. You smile, soft, amused, almost in joy. The sound, soft, ancient, holds a hidden truth. You remember the quirky tale, live pigeons trading coins. It's a strange tradition, one that made traders laugh. The market's history, filled with such oddities. You laugh at the thought, quiet, amused. The rain continues, its rhythm steady. The market stones, warm, under your lantern steady. You feel a calm peace, like a soft blanket. The night long, vast, empty, yet filled with stories. You realize this place is alive, every stone, every ember. You listen, feeling the night's lullaby, gentle. A distant bell rings, once more soft, hopeful. Its tone clear, deep, drifts across the streets. The echo wraps around your chest, a gentle hug. You keep walking, following the sound like a path in fog. The market's rhythm, deep, old, settles you like slow meditation. Your breath, steady, matches the gentle pulse. You pause, closing your eyes. You feel the city's heartbeat. You listen, feeling the market breathe, soft, steady, alive. You remember the fact about Roman market layout, mirrored to protect traders. You think this ancient wisdom, carried on cobbles, still guides. The night thickens, yet lantern light steady. You feel the rhythm deep, slow, pulsing in stone. Every footstep echoes like soft drums, gentle. A small flame inside a candle tickles the air. Your mind wanders into memories of a market's former life. You recall vendors shouting, calling over the rhythm. The stone, loud, echoing the past, holds their voices. You feel soft, reverent, the weight of those voices. The market's hum, soft, continuous, like a lullaby's undertones. You think this sound the heart of the place, keeping memories alive. You pause, listen, feeling the stone's pulse. Your lantern, steady, becomes a tiny star guiding path. You hear faint, distant, another bell, a low chime, soothing. It's a gentle reminder, a timekeeper of trade. You remember about the quirky baking color, changing bread, a rumor that the baker used the trick to attract customers. The memory laughs, quiet but endearing. The market's past, vibrant, oddities alive in whispers. You feel peace under the stone's cover. Your breathing slow, even, calming. The night long, unhurried, lets you linger. You keep walking, following lantern light, slow, rhythmic. A single puddle reflects your face like a mirror. You smile soft, content reflecting in water. The water shimmers like a tiny galaxy. You touch felt smoothness, glassy damp. Your hand reels back into the night's silence. You remember about the history, ancient markets' resilience. You know survival was due to layout, not luck. You breathe deep, feeling the stone's old strength. There's a quiet like a hum of the market's existence. A sense, warm, bright, settles inside you. The night carries soft lullabies, echoes of old stalls. You feel like a traveler finding rest under lantern glow. The market's pulse, steady like a mother's heartbeat. You listen, feeling its calm. You imagine children's laughter echoing long ago. You imagine vibrant colors, spices, fabrics overhead. Your mind wanders through memories of a market's pulse. You feel deep calm like a deep breath in winter. You walk through dim alleys like a soft dream. A faint sound, water dripping into a hollow rings. It's a small drum pocket of the earth. You pause, listen, feeling the song. Your heart beats soft, steady, matching the rhythm. The night quiet, gentle wraps around you. You think this is a lullaby, a slow, soothing melody. The market's hum soft, endless, fills your ears. You feel in your chest a subtle vibration like a tide. You stand quiet, letting the night melt around you. The lantern's light shadows dance across the cobbles. You watch the shadows moving like waves in a lake. You feel peaceful, like a gentle wind on your face. A breeze tugs softly toward a nearby door. You notice an old book open on a stone. The pages soft, barely move, like a patient listener. You turn a page, slow, feeling the paper. A line scribbled reads, "In nights of rain, markets hum." Your smile quiet like a secret shared. You pause, heart still echoing in silence. A distant bell rings again, low, comforting. You feel warm inside you like a quiet fire. The night shadows slowly deepen, but lantern glows. You feel a gentle weight on your spine. Your breath still matches the slow rhythm. The market's silence, almost a promise of return. You linger, no hurry, just listening. You think of people shifting, trading, breathing. You feel a collective pulse beneath your feet. The night embraces your body, warm, light. A cat paws, softly steps beside you. It curls into the lantern's light, safe. You watch its tail swish like a metronome. The cat's presence, familiar, settles you. You let silence wrap you. The night's soft, thick, almost like velvet. You're in tune with stone, with rain, with heartbeat. The market's hum soft, steady, continues like a lull. A final bell tolls at the far exit, gentle. Its tone deep, final, resonates. You feel a release, like wind out of a bottle. You turn toward the exit, lantern in hand, steady light. The streets, quiet, listen to your passage. You exit the market into darkness beyond lanes. Your breath still quiet, yet alive, echoing in your chest. You carry its lullaby within, a soft lull. The night carries your steps, light, gentle. You know this place stays alive, even when closed. The memory of cobbles, bells, and humming stone sits with you. You feel the market's heartbeat within your own pulse. The night deepens, yet the lantern's still bright. You keep walking toward home while the market sings in your mind. You keep walking toward home while the market sings in your mind. The last cart creaks as its owner pulls back a curtain of cloth. Light flickers from the last candle, bathing the stall in golden slivers. A sigh, heavy with dust, rises from the worn awning. You pause, feeling the cool touch of the evening air against your back. A vendor's voice hisses like old parchment. It's closing in all hours. The stall owner nods, his eyes reflecting the low moonlight. He mutters, "We'll be back next autumn when the sky rains gold." Historians still argue whether stall closures were timed with lunar phases or simple superstition. A quirky tale, whispered by a cobblestone, claims traders salted their wares to attract fish. The market, ancient, once hosted a guild of bakers who claimed bread could change colors with rain. You grin, amused by the absurdity of weather-driven pastries. Dust swirls around you, carrying memories of traders' laughter. The scent of herbs mingles with the faint smell of rain-soaked stone. You close your eyes, letting the smell transport you back to a bustling noon. A soft thud echoes, reminiscent of market guilds setting standards in the 14th century. The guilds, masters of quality, required each stall to carry a unique sigil. One sign, a crescent moon, indicates the trader practices herbal remedies. Another, a tiny fish, suggests a history of river trade routes. Your mind fills with the image of a watery bazaar, stalls lined along a creek. A joke bubbles up. If stalls had Wi-Fi, the password would read moonlight. You laugh softly, wondering how the vendors would complain if the Wi-Fi was spotty. A nearby stall owner nudges your shoulder, laughing at your own joke. He tells you a legend of a trader who bribed a local bard to tune market bells. The bard, supposedly from a distant city, sang as he struck the bells. His hum was so melodic that it turned customers' purchases into poetry. Every clang resonated like a whispered promise of prosperity. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. This tale still has you smiling, oddly. The rain continues, steady, a curtain of silver over the town. Each droplet echoes the market's heartbeat, a metronome for your breathing. You sense each step syncs with the rhythm of the storm. The market feels alive around you, each sound knitting itself into a story. You imagine a child telling stories about storm dragons breathing fire over the stalls. The image dissolves, leaving behind a memory of the night's gentle choir. The choir, made of bells, rain, and laughter, hums softly to the dusk. You feel the vibration of the choir against your chest, a comforting pulse. Your breathing smooths, aligning with the low notes of this nocturnal symphony. You notice a small wooden box tucked beneath the market's stone floor. Its lid is carved with a crescent and a tiny fish. A faint inscription reads, "For market's prosperity, the moon and sea must speak." The box feels warm, an echo of ancient blessings, perhaps. You open it. The inside gleams with a single jade-colored coin. The coin's surface is etched with a market, a sun, and a pair of scales. The symbol reminds you of the ancient trade pact that preserved this lane. You tuck the coin into your pocket, thinking of its story. You continue walking, feeling lightness grow as the market hums down. The stalls have turned inward, blankets covering every counter. Shadows stretch longer, curling around the corners like tired dancers. The rain continues, a steady thread weaving through the street. The cobbles beneath your feet shift rhythmically, a heartbeat beneath stone. You feel each bump as if the ground murmurs its own lullaby. A faint voice, perhaps the wind, mutters about the market's future. It speaks of a day when the lane will shine with golden merchants again. You smile, imagining a parade of stalls, each glowing like sunrise. The vision feels warm, a promise wrapped in nostalgia and rain. You close your eyes, letting the markets lull you deeper. The night wraps around your thoughts, a blanket of soft darkness. The sound of distant bells fades into a gentle hum. It syncs with your heartbeat, a rhythm that feels like an ocean's tide. You sense the market's pulse, rhythmic and steady, as it closes its shutters. The shutters click shut, sealing in the scent of loamy earth and spice. With the market silent, the rain's patter softens, a lullaby soothing the streets. Silence hangs like a cloth, draped over stone and heart. You realize the market's rhythm has carried you, a steady current. Your steps echo, reminding that the day ends, but the memory stays. The last stall's candle flickers, then goes out with a sigh. The darkness claims the lane, but the lantern's glow lingers, a soft beacon. You walk into the quiet, feeling the pulse of the market against your palm. The night breathes, a lull that carries you toward tomorrow's quiet. You pause, your lantern casting gentle shadows across the cobbles. The scent of wet stone mixes with memories of spice and song. The market's lull wraps around you, pulling you toward a restful dream. You close your eyes, letting the night take hold of your thoughts. A stray dog lumbers near, its ears twitching at the rustle of rain. Its coat, slick with droplets, seems to glow under the lamplight. You tap a quiet beat on the stone, matching the dog's hesitant steps. The rhythm connects you, a shared pulse of living creatures. The dog's nose twitches, sniffing the air for the scent of fresh bread. It darts down a narrow alley, disappearing into mist behind a stall. You follow, curiosity pulling you like a tide's gentle pull. The alley opens into a courtyard, illuminated by a single lantern's glow. Here, the market's secrets breathe, humming under the damp stone. A figure stands on a stone balustrade, silhouette against the night sky. The figure tilts her head, listening to the echo of market bells. She turns, revealing a face familiar, a line of the town's lore. The figure hands you a small stone shaped like a coin. She whispers, "Keep this. It holds the market's heartbeat." You feel the stone's subtle warmth, as if the market itself embraces you. You tuck it back into your pocket, promising to return. The night continues, rain turning into gentle mist across the lanes. Your footsteps echo softly, each one a note in the market's lullaby. You pause, feeling the weight of every sound in the air. The world hushed, listening for the market's next breath. A memory floods back of a night when merchants danced with lanterns in procession. The rhythmic clatter of wheels, the flicker of light, the aroma of spices. You smile, relishing how history whispers through rain-soaked cobbles. The rain calms, the market drifts into a restful hush. A soft breeze carries the scent of pine and wet earth. You inhale, feeling the scent soothe your tired mind. The breath you take syncs with the rhythm of falling drops. Your limbs loosen, the muscles calming under the night's blanket. Somewhere nearby, a nightingale sings, its call a lullaby to the town. The sound threads through the market, weaving memories into the air. You feel a gentle tug, as though the night is inviting you to rest. You allow yourself a breath, the night swallowing your worries. The market's heartbeat fades, but its lull stays inside you. The lantern's glow dims, but the memory shines brighter than ever. You rise to stand, feeling the soft thrum of the town in your chest. Hope knitting quietly, you step back toward the market's silent avenue. The last stall's lantern flickers one last time, a farewell star. The night sighs, the rain's rhythm easing into a quiet hum. You close your eyes, letting the market's lull wrap around you like a blanket. The world drifts softly into a dream of cobbles and whispers. A faint voice, perhaps the wind, murmurs a promise of tomorrow. It says the market will rise again, brighter than ever. You smile, feeling the ember of commerce light your path. As you turn back, the night cradles you in its silent embrace. As you turn back, the night cradles you in its silent embrace. Moonlight drapes over roofs, revealing hidden paths. A lone traveler pauses, breath catching in air. You feel cool mist licking the backs of your ears, a gentle hush. The cobbles below pulse with a faint, rhythmic thrum, a midnight metronome. Each stone seems to whisper its own lullaby, lulling you into a soft awe. The lanes stretch like winding rivers, guiding feet toward quiet secrets. Stalls still glow faintly, their shutters closing like a sigh. You breathe deeply, savoring the mingled scent of wet stone and spices. Old tailies swirl like incense, their stories lingering in the night air. You remember a rumor about a market that once traded in moonlit jewels. That rumor, a fringe tidbit, claims thieves stole silver from the moon itself. It sounds absurd, but that's the charm of medieval myths. Historians still argue whether stall closures were timed with lunar phases or simple superstition. You chuckle, imagining merchants tapping calendars to decide when to shut. The sound of distant bells echoes, their resonance echoing old guild halls. The Great Fire of London in 1666 broke out on a cold, damp night. Its flames painted the sky, turning ash into glittering constellations. You wonder if the fire's glow might have sparked some of the street's legends. A quiet wind sways the thin awnings, casting shadows that dance like dancers. Each shadow flickers, stretching long and curling as if tired. You pause, hearing the wind mutter about future market days. There's a sense that the night itself holds a secret diary. The diary whispers about a moonlit stroll that once began at dusk. You feel your curiosity tugging like a tide, pulling your steps forward. Remember the jokes you told yourself earlier, the silly ones about Wi-Fi. They remind you that even in history, humor threads through. You hear a faint laugh, a bark from a stray dog chasing its tail. The dog darts past, leaving a trail of muddy paw prints that glow faintly. You follow, guided by the curious scent of fresh bread. Your ears pick up the creak of old hinges, a door that never meant to open. The door opens to a narrow aisle, dark as midnight, but warm inside. The light here comes from a single lantern, its flame flickering softly. You step closer, the lantern casting a halo over the walls. Inside, the room feels like a chamber of whispers, each stone murmuring. A figure stands near the back, silhouette against the lantern glow. She turns, revealing a familiar face from the town's old lore. Her smile flickers, her eyes reflecting the lantern's gentle blaze. She hands you a small stone, shaped like a coin, but with an odd design. You keep this. It's the market's heartbeat, she murmurs. You feel the stone's subtle warmth, a pulse against your palm. You tuck it into your pocket, already feeling a new secret. The night deepens, its silence becoming a comforting blanket. Your breath slows, the rhythm aligning with the quiet. You hear a distant church bell, its bellows echoing through the lane. You let the sound carry you, letting it be a lullaby. Around you, the moon rises higher, a glowing eye above the rooftops. Its light casts silver stripes on the cobbles, a map of silver paths. You follow these paths, each step a note in the market's song. The lantern of each stall flickers, refusing to die in the darkness. An old merchant, whose stall was now gone, once said he could feel the night talking. He believed the market breathed, a living thing, not just iron and wood. You laugh softly, teasing the notion that the night might gossip. The laughter is swallowed by a soft wind that seems to sigh. You continue walking, the street echoing with your own quiet footsteps. The air tastes of rain and a faint hint of burnt wood from a long-gone forge. You recall the Great Fire story, how it shaped the city's fire codes. These codes forced new markets to build sturdy stone structures, a modern twist to an old nightmare. You imagine the townsfolk watching candles flicker, each flame a tiny star. Your mind drifts to the fringe tidbit that a long-past trader once traded in invisible spices. These spices were said to make the market smell like freshly baked bread at night. You let the imagination run, knowing these may be nothing but storytelling. The night stays, holding a rhythm that feels almost human. You hear faint music, perhaps a harp or a lute playing softly in the distance. You follow the music, hoping to find its source. The music pulls you into a small courtyard, dimly lit. The courtyard is fenced with low stone walls, the grass trembling from rain. A lantern hangs on the wall, its flame steady. A shadow waits by the lantern, a figure older than the market itself. She whispers, "The market never truly sleeps." Her words echo, filling the space between your heartbeats. You listen, your thoughts mingling with the murmurs. The moonlight spills, painting the courtyard with a pale glow. You realize the night is a living entity, singing lullabies of history. The market's story lives in every stone, every faded sign, and you become a part of that story, a quiet traveler. The moon climbs, a silver coin in the sky, watching over. You pause, feeling a gentle breeze that smells like old parchment. The aroma of parchment reminds you of scrolls in the town library. You think of a scholar who once claimed the market was founded by a dragon's hoard. That theory is a fringe tidbit, but it paints a vivid picture. You smile, picturing a dragon perched atop a spice stall, breathing fire into pepper. The dragon's breath gives the market an extra spice, literally. You laugh, reminding yourself to stay grounded in reality. Your laughter is caught by the breeze, turning into a distant chuckle. You continue walking, the lane stretching into darkness. Each step is a beat in an ancient drum, a rhythm carried by the wind. The lanterns along the lane glow faintly, like stars on stone. The moonlight shines through the gaps above, washing the lane in soft gold. Every stone remembers the market's past, its stories echoing in the night. You sense the market's pulse in the rain's rhythm, a syncopated drum. There's a subtle sense of closure, a calm after a long day. The night feels like a warm blanket, closing your eyes as you walk. You feel the stones below give a gentle reassurance, urging you onward. The path ends behind a stone arch, the arch framing a quiet courtyard. The courtyard feels like a memory, a dream built on stone. You see a single lantern still burning, its flame a tiny bright heart. The light gives a sense of comfort, reassuring you that you are not alone. You turn, seeing the lane ahead, where the market's memory lingers. You walk back towards the street, each footfall a memory itself. The lantern that once told a story flickers, keeping its promise. You notice a faint glow, a faint glimmer of hope in the night. The hope is quiet, quiet as a whispered prayer. You remember the market's old sign, a crescent moon over a fish. That sign reminded villagers it was all about nature and trade. You think of the fringe tidbit that the fish on the sign was actually a carved snail. Snails. You giggle, the absurdity making the night light. Your laugh is like a note in a lullaby, subtle but present. You continue, the night echoing your breath, a quiet symphony. You pause, feeling the market's silence settle like a blanket. The silence is not empty. It's filled with old memories, like dust and echoes. You taste the wet air, its coolness mingling with the scent of spice. The air's perfume reminds you of a vendor's favorite time. You think of the merchant who once traded in invisible spices. Those spices were said to give the market a scent that was impossible to forget. You let that image linger, feeling the scent swirl around your thoughts. The night is calm. The lanterns keep their steady fire. You are part of the market's rhythm, its pulse, its beat. You feel the moon's glow, a soft blanket over the lanes. You smile, aware that the night has a rhythm that soothes your mind. The rhythm pulls you deeper into a dream of streets and stars. You let the night lull you into a stillness, a calm that feels like sleep. The market's breath quiets, and you feel the soft presence of its ghost. You let your steps echo against stone, each echo a note in a gentle chorus. You sense that the night's calm is like a lullaby from the past, singing its secret. You stay where the lantern light flickers, letting it glow like a steady heartbeat. The night whispers, asking you to stay, but you only move forward. You hold the stone that feels warm, a hidden secret you'll keep. You think about that market that once traded in moonlit jewels, how absurd it feels. The absurdity does not break the peace, it adds to the charm. The night remains, a blanket of coolness under your feet. You walk, feeling each stone give a gentle push, a reminder of the past. You glance at the lantern light, feeling its faint warmth against your hand. You feel at ease, the night singing softly. You let your breath sink with the rhythm of the market's last lull. In the dark lane, the market's memory is a quiet, steady hum. You close your heart to the day's bustle, finding peace in the night's hush. The wind whistles, a low hum that feels like a lullaby. You lean into it, feeling the wind carry the scent of rain and old stone. You feel the night's embrace tightening, but it is comforting. You feel you are part of the market's soul, living in its rhythm. The moon rises higher, its pale light bathing the lane. You feel a sense of calm, a deep breath of night. You notice a faint glow from a shop window, the last light of the day. You pause, feeling an invitation from the shop to take a moment. There's a sense of history. The shop's shelves filled with ancient scrolls and spices. You imagine the shop owner, who once claimed the market was built on a dragon's nest. A dragon's nest. You grin, but the thought adds color to the night. You carry that memory in your mind, a quiet joke, a light-hearted story. You keep walking, each step a beat in the market's night song. The song carries you toward a calm, a place where dreams feel like a story. You let the moon guide you, the stars above, a quiet choir of lights. All the market's echoes keep singing, but at a softer tone. You listen to the wind as a lullaby, keeping your mind in tune. You keep your attention on the rhythm, your body in sync with the night. You hold the stone with a gentle pressure, feeling its warmth. You smile, feeling grateful for the night's calm. The night keeps humming, a soft lullaby that settles your mind. You keep walking, feeling the lane's stone under every footfall. Your steps are a steady beat, a rhythm in the quiet. Your breath syncs with the low song of the market's last lull. You feel the sense of ending, a quiet calm as the dark wraps around you. Your final steps take you back to the lane, where the market's heart still beats in rhythm. You pause, breathing in the night's cool air, letting it calm your thoughts. You sit for a moment on a stone bench, a place the market used to be. The bench remembers the steps, the hum of trade, and the quiet after the day. You feel a warm glow from a nearby lantern, its light steady. You look at the light, seeing the faint image of a fish and a moon. You remember the old sign that told of nature and trade. You feel a sense of history, of trade and whispers. You think how much the market has changed, yet its rhythm stays. You notice the moon's light is a soft, continuous lull. You close your eyes, feeling the night embrace you. You let the rhythm settle in, knowing the market will rise again. You feel hope. You hear the night's lull, and you feel it in your chest like a gentle heartbeat. You stand, feeling the night wind on your face. The wind is cool, carrying the scent of rain on stone. It feels like a blanket, an embrace you can feel. You look at the sky, seeing silver clouds drifting. Above, the stars flash, a gentle reminder of the night's music. You feel your body calm, as if you are in a gentle dream. Your mind is quiet, hearing only the market's faint pulse. You remember that the market's heartbeat is still alive, in stone and wind. You feel connected to it, a quiet part of that rhythm. You breathe slowly, allowing the night to guide you. The lantern flickers, its flame steady as a heartbeat. You smile, feeling it hum in your chest. The night keeps humming, the rhythm of the market echoing softly. You feel the stone under your feet vibrating against the wind. You realize it is a subtle lullaby, soothing your nerves. You think about the market's day, the stall owners, the people. You remember the merchant who believed the night could talk. You feel the idea of a talking night tickles you. You laugh softly, letting the laugh become a small joke to the night. The laughter is heard, but the night keeps quiet. You keep walking forward, the lane glowing under moonlight. You feel the rhythm of your steps, each footfall a note in a lullaby. The silence is almost a lull, a soft hum that settles your mind. You feel comfort, the night's calm wrapping around you. You pause, breathing in the night's coolness. You feel the subtle rhythm of the market's final lull, and you drift. You let your eyes close, hearing the wind's low hum. You listen, heart beating in sync with the night. The night keeps humming, a gentle lullaby to the world. The lantern keeps its steady light, a promise in darkness. The market's rhythm keeps echoing, though the day is finished. The night feels gentle, a soft blanket on the lane. The moon stands above, a pale eye watching over. You feel your body release, drifting into a calm sleep. You feel the wind sing lullabies, the market's final lull breathing. You let your mind sink into the memory of the night's rhythm. You breathe slowly, hearing the world's pulse in quiet. Your heart drifts, in tune with the night. You feel the cobbles wet beneath every step, as if they remember your tread. The sound of a distant clock tower chimes, a metronome for the streets. You lean against a post, letting the cool stones soak into your skin. A shadow passes by, a trick of light drawing your attention. You remember the story of the blacksmith who closed his forge at midnight. He believed the stars watched over his work, so he shut early to honor them. Modern scholars debate whether this ritual saved lives or was just a superstition. You chuckle, recalling the ridiculous idea of a forge humming in the moonlight. The night continues, each footstep a drumbeat in the endless rhythm. You turn your head, watching the moon high, its light like a quiet lantern. Its glow bathes the alley, turning shadows into silver threads. You pause, letting that light wash over you, calming your thoughts. The sound of distant traffic blends into the night, a modern accompaniment to the ancient. You feel the city breathing, alive with secrets and stories you can taste on the tongue of time. You remind yourself that every stone holds a memory, a note in the market's lullaby. You step further, feeling the rhythm of your heart synchronize with the market's pulse. You think of the ancient caravans that once shuttled spices across deserts, their scents mingling with rain. Those scents travel through time, carried by the wind, a perfume of adventure. You feel a tiny tug in your chest, an echo of those old travelers. You smile, remembering your earlier Wi-Fi joke. This time the laugh is louder, reverberating in the stones. The stones seem to echo back, a chorus that wraps around your shoulders. You breathe in the night air, tasting the iron of raindrops, the memory of ironwork. You exhale, releasing tension, letting the market's story seep into your mind. You think about the market's closing, the soft sigh of shutters, and feel gratitude. The silence around you deepens, a soft blanket covering the world. You notice a small flicker in the distance, a lone candle on a curb. You approach it, its flame dancing in the rain, a hopeful ember against the night. You remember a fringe tidbit about traders who used strobe lanterns to deter night thieves. You laugh softly, imagining a thief blinking at every flash. You keep walking, the candles glow, guiding your path. The market's rhythm slows, each pulse a promise of tomorrow. You sense that the city is sleeping, its heart beating quietly beneath the streets. You feel the urge to pause, to let the night finish its story. You sit on a stone bench, the surface rough against your knees. You close your eyes, feeling your pulse sync with the city's heartbeat. The world hums gently, a lullaby for the restless dreamer. You think of the market's quiet, its shelves empty, but its soul alive. You feel gratitude for the evening's journey, the soft light, the rain's song. You rise, feeling the stone under your feet solid, as if anchoring your spirit. You walk toward the brightened doorway, stepping into the night's embrace. The air feels cooler, the scent of old stone more intense. You notice a faint rustle of leaves, the night's final whisper. You realize the night has given you a treasure, memories soft as candlelight. You take a deep breath, letting the quiet settle inside you. You feel the market's story lingering in your heart, a lullaby for tomorrow. You smile, knowing you will return again to walk the damp cobbles, to dance with the night. You step forward, letting the night guide you into a future as quiet as this moment. You step forward, letting the night guide you into a future as quiet as this moment. The air grows thicker, a green perfume curling from hidden stalls. Your ears catch a hush, a faint sigh trailing herbs. You grin, recalling that grocery app telling you fresh basil, 10% off. A second stall emerges, draped in crimson, offering saffron threads. The vendor, a weary woman, smiles. The smell of saffron tells of distant lands. She lifts a thread, letting it unfurl like a sunrise. You laugh, thinking of how saffron costs more than a month's rent in Alexandria. He tells you, back in 1666, London's fire spread through wool and trade. You nod, noting the fire as a turning point for markets worldwide. The scent of saffron mingles with smoke, a bitter sweetness that lingers. You wonder if that fire made merchants carry herbs to keep them warm. The vendor shakes her head. I've tasted fire's bitterness, but it's lighter than any herb. She winks, remember. The first spice is curiosity, the second is safety. You laugh, picturing a camel sniffling at a packet of paprika. She claps, stay curious, and the market will keep revealing itself. A quiet murmur rises between stalls as night deepens. You feel the air heavy with history and peppered with anticipation. The market's glow flickers, matching the heartbeats of those still walking. You notice a small child, eyes bright, chasing a moth that carries a scent of rosemary. The child stops, inhaling, and lets the air settle onto his skin. A gentle pause ensues, as if the market itself holds its breath. The vendor sighs. Herbs keep us alive, they bind us to the earth. You remark, it sounds like a lullaby for soil. You hear a distant cry, a bell, a call to close. The sound ricochets off stone, shivering as the night listens. You glance at the market's glow, noticing the last stall shutting its curtain. The vendor hands you a sachet, whispering, keep this. It will guide you home. You feel the sachet warm, a subtle fire within. You press it into your pocket, feeling a faint vibration. The market hums louder, a song of closing shops and new dreams. You breathe, letting the scent of the sachet settle on your fingers. The street ahead is lined with awnings that bow as rain drapes them. Every step you take, the wet cobblestones echo a soft drum. The market's final sigh mingles with the rain, a lullaby in reverse. You smile, imagining the scent of herbs trailing like a rainbow after a storm. You pause, letting the rain's rhythm soothe. The market feels like a chest of stories, each scent a lid. You think of that old rumor that herbs were used as coin for traveling monks. The vendor laughs. Monks took their herbs as both medicine and luck. You realize that market's magic lies not in spice, but in shared moments. The sense of belonging grows as you walk slowly, listening to the market's pulse. A breeze carries a whisper of basil, a reminder of tomorrow's morning. You turn, feeling the weight of the sachet secure in your palm. The market's glow dims gradually, like a candle fading. A final bell strikes, its echo lingering in the night air. The sound feels like applause for the market's closing, a subtle gratitude. You step forward, heart warmed by the scent of herbs. The road ahead seems softer, misty in the wet light. You notice a figure, a silhouette of a trader, closing a stall with care. He nods, acknowledging your presence, and winks, remember, herbs heal more than hunger. You grin, imagining the trader's pouch filled with basil and jokes. You feel the market's pulse still beating within your chest. Each breath you take, the scent of rosemary returns, a subtle reminder. You walk forward, following the scent trail of herbs into the night. The night grows calm, as if the market is breathing a final sigh. The darkness wraps around you like a velvet blanket. You feel the sachet's faint vibration, a gentle pulse against your skin. You think of the time a monk once used herbs to ward off rain. You smile, remembering your grandma's joke about rain not washing her perfume. The market's last light flickers, its shadows stretching like vines. You feel gratitude, realizing each trade taught you more than a price. A subtle sound, a rustle, as if the herb sachet is whispering. You breathe, allowing the scent to wash over your mind. It feels as if the market speaks in sighs, each breath a story. The night thickens, but the scent lingers, a gentle ember. You step deeper, heart pounding with wonder and gratitude. The market's exit fades into a soft echo, leaving you with memories. The scent of herbs remains in the air, gentle and strong. You notice your own pulse sync with the market's rhythm. You whisper, "Thank you, market. You never truly close." The silence replies, a soft affirmation in the night. You leave the market with a final thought. Each herb kept you awake. You carry the sachet. It hums quietly inside your pocket. The night is still, but your mind roams freely, guided by scents. You step into the rain, feeling the night's lullaby wrap you like a cloak. The market fades behind you, its stories echoing in your ears. You realize that memory is like a herb, strongest when shared. The night feels less lonely, filled with scents that comfort. You walk on, heart still humming with the market's lullaby. A faint melody of the market's bell lingers, reminding you of days long past. You feel the pulse of the ancient path you walk, steady. The herbal scent, like a whisper, promises a new dawn. You breathe deeply, savoring this final moment of market memory. The market's last echo fades, but your heart remembers that hush. Your shoes tread the cold pavement, each step echoing the market's rhythm. You pause briefly, holding on to that aromatic memory. You continue onward, the city lights guiding you through the night. You continue onward, the city lights guiding you through the night. A sudden shimmer pulls your eye toward an alley lined with broken panes. Dust motes dance in shafts of lamplight, twinkling like tiny constellations. You step closer, and the glass surfaces capture your reflection in shards. The panels hiss softly as rain drips onto their edges. A faint glow filters through, painting the cobbles in silver ribbons. The sound of water on glass blends with distant bells that barely echo. You lean beside a fallen window, fascinated by its cracked beauty. The fragments scatter like a scattershot of memories. Laughter from a nearby stall breaks the hush, a joke about broken dreams. Your ear catches a chuckle about how some merchants think glass is a kind of armor. You smile, feeling the joke slide through your ribs. Your steps become measured, each breath a quiet acknowledgement of the old world's breath. The alley opens into a hidden courtyard that feels like a forgotten secret. Glass vases, half shattered, fill the air with faint citrus aroma. They have once held precious oils. Now their emptiness whispers stories. You pause, watching a droplet glide down a jagged edge toward a puddle. The puddle reflects a fractured sky, an abstract painting. A child in a blue cape runs past, giggling, chasing a floating shard. Their laughter sounds like wind chimes in a storm. You turn back toward the lane that smelled of rain-soaked stone. Soft rain taps the glass again, a steady metronome. A flickering shadow passes over you, made by a lantern tucked in a nearby shop. You pause to listen to the soft hiss of water. The sound carries across the street, reaching even the distant tavern. The market begins to dim, but the glass remains alight with silver. You observe a trader wipe the glass with a cloth, wiping away invisible history. He pauses, glances at your reflection, and says, "You see, glass remembers the past." Your eyes widen, intrigued by this philosophical treasure. The trader chuckles, explaining that the glass was once a mirror for the first city rulers. The first recorded use of glass as a mirror dates back to ancient Mesopotamia. You nod, hearing the weight of centuries in that simple line. He waves your hand, encouraging you to take a closer look at the shards. A fragment reveals a small, almost indiscernible script, almost hidden. Historians still argue whether the earliest glass factories were run by monks. The sentence drapes over your shoulders like a wet shawl. You lean in for a closer inspection, feeling the coolness. A faint trace of gold appears, a glimmer barely perceptible. You close your eyes, imagining the ancient artisans at work. A child in a purple cape whirls, making a splash in a puddle. Their laughter sounds like a tiny bell chime. You find yourself humming along, a light tune that feels oddly soothing. The glass reflects your face. You see a tired, curious wanderer. You feel the glass call to memory, a gentle echo from a world gone by. Your ears fill with the distant hum of the market closing. The faint hum drifts over the glass, turning into a lullaby for night. You step back, letting the silence take its place. A faint breeze lifts a dust mote, swirling near a glass fragment. The mote lands on a glass surface, shining like a star. Your hand touches the shard, feeling the chill that it has absorbed. You notice the faint warmth of the cloth that wiped it. The cloth has a faint scent, reminiscent of lavender. A memory of childhood tea parties in a dim kitchen swirls behind your gaze. You laugh at the absurdity of your recollection, the joke slipping into your tongue. Your laugh echoes off the walls of the courtyard. As the light fades, the droplets on glass turn into tiny prisms. Each droplet refracts a different hue, painting a rainbow over the square. Some claim that rainbows were actually stained glass made by early monks. The rumor travels faster than the wind, and you catch your breath. The glass now holds the spectrum of all the light that once fell upon it. You step forward, following the path where the light has disappeared. A faint shimmer remains on a broken piece, glimmering like a secret. You press your palm against the glass, feeling the memory pulse within. The pulse carries a faint echo of old prayers whispered to the stones. Your footfalls are quiet, each press a measured beat. The alley feels almost alive under the dripping rain. You hear the old iron hinge of a shop window creaking in relief. Its sound is like a sigh, soft and long. The old shopkeeper appears, dusting the panes with ritualistic care. He turns to you, a smile spreading across his lined face. "Keep looking," he says, voice low as a prayer. You nod, hearing the words as a lullaby for restless mind. The night grows deep, the glow from the street lamps fading. Your breath fogs the air slightly, a gentle mist. You lean against a stone wall, feeling the coolness of the plaster. A child's shadow flickers across the wall as they skip stone. The skipping stone clatters on the cobble, a small, bright ping. You chuckle softly about a childhood game where losing was winning. A stray cat licks its paw against the glass fragment behind the wall. Its whiskers graze the glass, leaving tiny fingerprints. The cat flicks its tail, indifferent to the quiet world. You watch the cat, feeling the sense of place settle in. The market stalls have long since shut, leaving their scent on the air. The scent remains faint, a perfume of dried herbs and warm wood. A gust of wind carries the scent to your ears. You inhale deeply, allowing the fragrance to mingle with the glass's memory. Your mind drifts to the stories you have collected, each one nested within a shard. The whisper of old voices reaches you through the glass, soft as a promise. You listen, each word wrapped in the echoing silence. The glass cracks, but the crack is not new. It is a pattern etched in time. You feel the weight of history pressed against your palm. A faint tremor passes through the ground, reminding you that the world moves. The vibration of the city travels, gentle and steady. You close your eyes, feeling the city pulse in slow rhythm. Your heartbeat matches the rhythm of the alley, a quiet syncopation. The glow of the street lamp flickers, then steadies into a calm. The light casts long shadows, stretching through the doorway. You step through the doorway, crossing from the glass alley into the marketplace. The market hums quietly, its stalls silent but vibrant. A lone lantern sits on a wooden stool, its flame dancing slowly. You tap the lantern, and the gentle sound of metal resonates. The metal clink echoes through the lane, a soft, familiar hum. Your ears catch the distant murmur of people preparing for the night. A vendor shouts softly from afar, fresh herbs, good fortune. Yet the vendor's voices fade into a calm background hum. You watch them, feeling the warmth of their presence. A child runs past, leaving behind a trail of laughter and a splash of water. The splash resonates like a small drumbeat against the cobble. You hear the echo of a distant train whistle, distant and faint. The sound dissolves into the night's gentle hush. You press your left hand to your chest, feeling a steady rhythm. Your pulse slows, matching the calm of the night. As you wander, a glass bottle catches your eye, its surface unpolished. You lean close, peering into the dark liquid inside. The liquid shimmers, reflecting the faint streetlight. Its color is a deep green reminiscent of wet moss. The bottle is old, its rim cracked. You pick it up, feeling the cool glass against your fingertips. You turn it over, noticing the tiny stains, the fingerprints of its journey. Historians still argue whether the earliest glass factories were run by monks. The repetition of the phrase lingers like a mantra. You set the bottle down beside a stone, listening to the ambient drips. A single stone drips, the sound resonant like a heartbeat in the alley. You pause, feeling the echo on your chest. The rain turns to drizzle, adding a subtle tick to the night. Every droplet on glass forms a tiny crystal, catching light. You watch a raindrop slide down a pane, a ribbon slipping clean. The drop's journey is a silent dance, graceful and simple. You watch, a gentle, calming rhythm in the world around you. The world feels like a lullaby, soft and soothing. A laugh bubbles up from your throat, a relief from the long walk. You share a quiet giggle with yourself, as if the world is listening. The laugh is short, almost a sigh, a testament to ease. The world continues, a slow, steady motion. You breathe in, hear the pulse of the city at night. Your mind relaxes, the chatter of day easing into rhythm. A gentle wind brushes your cheek, whispering soft words. You follow the wind, feeling it guide your path. Your footsteps echo on the stone, gentle and rhythmic. They sync with the sound of your own pulse. A cat stirs from a nearby bench, tail flicking lazily. Its eyes glitter in the dim light, a calm presence. You watch the cat, remembering how it once followed a lost boy in a dream. You think of that time he followed a dog through the rain, laughing at a puddle. Your smile grows wider, amused by the coincidence. The market's glow is dim, but the lanterns still burn. Their flames crackle softly, a comforting sound. A distant bark from a stray dog echoes, a soft reminder of companionship. You hear the bark, feeling it in your chest. The bark seems to say, "Stay close, friends." You feel the sense of unity, the world around you. You move deeper into the alley, feeling the stone under your feet. You pause, feeling your own breath. You listen to the faint noise of a distant shop, a faint murmur. The noise swells into a soft hum, a lull that invites you to rest. You feel ready to surrender to the silence. The world around you is calm, the light soft, the scent heavy with herbs. You take a breath, feeling the herbs' aroma. The smell lingers, a comforting cloak around your senses. Your skin feels cool as a gentle river runs beneath. You feel the world slow, the pace gentle. You continue along the avenue, letting the glass shimmer guide you. The glass gleams, a reflection of your wandering mind. A small crack in the glass catches a sliver of light. It glints like a hidden jewel. You pause, feeling the tiny light on your palm. The light is warm, a faint warmth against the chill night. You let your fingers trace the crack, feeling an old secret. You imagine the light being trapped inside a memory, waiting to be let out. The glass holds the memory, but the night invites release. You feel the urge to follow the path the light suggests. Your feet find an invisible trail, guided by the glass's glow. The trail leads to a corner, a hidden courtyard. The courtyard is dim, but a lantern hangs overhead. Its flame sings softly, a gentle lullaby. The lantern's flame is steady, steady. It flickers, reminding you that light is alive. You set your palm against the lantern, feeling the warm air. The warmth envelopes your hand, a gentle kiss. You feel the night, the glass, the lantern, the memory. You think of your journey of the market, of the glass that reflected it all. You smile, feeling the humor of the absurd, the silly, the strange. Your smile is a private joke between you and the night. You feel the rhythm of your heart slowing further. You let your breath sink with the rhythm of the city. The night is a blanket, soft and inviting. You feel calm, safe, almost as if you are sleeping in a dream. You keep walking, letting the glass guide. The corridor opens wider, a new path revealed. You step forward into the new path, ready for the new story. The glass shines on your shoulder, a guide. You feel the quiet rhythm of the night. Your thoughts drift, following the rhythm of the street lamp. A quiet breeze passes, carrying a whisper from distant hills. The wind speaks in a gentle voice, encouraging rest. You listen as the wind carries you toward a quiet end. The market fades behind you, a memory in the glass. You turn, feeling a sense of gratitude for everything heard. You hear the glass sigh silently, a soft exhale. The sigh is like a lullaby for the night. Your steps soften. You find a small path leading to a quiet place. You walk into this place, ready to rest. The glass still glows softly, a beacon of stories. You hear a quiet hum, a lull that invites your mind to drift. You feel ready to let the night wash over you. You find a spot, sit on a stone, and let the silence fill you. You feel the stone cool, the glass warm on your cheek. Your mind calms, and the glass reflects that calm. The glass whispers, a gentle word in your ear. You turn to the glass, and it shows the starry sky. You breathe, hearing the night's gentle breath. Your body relaxes, weightless, as you sink into the present. You see the faintest glow of the lantern, steady and warm. The lantern flickers, a steady heartbeat. You breathe in, feeling the scent of wet stone and herbs. Your breath sinks with the flicker. Like a lull, you close your eyes, hearing the world around you as a lullaby. The world drifts towards sleep, a gentle tide. You lean back, feeling the stone beneath you. You feel the rhythm of the night, a soothing hum. Your thoughts settle like water in a bowl. You feel peace, a gentle, calm warmth. You breathe deeper, letting the world hum around you. Each breath is a tiny echo of the glass. The glass hums, echoing your breath, a calm. The night swallows your sighs, soft and endless. You feel as if the world is breathing you in. Your mind drifts, wandering through glass, lantern, and rain. You hear faint sounds, a distant murmur, a faint clink. You feel them like soft kisses. The night is all around, quiet. You feel the stone, the glass, the lantern, the rain. The world embraces you, soft as a blanket. You let your body drift into a deeper rest. You sense the world around you calm. You breathe, feeling the rhythm. The rhythm slows your thoughts. The rhythm matches your heart, a subtle rhythm. The rhythm is the universe's lullaby. You feel the whisper of the glass, its soft crack. Your mind relaxes into the world. You find your pulse slowing, a gentle drum. Your pulse feels steady, a whisper of life. The pulse matches the night. The night guides you into dreamland. The glass whispers, a final lull. You feel at peace. You close your eyelids, feeling the world in stillness. You close your eyelids, feeling the world in stillness. A soft wind lifts them, revealing a narrow path. Stones line the way, old and weathered. Their surfaces crinkle under your fingertips. Each stone hums a forgotten lullaby. The air tastes of damp earth and oak. You lean forward, the path beckoning. Ancient whispers curl around your ears. You hear legends rustling through the moss. You smile, delighted by the subtle humor. The ground underfoot shifts softly. It sighs with every careful step. A breeze carries faint, rusted metal. You imagine a long-lost forge nearby. Metal clinks in the distance, faint. You pause, letting the silence settle. Stone whispers speak of kings and queens. Old empires once walked this very path. The Romans built the first paved roads across Europe. These stones feel their legacy. You feel grateful for the quiet. A curious cat darts past. It pauses to sniff your hand. Its eyes flicker with golden wisdom. You chuckle at the feline's patience. A distant bell rings slowly. It drips like a single heartbeat. You sense the echo of centuries. A path winds toward an ancient hill. You move gently, following its curve. Your breath rises, mingling with the mist. Tiny droplets cling to your coat. You feel the world around you shift. A faint glow breaks the gloom. It marks the spot where legends live. The stones hold a secret song. You press your palm against the lowest one. It shivers, humming a hidden chord. History folds into your palm. You hear whispers of forgotten kings. You hear a rumor about dragon-powered wind. Some say the town of Dingleton's Wind was once fueled by dragons. The idea tickles a fringe curiosity. You pause, letting the thought resonate. You feel a gentle, amused pulse. A breeze nudges you forward. The path bends into shadow. The stones glisten with fresh rain. You step onto a moss-clad slab. It cools your soles instantaneously. A trickle of water escapes somewhere ahead. You hear it, an almost imperceptible ripple. You feel more present than ever. Your mind settles into a slow rhythm. Soft syllables drift from the stones. It feels like a lullaby sung by the past. You close your eyes briefly again. The wind whispers a secret line. You open again, curiosity glowing. You notice a faint, swirling pattern. It spirals toward the horizon. The ancient path is a living memory. You follow its call. A hidden alcove opens before you. It smells faintly of amber and spice. The stones here glow softly. They cradle a quiet story. Your heart twinges at the familiarity. You imagine travelers from ages ago. They had the same path beneath them. They heard legends in stone. Their footsteps echoed in your imagination. You feel empathy for those ancient souls. You wonder what they carried with them. Perhaps they carried a candle. You imagine the flame's gentle flicker. A flicker that warmed the stone floor. That candle may have sparked the first lantern. The path remembers the warmth. Your own body warms from the memory. You continue walking with relaxed cadence. Each step sounds like a soft drum. The stones absorb the rhythm. They reverberate back through your bones. The ancient path leads near a forgotten well. You pause, feeling a small pull towards it. The well's mouth glistens blue. It looks like a sleeping eye. The water inside shimmers with starlight. You listen as the water speaks softly. They say water can remember. Your sense of stillness deepens. A breeze carries a faint echo, a call into the deep. You feel the echo resonate in your chest. You smile, amused by this thought. Your breath becomes a steady stream. You breathe with the rhythm of the earth. Historians still argue whether the earliest glass factories were run by monks. The phrase lands like a gentle mantra. Your mind takes a brief pause. You gather yourself and move forward. The path curls into a small clearing. Light pierces the canopy like a spotlight. It frames the stones with golden edges. You step closer, hearing faint murmur. An old stone speaks softly. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. A joke slips through the rustling leaves. You chuckle, almost at yourself. The sound of your laugh is soothing. The stones hold your chuckle. An ancient echo answers softly. You feel an invisible hand guiding you. The wind pushes you onward. You follow the breeze's subtle direction. The trail leads toward a towering oak. Its roots twist in a protective spiral. You feel the oak's ancient pulse. The path's silence is broken by its rustle. Stones beneath the roots shift subtly. A subtle tremor goes through your fingers. You feel the world breath with you. You step onto a mossy slab. It cradles your weight. You pause, feeling the weight of history. The stones whisper in a language older than time. You hear olden legends in the wind. You hear a rumor that some think the wind carries the soul of a giant. You laugh at the odd notion. You breathe in the damp air. You feel the earth's quiet heartbeat. You carry your steps like a prayer. Your heartbeat syncs with the stone's whisper. You realize that every stone here holds a story. You hear a faint song in the air. It sounds like a lullaby from 1,000 years ago. You feel the world settle around you. You feel a gentle hum in your ears. You continue, the path leading toward a tiny clearing. A stone archway stands at its center. It is carved with a pattern of birds. The birds fly in circular motion. They symbolize cycles of life. You touch the carvings lightly. The surface feels smooth and cool. The wind brushes against the birds. You feel the stone respond. A small crack in the arch glints. It glows with a subtle inner light. The light feels warm. You feel your skin prickling. You laugh softly, amused at the sensation. The sound of your laugh fades into silence. The path now shows a faint glow. It leads toward a well within the clearing. You feel a pull, like a magnet. The well glows with an inner blue light. You lean over the edge. The water reflects the moon above. They say water can carry memories. The water glints like a mirror. You feel the coolness seeping through your feet. You breathe in, feeling the world. You hear the subtle splash of water. You feel the whispering stone behind the water. The stone says, "Hold the silence." You nod, feeling the depth. You feel the night around you. You hear the wind whisper a mantra. The mantra repeats softly in your mind. You feel more centered. You feel a sense of stillness. The path continues farther. You step to the far end. The stones lay in a straight line. It feels like a corridor. You notice a faint, flickering light. It is a lantern hung on a post. The lantern burns like a quiet star. You feel the warmth from its flame. You hear the faint ticking of a clock. The clock is ancient. Its minute hand sweeps slowly. It seems to count the stones. You pause to listen. The sound feels like a pulse. You inhale, feeling calm. You let the stillness surround you. You feel your breath match the pulse. You step closer to the lantern. The flame curls like a lazy wave. The light paints the stones in amber. You feel your footfall echo. The stone's surface is quiet. You feel the stone's memory. A voice echoes softly. It speaks of tales from old. They talk of kings and common folk. You feel the story settle inside you. You feel calm. You feel your heartbeat slow. A small wind shuffles through the path. The wind carries dust in tiny spirals. You watch dust dance. Dust clings to your hair. You feel a gentle tick of life. You pause and feel the light. The lantern flickers in rhythm. The light pulses with your breath. You breathe, feeling the rhythm. You feel at peace. You feel the stones hold a secret. They guard the stories. You feel the quiet echo. You hear the distant bells. A single bell rings softly. It sounds like an ocean wave. You feel your thoughts drift. You feel drawn to this quiet. You follow the path further. You step onto a stone that feels warm. The warmth is old. It emanates from the stone's core. You feel a slow pulse. Your fingers wrap around the stone. You feel its chill. You feel the stone's ancient breath. You hear the wind whisper. It asks, "What do you seek?" You answer with a smile. You continue. The wind carries your reply. It becomes the wind's own note. You feel a sense of belonging. You feel your steps become echoing. You feel time slow. You hear the stones talk. They speak of stillness. You feel the world around you. You feel a deep sense of calm. You feel at home. You feel your body settle. You feel the stone's breath. You feel your breathing slow. You feel each breath align. The world seems to pulse in unison. You feel a gentle lull. You feel the wind's song. You feel the path's gentle guidance. You feel the light of the lantern. You feel the stone's ancient memory. You feel connected to an ancient line. The path seems to close behind you. You glance back, feeling comfort. You turn forward again. You see the path curving around a small mound. You walk through it. Above, the sky is dark, but bright with stars. You feel a chill on your cheek. You touch the stone on your path. It feels cool. You breathe, feeling the chill. You feel the ground. You feel the stones at your feet. You feel the old silence. You feel the whisper of wind. You feel the weight of stone. You feel the stillness of the world. You feel the path's call. You feel the lantern's glow. You feel the world around you. You feel the peace. The wind whispers again. It is always around us. You feel a gentle smile. You feel a sense of comfort. You feel the path breathe. You feel the stones whisper stories. You feel your heart sink with them. You feel your feet find rhythm. You continue toward the end of the path. You step onto a final stone. It feels like a heart. You see your breath reflected in it. You feel a sense of stillness. You feel the world settle. You feel a quiet hush. You feel the final echo. You feel the lantern's flame. You feel the last warmth. You feel the stone's echo. You feel the world. You feel your breathing slow. You feel the wind's breath. You feel the path's final stop. You feel your heart settle. You feel the stillness deepen. You feel the stones hold a final story. You feel the wind hum. You feel the world in a quiet pause. You feel the last whisper. You feel the gentle breath of the night. You feel all calm. You feel all sound is a lullaby. You feel the wind's last note. You feel the ancient path end. You feel your journey complete. You feel safe. You feel fully at rest. You feel safe, your breath thickening like a quiet lullaby. You feel fully at rest, soft wind stirring the leaves. The cobbles lift, greeting hesitant feet, softly humming as you step. Between each pulse, hope breathes quiet, steady like a slow heartbeat. You notice a faint glow, lanterns hanging across the lane. Their light flickers, each a tiny candle of old stories. You pause, letting the glow wash over your face. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. A laugh slips out, echoing. The path stretches ahead, broken by a stone arch. It hums faintly like wind in an ancient cathedral. You move forward, each step a gentle drumbeat. A small wind shuffles dust, spiraling like confetti. The dust settles, creating a temporary skyline of silver. You breathe deep, slow, in harmony with the stones. The ground beneath feels warm, an old ember revived. A lantern posts, steady in their shadowed arms. You feel the light's pulse, soft as a breath of mist. You reach, palpating the stone's coolness beneath your palm. It answers, shimmering faintly, almost laughing. You chuckle softly, as if the stones amused themselves. The laughter ripples through the air, quiet and clear. You continue toward a cluster of flickering lights. They dance beneath the moon in rhythmic harmony. The moon's glow spills over the lane, painting silhouettes. You feel the darkness, yet not fear, just wonder. This lane has old names, many forgotten, some still whispered. You hear stories from dusty travelers, their voices trailing. One tale about a baker who baked bread by lantern light, not flame. It lingers like stale bread in a summer kitchen. Historians still argue whether the first printed books were born here, Gutenberg's hand. The phrase lands soft, like a memory at a midnight cafe. You feel the weight of centuries pressing lightly against your shoulders. The path bends into a smaller alley, lined by ivy. The ivy sighs, touching stone, whispering forgotten names. You lean your hand, trailing into the damp green. It tickles like a shy goose, shyly winking. A quiet hum fills your ears, deeper than the road. You listen like a patient listener to an old piano tune. The hum shifts into a rhythm of hope, like a slow drum. You sync your breathing to that steady thrum. Around you, lanterns sway, tiny lanterns like fireflies. Their flames twitch, mirroring your pulse. You notice light filtering through the leaves, creating a mosaic. The mosaic shapes like a hand-painted quilt of stars. The stars blink one by one like Morse code of the night. You laugh softly at the idea of a starry phone call. Remember that ridiculous rumor dragons once powered the lane lamps. You sigh. You think, could a dragon's breath have lit the path? A fringe jest. You smile, your mind dancing between fact and fable. You step a deliberate, measured stride into the next lane. The lane smaller, yet the light bigger, brighter. The lanterns, now old, their glass cracked, yet they glow. You feel the glow warm against your skin, like a whispered hug. The glow speaks of resilience, of light enduring the storm. You feel grateful for the lanterns, for their quiet endurance. The lanterns hang on a fence painted with old symbols. Symbols, spirals representing cycles of hope and darkness. You read carefully each spiral, imagining its meaning. A whispered legend travels, a story of a girl who stole light. Her heart burned like lantern fuel, fierce yet gentle. You feel her pulse echoed in your own heartbeat. The lane spreads into a clearing under a weeping sky. The sky rain pours softly, almost like a lullaby. The rain beats like distant drums tapping on the ground. You let your boots make contact, water turning into a song. The song, soft, lilting, fills your ears an ocean of sound. You close your eyes, letting the rain wash over the lane. The rain cleanses everything: dust, worry, old memory. You feel a sense of renewal, like a seed sprouting anew. You open your eyes, rain slicks the stones, glinting like tiny mirrors. The mirroring creates an endless hallway of light. You step carefully into the reflection, like a dancer on a stage. The stage opens, revealing an arch made of old stone. Under the arch, lanterns hang, a cascade of tiny glowing beads. They cascade like pearls dropping from a string of fire. You watch each drop settle on the stones, quiet as a sigh. Your breath matches, each drop slow and steady. You feel the hush of the world around, almost breathing. You notice an old woman standing at the arch's edge. She watches at first, then smiles, as if greeting an old friend. Her smile warm like the lanterns, softly luminous. You feel comfort, her presence, as familiar as a childhood lullaby. She turns toward you, eyes reflecting the lantern light. The light illuminates thin wrinkles of time, deep as a river. You feel the rhythm of centuries echoing through her gaze. She whispers, "Hope is a lantern, not a light. It glows even in dark." You nod, her words settle inside, like a seed in soil. Your mind takes the seed plants, sowing hope for tomorrow. The lane gives space for you to wander without hurry. The lane gives time to contemplate each lantern as a story. Each lantern holds a candle of someone who dared light the world. You feel her words like a gentle wave crashing on a quiet shore. The tide calms within you like a sleeping tide. You pause, listening to the rain's final drop just before the night deepens. The night grows layered like a quilt stitched from black silk. The quilt catches lantern light blazing softly in each seam. You feel the quilt wrap around your shoulders like a warm cloak. A wind ruffles through the street. The lanterns tremble softly. The tremble like the flutter of a sleeping bird's wing. You inhale deep breath, letting the wind carry away any residual tension. You exhale smooth, soft, allowing your mind to settle. You feel hope within, growing in the dim, lantern-lit lane. The lane keeps moving like a gentle tide, ever turning. A distant church tower pierces the night, its bell tender, hopeful. You hear its rhythm like a metronome, steady as a heartbeat. You step toward its doorway, carving your way forward. The doorway frames lanterns like a frame of amber glass. You step into, feeling cushioning light covering your feet, the light glossy like honey on a morning, warm. Your steps echo softly within the stone, reverberating. You feel your heart beating like a drum, keeping pace. The drum of the night drinks in your breath, steady, calm. You hear more whispers drift through, lanterns echoing in time. They speak of forgotten love, of hope, of lives carried by light. You let those whispers wrap around you like a blanket. You feel this lane becomes your secret garden, lit by lanterns. The garden flows through, each lantern a guardian. You pause at a corner where the lane meets a small square. The square holds an old fountain, still, dark, serene. The fountain drops slip into a pool, forming tiny ripples. Each ripple reflects lantern glow, creating a mosaic floor. You step into this mosaic, sensing soft vibrations under shoes. The vibrations match your breathing rhythm, slow and deliberate. You feel ground under your feet solid, yet ancient. The old stones carry stories of a boy who danced under lantern glow. You dance quietly your own silent dance under lantern light. The rhythm guides footsteps through this enchanted lane. You feel lanterns watching each movement like an attentive audience. The audience silent, kind accepts your journey. Your journey becomes part of a larger tapestry woven by night. You notice a small plaque on a stone at the square's edge. The plaque carries an inscription of a medieval traveler. Traveler wrote, "Light may fade, but hope glows inside." You read each word feel like a gift. You place hand on the plaque warm stone. Your palm feels soft, the stone captive of cold. You whisper, "Thank you, light, lantern's friend." The whisper merges into the night like a soft chord. A hush lulls over the lane, silence, gentle, deep. You feel sudden contentment bursting within like a candle flame. You see lanterns still swaying, though no wind, just your breath. Your breath guides your steps through this quiet realm. You hear an ancient melody within lantern light. The melody follows your heartbeat in a perfect match. You feel tucked by lanterns like a child in a nest. The nest holds comfort shielding you. Lanterns are more than light, they're stories, hopes, quiet memories. You feel your own story joining this glowing choir. You notice a stray cat wanders near the fountain. It watches your movement with eyes, bright, curious. You watch cat pause, then slip through lantern shadows. You feel cat's curiosity echoing your own desire. You step on the next stone, feel stone's age steady. A stone reveals an inscription, half hidden by moss. The inscription reads, "Be still, the world listens." You feel world a companion listening quietly. You pause, listen, feel your heartbeat join the world's rhythm. You feel heartbeat sink smooth, humming. This lane becomes an intimate conversation between you and light. The conversation stretches into the distance, beyond your sight. You feel a tug of curiosity toward unseen. You turn toward an unseen path lit by distant lanterns. They shine like stars, guiding your feet. You trace toward them step by step. Each step lights a new lantern behind you. Behind lanterns glow like a memory trail. You feel like a traveler lighting his own path with hope. The path opens at a small bridge arched over a trickling stream. The stream reflects lantern glow shimmering. Lanterns line the bridge, creating light bridges. You step onto the bridge, feel water beneath foot. Water trembles, murmuring whispers like distant voice. You listen, every splash adding to the quiet. You see lanterns above mirrored, double like a window. You feel double light wrap your body. You are wrapped by hope, bright, soft. The bridge closes after a quiet moment like a closing page. You step back into the lantern-lit lane. You feel comfort settles over you like a quiet blanket. You turn toward your starting point aware. You see lanterns still glimmer like 1,000 fireflies. You feel each light talking softly to you. You listen, tune into one lantern shifting toward you. It glows pale, warm, almost honeyed. You step closer into the glow, feel heat gentle. You reach toward its edge, touch soft. It pulses like a living heart, quiet. You feel hope flickering together, dancing. You breathe deep, let lantern light fill you. You let hope settle inside, steady, bright. You realize lanterns hold more than light. They hold promise. You feel your own promise glowing inside. The lane reminds each step makes hope stronger. You continue wandering through lantern glow, a gentle tide. Each step lights a memory of past travelers. You hear soft laughter from a lantern, like a friend. You follow its chuckle through the lane. You notice lanterns sway one by one like a chorus. You feel part of a chorus of hope, light, warmth. You feel this lane becoming an ever-expanding circle. You realize lanterns are like seeds, sprouting light. You know your steps are like seeds sprouting hope. You feel this light, your own seed, taking root. You see lanterns around like a halo, protective. You feel protected under their glow, safe. You feel your steps becoming steady pulse. You walk under lantern sky, silent, luminous. You feel time softly moving like a gentle tide. You listen, heartbeat match lantern's hum. You feel peace within every stone, every light. You feel this lane, your breathing, your hope, all aligned. You know lanterns are the lanterns of hope, not merely light. You feel your journey now a part of their story, a glowing thread. You pause at the lane's end where lanterns dim. The last lantern blinks small, quiet. You feel soft farewell, like a whispered goodbye. You breathe deep, calm knowing light remains. You feel hope still alive within your chest, steady. You step forward into the night, lanterns behind like a trailing star. You feel lantern light within like a promise. You know your feet carry the lantern's light, quiet and steady. You feel this is an evening's lullaby, soft, slow. You hear lantern whispers, tender, echoing, hopeful. You inhale, lastly allow lantern warmth into your being. The wind lifts, lanterns hum into the sky. You feel your pulse together, lanterns pulse, quiet harmony. You feel your heart calm, steady, warm. You step away towards horizon, lanterns glowing behind. You feel hope's breath, soft, steady, guiding. You close your eyes on this scene, soft lull, light. You feel peace deep, deep, resting in your chest. You feel hope still within you, bright like a lantern that never dies. You feel hope still within you, bright like a lantern that never dies. The market lies silent now, its stalls emptied, the air thick with dust. A lonely lantern stands alone on the cobbled square, its flame flickering as if counting seconds. You inhale the scent of old wood, parchment, and that faint kiss of rain that never fell. The sky above is dusty, amber clouds hovering like lazy thoughts over the market. A thin breeze brushes your cheek, carrying whispers of merchants who once shuffled through. You feel the rhythm of the silence, a hum soft enough to hear your own pulse. The lantern's glow casts shadows that dance across cracked tiles like ghosts of past sales. The market's name echoes in your mind, Mercato di Fiori, a place known for its fragrant stalls. A mainstream fact lands. The Romans used market spaces to settle public disputes, not merely to trade. The idea sticks like a sticky sweet, reminding you that commerce carried power and politics side by side. You pause, letting the story soak into your ribs like warm tea after a long journey. A quirky detail flickers before your eyes, a rumor that market stalls are built atop ley lines. Some whisper that this alignment feeds the lanterns, their glow resonating with the earth's pulse. Historians still argue whether the market stalls were intended to control crowds or appease merchants. The debate lingers in the air like the scent of cumin, warm and unresolved. The lonely lantern flicks again, its flame breathing, as if breathing out the market's last sigh. Your feet shuffle across the cobblestones, each stone whispering the market's memory in soft tones. The dust rises in lazy spirals, capturing light like tiny ghosts chasing the lantern's glow. You inhale slowly, feeling the air thick with stories of traders, of lovers, of lost coins. A faint hum of the city beyond the market creeps through cracks, a distant lullaby. The lantern's flame wavers, casting playful shadows that mimic the market's forgotten rhythms. You realize that silence is not emptiness, it is an empty stage awaiting your footfall. You take a step, and the stone under your boot cracks open a small plaque. The plaque reads, "When the market closes, it keeps whispering in the night for wandering souls." The text is slightly faded, but the message lingers like the lingering scent of saffron. Your fingers trace the words, feeling the roughness of stone, the coolness against your palm. You feel a small warmth spreading, like the lantern's glow seeping into your skin. The market's silence becomes a lull, a blanket you wrap around yourself as night falls. A breeze sighs through cracks in the wall, carrying a song of old coins and distant bells. You listen closely, hearing the faint clink of a copper coin, as if it remembers a transaction. You close your eyes, letting the sound wash over you, painting a quiet picture of the market day. The lantern's flame flickers once more, as if nudging you toward the market's heart. You step forward, each footfall a soft thump echoing in the quiet square. The market's scent, sweet and damp, wraps around you like a shawl of memories. You pause, feeling the weight of the night shifting gently across your shoulders. That lantern still burns, steady enough to offer protection to anyone who steps close. Its ember is a quiet promise, a small light that refuses to sputter in the wind. You feel a sense of calm unfurling, like a slow sunrise over the wet bricks. The world narrows into this single point of light, everything else fading softly into darkness. You trace a line with your finger along the edge of the lantern, feeling its chill. The chill is not cold, it's the promise of clarity in a world of noise. You breathe in, and the scent of herbs and spice fills your lungs, mingling with damp stone. You breathe out, letting the air carry your thoughts away, leaving only the lantern's heat. A memory surfaces, the sound of a vendor's laugh echoing as he waved farewell. The laugh rides on the wind, a fleeting melody that lingers only minutes after. Your ears record it, as if a distant radio has tuned into old market frequencies. The laugh feels warm, like a blanket that wraps around your shoulders in the dark. The lantern continues to glow, unceasing, a living reminder that light persists. You see the flickering shadows of old market stalls, their silhouettes dancing as if alive. Every shadow is a story, a ghostly narrator of days when the square buzzed. You stand in silence, listening to each shade like a whispered secret. The lantern's ember stirs, creating tiny waves that ripple on the wet bricks beneath. You step forward again, feeling the soft surface warm beneath your feet. The market's hum feels like a lullaby, making you safe, as if night itself guards you. The lantern flickers, a steady heart beating against the quiet, offering a soft rhythm to match your breath. You inhale the damp air, heavy with history, and exhale a sigh that dissolves into silence. The scent of pine and wet stone fades into nothing, leaving only the lantern's steady glow. You keep stepping, each footfall leaving a small ripple, a trace of your presence. The market feels less empty now, as if it smiles at your curiosity. You listen to the soft creak of the ancient archway that shelters the lantern. It offers a haven where shadows gather, a miniature cathedral of whispered tales. The lantern's tiny flame mirrors the stars, a reminder that a candle can outshine a sky. You feel a deep gratitude rise, a warmth inside you that cannot be measured. A question tickles your mind. Does the lantern's light hold memory, or simply light? The lantern seems to answer, a soft glow breathing against your ear like a bedtime story. Your heart beats in sync, a gentle pulse that feels like an old clock ticking. The world around you hums gently, the city outside now a muted lull in the distance. You reach for the lantern's base, feeling the worn metal under your fingertips. Its texture is rough, a testament to years of weathering and steady light. The warmth from the flame leans against your hand, like a friendly hand at a bar. You pause, absorbing the moment as if sipping tea from a crystal cup. Your mind wanders back to the market's busiest days, when laughter roared like a river. The sound, now muted, feels like a distant choir, echoing in your sleep. The lantern's glow steadies you again, grounding your thoughts in the present. You feel the market's heart beating under the skin of this quiet lane. The lantern's ember still flicks, each pulse echoing a drumbeat in the dark. You let your fingers trace the worn glyphs etched into the stone beside the lantern. They are symbols of protection, of faith, of the simple belief that light can defy night. The night seems to tilt closer, a soft shawl draped over you, a blanket of starlight. You sense the lantern's warmth seeping into your bones, easing any tightness. The market behind you feels like a storybook, each page illuminated by a tiny glowing ember. You lean back, watching the night unfold like a slow sunrise over the damp stones. The lantern's light is steady, reminding you that even empty streets can hold a life. The silence around you thickens, yet it feels like a gentle hug from the night. You hold the lantern closer, feeling its pulse against your chest. Its glow sways, as if inviting you to dance with shadows in the mist. Your breathing slows, and a calm settles over you, a hush that stays even when you leave. The market's ancient stones hum a low frequency, a hidden lullaby kept in the earth. You sense the rhythm deep in your legs, encouraging you to move onward. Your feet feel buoyant, as if walking on a cushion of silence. The lantern's glow rises, painting a gentle path ahead, like a glowing breadcrumb trail. You take one more step, feeling the stone's coolness still underfoot. The lantern's heat is steady, a reminder that light persists even when unseen. You carry it within you, an ember to kindle your own inner journey. The night stretches on, the marketplace a quiet sea, the lantern a lone star. You stand, the lantern's flame whispering a story older than the cobbles beneath your feet. The night air tastes of wet stone and forgotten spice, a scent you almost forget. You sense the quiet pulse of the market, slow as a cat's midnight stroll. A faint hush drifts past, carrying a memory of laughter that once echoed through the stalls. You hear the lantern's flame crackle, a tiny fire that feels like a friend. It glows like a low-grade TV that still has a signal, but the signal is warm. The light flickers, each ember a heartbeat you can almost feel in your palm. You lean closer, as if the flame could answer the questions you keep to yourself. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen you joked about early on. Its absurd smell returns here, a reminder that every odd memory leaves a trail. You chuckle softly, a sound that mingles with the wind brushing stone. The world feels oddly familiar, as if you're a guest from a storybook. A subtle wind carries the scent of dried herbs, cumin, and old paper. The smell pulls you into a memory of traders bartering with scarves made in winter, so heavy. You imagine a vendor's hand, rough from palm to skin, offering saffron ribbons. The scent is a quiet lullaby, a sound you've never heard but suddenly understand. The lantern's heat spreads, a gentle wave of warmth at your fingertips. You press your hand against the metal, feeling the subtle vibrations of old fire. It is a quiet reassurance, like a hand on the shoulder that never moves. You notice that the vibration follows the rhythm of the rain's slow hiss. You feel the stone beneath your feet, textured with decades of footsteps. Each stone seems to sing a note, a deep, resonant hum that keeps the market alive. You step onward, the rhythm of the steps steady as a metronome. Every footfall is a whisper that the market still listens. You turn around to see the lantern casting long shadows down the lane. The shadows dance, like ancient dancers performing a silent ballet. They seem to remember the shape of a stall, a cloth, a coin. You imagine the merchants, their faces softened by evening light, their eyes twinkling. You pause, as if tasting the air, a breath that tastes like stories. The wind whispers through the cracks, a soft murmur that seems to speak in riddles. Your mind catches a fleeting image of a market hall, its walls lined with old maps. You realize you are the listener with all the stories inside. The lantern's flame seems to grow brighter when you bring up the word rain. Some say the lantern's flame speeds up whenever the word rain slips into a story. You feel your pulse quicken, as though the candle is breathing with you. It's a strange moment, a flicker that feels almost alive. The air grows cooler, yet the lantern's heat offers comfort, a pocket of sanctuary. You hear the distant chime of a bell, echoing across the wet night. The echo rolls over the stones, a gentle reminder of time's flow. You smile, realizing the bell is a guardian that never fails to warn. Your ears catch a soft murmur, a collective breath from the crowd that has vanished. The murmurs feel like a chorus, a secret choir of market souls. The sound is faint, but it carries the weight of 1,000 conversations. You inhale the sound, letting its quietness settle into your chest. The lantern's glow becomes a compass, guiding you deeper into the lane. You sense that the path ahead is lit simply to lead you to hidden stories. You notice that the path's stones seem to shift, as if eager to show you something. The lane feels like a living book, waiting for a curious reader. You step into an archway, its arch forming a doorway to a forgotten era. Its stone arches echo the shape of waves, suggesting the market was water-bound. You feel the cool air that rises from the arch, a breeze that almost looks like a ghost. The arch smells of damp stone, of a history kept in the dampness. The lantern's flame flickers like a candle on a medieval bridge, a quiet miracle. You feel the subtle hum of the night, like a lullaby for those who stay too long. You realize the lantern is a witness to the market's closing rituals. It whispers stories that have no voice, but a glow to fill the silence. You notice a plaque etched beside the lantern, its letters half washed by time. It reads, "When the market closes, it keeps whispering in the night for wandering souls." The plaque seems to hold a secret, a promise to those who pause at its edge. You touch the stone, feeling the roughness that has endured centuries. You hear a faint clink, the echo of coins, the heartbeat of trade. The sound feels like a lull that wraps around you, comforting as a blanket. You close your eyelids, letting the sound paint a quiet picture of the market day. You feel like you've been there, hearing every secret in the air. The lantern's flame seems to pulse, a quiet rhythm that syncs with your breath. You exhale slowly, letting the rhythm guide your thoughts like a gentle hand. The night grows deeper, but you feel the warmth of the lantern guiding you. Your mind fills with images, each more vivid than the last. You hear a distant murmur from the market's heart, the echoing laughter of merchants. The laughter is old, like a melody from a lullaby you never heard but understand. You picture the vendor's palm, rough from salt, offering a bouquet of herbs. You realize the market was filled with stories, each carried by the wind. The lantern's flame flickers again, a silent promise of warmth in darkness. You notice the glint of its ember, a tiny flame that never sputters. It is a reminder that even in the night, light can be found. You feel the market's breath, a quiet pulse that keeps the lane alive. You feel a strange connection to the lantern, a shared journey through time. The lantern's glow is steady, a compass pointing toward hidden memories. You imagine walking past streets filled with the scent of spices and rain. The market's whisper echoes in your mind, a soft lullaby that never ends. You hear the distant call of a rooster, barely audible over the rain. It is a reminder of morning, of a day that will soon arrive. You feel the market close its doors gently, like a curtain drawn at dusk. You realize the night invites you to listen to its stories. The lantern's heat is comforting, a small island in a sea of darkness. You feel the stone under your shoes shift, the earth breathing slowly. The air smells of damp stone and forgotten histories, alive and ancient. You lean into the night, feeling the warmth at your fingertips. You feel like you are part of the market's silence, a listener to its secrets. The lantern is a friend that never leaves you. You realize the story continues, a melody of light and shadow. The night grows quiet, but the lantern's glow stays strong. At the foot of the path, a soft moss covers the stones, a green cushion. You step lightly, the moss damp from the night's rain, a small cushion of comfort. The path feels like a vein, carrying light from the lantern to a distant horizon. You feel the lane's pulse in your heart, a steady rhythm echoing the night. You notice the lantern's flame dancing, a soft flicker like a candle on a window pane. It reminds you of a midnight story, a whispered secret you almost hear. You imagine the lantern as a tiny star, guiding lost travelers home. You feel the market's heart hum in your ears, a lullaby wrapped in stone. The market fades, leaving only memories and the cool night. You see a quiet lane lined with old stones, a silent witness to years. You smell the rain, sharp, clean, a reminder of fresh beginnings. You feel the lantern's ember burning gently, a beacon in the dark. The wind sighs through the archways, carrying with it a scent of old parchment. You imagine the merchants leaving behind messages, like secrets in a bottle. You feel the market's silence, a hush that invites you to step closer. Your breath slows, syncing with the night's gentle pulse. You sense the market was once a gathering place where people shared stories. You imagine a vendor's voice low, telling jokes that made patrons laugh. The laugh is soft. The sound ripples through the stone like a ripple in a pond. You feel the memory of a shared joke, a connection across centuries. You notice a thin thread of light, the lantern's glow shining through the rain. It feels like a lantern tucked in a pocket of darkness, safe and bright. You imagine carrying it into the depths of the night, a small light against the storm. You feel warmth, a familiar fire, a quiet promise. You realize the lantern is a small witness to the market, its flicker a steady whisper. You feel the market's presence like a memory that never fades. You breathe in, feeling the damp air fill your lungs, the scent of old stone. You exhale, letting the moment wash over you, a soft, gentle goodbye. The lantern's flame keeps a steady pulse, as steady as a heart, and as comforting. You feel your own pulse quicken, matched to the glow, like two rivers converging. You find comfort in the rhythm of both, a quiet lull that soothes. The night keeps its promise, a slow breath that invites you to stay. You sense the market's history lingering in the damp stone, a story etched into the earth. The stone under your feet feels warm, holding old secrets like a secret diary. You imagine a young boy looking up, his eyes bright, listening to the whispers. You feel that story continue, a thread weaving through the night. You notice a faint sound, a distant murmur from somewhere nearby. It sounds like an old shop, perhaps its owner still whispering to the stone. You imagine the old shop still humming the same melodies as old traders of before. You feel the music of the market echoing softly in the air. A single line of light breaks the darkness, a small beam that guides you forward. You step into the light, its warmth like a breath of fresh air. The lantern lifts you up, carrying a promise that lasts through the night. The market's heart beats, steady and reassuring. You sense the market's presence in the walls, the scent of old wood and ink. You taste the dry air, a reminder of a time when people traded stories and silk. You hear a distant hum, faint, but unmistakably, the market's lullaby. You feel the rhythm pulse under your feet, steady as the lantern's flame. You think of the first recorded market charter in Bruges, dated 1219, granting merchants rights to sell spices. It was a document that changed commerce forever, a point where market rules were written. The detail feels like a breath of history, subtle yet powerful. You feel the weight of that past in the stone beneath your feet. The lantern glows brighter, perhaps a sign of encouragement or a warning. You imagine the lantern as a messenger that carries not just light, but hope. You feel the light's warmth wrapping around your shoulders, a comforting blanket. You listen to the wind, a hush that fills the empty stall. Some say the lantern's flame speeds up whenever the word rain slips into a story. You feel a subtle shift, the flame flickering like a nervous laugh. You imagine the market's vendors laughing at a joke about rain. The light seems to enjoy the humor, a gentle companion to your thoughts. Historians still argue whether the market's nightly closure was a ritual or a practical necessity. You feel the question echo in your mind, a ghost of debates carried by the wind. You imagine scholars in bright robes scribbling notes while the night drifts. The conversation turns into a quiet song, a rhythm that lulls your mind. Remember the crocodile dung sunscreen joke. It seems silly, yet the absurdity echoes in the quiet, a reminder of laughter. You feel a soft chuckle, your voice mingling with the night. The echo of laughter fades, but the memory warms like a candle's glow. You sense the lanterns flicker as a heartbeat that keeps the night alive. It is a steady pulse, a rhythm that anchors you. You feel its presence as if it were an old friend, quietly keeping time. Your mind drifts to moments when a candle guided you in dark, uncertain paths. The lantern's glow feels like a small star, a bright point amid a sea of darkness. The light stays steady, as unchanging as the moon that sits high above. You feel a sense of peace, the lantern's warmth, a gentle hug. The night wraps around you, a quiet blanket of stars. You feel the market's legacy in the quiet stone, a whisper from its ancient heart. Every stone seems to hold a secret, a memory waiting to be heard. You feel the stone's weight, a gentle reminder that a market lives inside the earth. You breathe in the dampness, tasting the scent of history that lingers. You hear a soft murmur, the rustle of leaves in the wind. It sounds like a song that only old trees can sing, a lullaby so old. You feel the sound washing over you, like a wave on the shore. Your hand touches the lantern, feeling the heat of the fire. You realize the lantern's flame is a compass, a point that guides wandering souls. You feel the light pulse, steady and reassuring, echoing your own heartbeat. You step deeper, the lane turning like an old road leading to forgotten stories. The night deepens, but the lantern keeps its promise. You look at the lantern, seeing how the flame's light glides through the night. You feel the edges of your breathing, slow and deep, as the flame burns steady. You think about how the night invites you to listen to stories past, carried by rain. You feel the lantern's glow as a friend that never leaves. You notice a small mossy patch beneath the lantern, a green cushion that is soft. You step forward, the moss sighing as you touch it, a quiet whisper of earth. The feeling is familiar, as though the moss remembers your footsteps. You feel comfort in the quiet patch, a gentle reminder of nature's steady rhythm. You are still breathing, the light steady. The market's voice whispers across stone and wind, an unearthly lullaby. You feel like an old traveler, guided by the lantern's flame. You sense that the night is not empty, but full of hidden stories. You feel a subtle breath of cool wind against your cheek. The wind carries a smell of rain, fresh and clean and comforting. You hear the soft crackle of fire in the lantern, a familiar rhythm. The night listens to your heartbeat, a quiet partner in the darkness. You feel the lantern's glow steady, a candle burning without fear. You think about the market and the stories hidden within stone. You imagine the market as a living creature, breathing in the quiet. You feel a sense of wonder, a gentle excitement that tugs at your heart. You sense the lantern's presence as a warm hand, offering guidance. You feel a comfort, like listening to a familiar old song, soothing your soul. The night falls deeper. The lantern remains bright, a tiny beacon. The market whispers its secrets. You hear them with gentle curiosity. You notice the scent of damp stone, of old parchment lingering. You take a breath, feeling the air fill your lungs like a soft song. You exhale slowly, letting worries melt away with the quiet. You feel the night wrap around you, slow and peaceful. You hear a faint hum, a distant memory. It sounds like an old market bell, a soft chime. It echoes through the night, a lullaby that lulls you. The sound of the bell makes you smile, a gentle smile that fits the moment. The lantern's flame stays steady, a steady heart in the night. It's the market's pulse, a rhythmic glow that keeps you grounded. You sense that the lantern's light carries stories, a quiet messenger. You feel the night's blanket, a gentle, protective layer. You find yourself moving, like a child chasing a stray ember. Each step you take, the lantern's glow stays with you. The path is quiet, the air crisp. The feeling is calm and a little adventurous, a quiet adventure. The market's silence feels like a blanket held gently. You wrap yourself in it, warm and safe. The night feels like a soft sigh, a blanket of comfort. You lie in the quiet, the lantern steady and bright. You recall the old market walls, a testament to the passage of time. Stone, 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 each layer an old memory. You walk along them, feeling the coolness of history. You step further into the lane, drawn by the market stories. Historians still argue whether the market's nightly closure was a ritual or a practical necessity. You feel the debate echo in your ears, a faint murmur of scholars from ages past. You imagine them in bright robes, arguing under a moonlit sky. The argument becomes a quiet story, a lull that surrounds you. The lantern's glow moves softly, a quiet heartbeat that echoes in stone. You feel the rhythm in your chest, matching the lantern's steady pulse. You let your breath sink with the light, a calm, steady rhythm. The night feels like a gentle breath, a pause that comforts. You feel the market's quiet pulse, a steady drum in the wind. You walk, step by step, hearing the echo that sings a slow lull. The lane feels like a river, carrying you toward hidden stories. You feel the heat of the lantern steady, a guiding fire. You sense the lantern as a small, quiet storyteller, whispering tales to the night. You feel the flame steady, comforting, and bright. You let the glow carry you forward. The market stays alive inside the stone, a lullaby that never ends. You notice the lane stretches ahead, a quiet path that leads to the horizon. You feel the cool rain touch your skin, dampening worries. The lantern lights the way, steady glow in the darkness. You walk, feeling the market's ancient breath on your back. You feel the lantern's flame like a small, loyal dog, barking softly in the dark. It does not scare you, it comforts, a friend that is ever present. You let your mind drift, a slow, gentle current. You are at ease as the night surrounds you. You sense the market's presence deep within, a memory that lingers. The stone under your feet echoes with the sound of trade. You hear the faint murmur that comes from a distant stall. You feel the calm that comes from hearing the market in the rain. You think about the first recorded market charter in Bruges, dated 1219, granting merchants rights to sell spices. You feel the memory pulse beneath your footfalls. The charm of that moment in history stays close. Your breath slows, matching the lantern's steady glow. You notice the lantern's flame flicker like a heartbeat in the night. You feel it pull you forward like a quiet whisper guiding you. You walk, feeling every step a steady rhythm. The lane feels like a path of stories, quietly waiting. You breathe, listen, and feel the lantern's comfort. You feel the market's pulse, the quiet breath that lingers in the stone. You see the light stay steady, a beacon against the dark. You feel at ease in the night's quiet embrace. You feel a sudden sense of release, as if all worries melt like ice. The lantern's light carries you into a quiet, safe place. You are wrapped in a blanket of calm. The night remains serene, inviting you to continue your journey. You realize the lantern's light never dims, a steady glow that never fails. It is the market's heartbeat, a lull that keeps the night alive. The night listens to your footfall, gentle and accepting. You feel the serenity of stone, cool and ancient. You hear a soft rustle, the wind whispering through the lane. It feels like a conversation with old stones. The sound is almost a lullaby, soothing and gentle. You feel a quiet comfort as the night embraces you. You hear the market's voice through the wind, a lull. It is a soft story told to those willing to listen. You feel the lantern's glow steady, a safe companion. You feel at peace with the night. You sense the lantern's steady flame, a promise of light in darkness. It is like a lighthouse, steady and unwavering. You feel the lantern's warmth on your hand. You feel calm, comfort, and a subtle excitement. The night grows deeper, but the lantern keeps glowing. Its flame stays steady as the stars above. You feel the light guiding you forward. You walk, feeling the stone under your boots, a quiet rhythm that never fails. You notice the lantern's glow like the eye of a quiet sea, calm and steady. You feel the peace that comes from knowing the night is always there. You feel the lantern's light guide you into the next story. You continue, a quiet journey. You sense the market's presence in the damp air, a smell of herbs and wood, a scent that is old but sweet. You feel the stone under your foot, a steady rhythm. You feel the lantern's light keep you safe. You remember the old market stories whisper in the night. You feel the memory echo in the rain. The lantern's glow stays steady, an unwavering partner. You let the night breathe around you, deep and calm. You notice the market's legacy in the stone, an echo of laughter and trade. The stone feels warm under your hand, a gentle memory. You sense the market alive, a quiet, steady heart that keeps the lane alive. You are at peace, feeling the lantern's glow steady as always. You hear a soft hum in the night, a song that only the market can sing. You feel the hum wash over you, gentle and serene. The lantern glows, a steady ember in the dark. You feel the night quiet around you, a gentle lull. You sense the lantern's flame steady, a pulse that keeps the night alive. It is like a heart that never skips a beat. You feel its presence as a guiding light. You feel the calm that comes from that steady glow. You feel a rush of wind, a breath that fills the space. The lantern stays bright, a beacon in the dark. You feel the stone below your feet pulse. The night listens, patient and calm. You hold the lantern, feeling its heat. You hear the wind, gentle and bright. You feel the light steady, a guide through the dark. The market's heart keeps beating in stone. You feel the lantern light like a gentle friend, telling you stories across centuries. You hear a faint clank, a memory of coin. You feel the stone's memory, soft and cool. The night feels warm and safe. You hear the market's soft breath, a lull that fills the lane. You listen to the subtle hum that lives nearby. The lantern keeps its glow steady. You feel calm and safe. You sense the market's quiet presence. The stones whisper in silence. The lantern's glow stays warm and steady. You feel at ease, and the night invites you to rest. You feel the lantern, the steady flame a quiet companion. You feel the wind, a gentle sigh. You feel the stone, ancient and solid. You feel calm, safe, almost asleep. You realize the lantern is your guide, steady light in darkness. It promises to keep you safe through the night. You feel the calm, the quiet calm of the lane. The market stays alive, softly breathing. You hear a faint whisper, the market's pulse. It is a quiet lullaby. You feel the lantern steady, aglow. You are ready for night's next chapter. You feel the rain begin to wash the cobbles clean, a gentle tide across the lane. The wind whispers against the stone, a low hum that steadies your breathing. You pause, letting the mist glide over your skin like a soothing kiss. The air tastes of wet earth, a scent that harks back to olden times. You remember the legend that the first market stalls were set by guilds to shape commerce. That guild system, born in the 12th century, still echoes in the way traders greet each other. A faint echo of the old law rings in the cool dampness, a memory that lingers. You note the quirky rumor that a trader tied onion slices to his stall and sold more goods. It feels oddly comforting that even the smallest detail can have such influence. You smile at the absurdity, a gentle chuckle spilling into the night air. A soft wind lifts the dust, carrying it upward like a faint banner. The scent of fresh rain mingles with the faint aroma of spiced meat on distant carts. The market feels alive, each stall whispering a story of trade and tradition. You think about how the wind might erase the lines of yesterday's signs. The lane seems to hold its breath, awaiting the hush of evening. You feel the soft vibration of the lantern pulse against your palm, steady as a heartbeat. Historians still argue whether the nightly closure was ritual or necessity, a choice of mind. You lean closer, the embers glow a compass in the dark. The cool air presses against your cheeks, as if telling you to listen. A distant church bell rings, its sound bouncing over stone walls, soft and low. You hear the faint crackle of your lantern, a comfort in the hush. Your breathing synchronizes with the rhythm of the evening, slow and deliberate. You imagine the market as a living quilt, stitched together by stories and scent. A gust sweeps past, carrying the scent of roasted chestnuts and wet fabric. You note the wind's rhythm, a lullaby that tells the lanes to rest. The moon rises high, casting a silver shimmer over the stones. You feel a sense of calm wash over you, like a blanket of silence. Your thoughts drift toward the market's past, to the trader's laughter. The memory of salt-tinged breath and clinking coin lingers in the air. The night carries your footsteps, turning them into a quiet song. You notice a small shadow moving behind a stall, but it is only the wind. The wind makes the leaves dance, a silent applause under the lantern's glow. The lantern casts a warm circle around your shoulders, a pocket of daylight. You feel the market's pulse under your feet, steady and unhurried. A drip from the eaves falls onto the stone, a gentle punctuation mark. You watch rain beads, each tiny droplet a tiny mirror reflecting the lantern's light. The sound of water on stone is a chorus, calm and steady. You smile, feeling as if the world is breathing with you. The lantern's flame seems to breathe too, exhaling a pale exhalation. You sense the lane's history humming softly, like a secret that never leaves. The market feels whole today, filled with the whispers of the past. You pause, then step forward, following the invisible path of lamplight. The lane turns, a gentle slope leading toward the river. You feel the cool water's scent, mingling with the market's scent of spices. The river glistens under moonlight, a ribbon of silver on wet stone. You hear faint splashes, a water rhythm accompanying your steps. The night feels safe, holding you like a cradle of old stories. You continue walking, the lantern steady as ever, guiding your way. You hear the distant bells of a nearby chapel, their chimes soft and deep. These sounds mingle, creating a symphony that soothes the restless mind. The path narrows, the walls rise like old storytellers watching over the lane. You feel the stone underfoot, vibrating with a faint memory of trade. Your breath slows, each inhale matching the lantern's gentle pulse. The night deepens, and the lantern's glow becomes a small beacon. You sense that each step brings you closer to the heart of the lane. The lane feels almost alive, its walls humming, its stones breathing. You approach a small square, the center lit by a solitary lantern. Around it, the market's glow fades, but a faint echo remains. You sit down on a stone bench, letting the night settle. The lantern's ember flickers, casting shadows that play upon the stone. You let your mind drift to the market's early days, to bustling chatter. A memory surfaces of traders bargaining over spices, of laughter ringing out. You pause, then smile, feeling the lantern's warm hand upon your shoulder. The sky above is a tapestry of clouds, a silver sheen of rain. You hear a distant owl call, a murmur that blends with the market's hush. The owl's cry is low, a counterpoint to the lantern's glow. You feel the lantern's light wrap around you, a shield against the chill. The lane's stones shift subtly, as if shifting their own memories. You think of ancient trade routes, winding like a snake across the land. Every step resonates with that history, a heartbeat syncing with the lantern. You let the silence settle, thick as velvet, around you. You feel a gentle pull, like a tide drawing the sea close. The lantern flares slightly, as if answering your internal call. You close your eyes, letting the world fade to a dream. You feel the lane's pulse steady, like a lullaby for a wandering soul. You sense that the night is a sanctuary, a place to rest. The lantern's glow lingers, a steady companion as you drift. You breathe in, the cool air filling your lungs with peace. You exhale, releasing tension, letting it melt into the rain. The market's light fades farther, but its memory lingers like a bright star. You feel the world around you soften, the lane a quiet lullaby. You keep walking, letting the lantern direct you toward home. Your steps become whispers, a gentle echo of the day's closing. The wind guides you forward, a soft partner in the night. You find yourself at a small stone arch, marking the market's last gate. The arch opens, inviting you to step into the cool dusk. Inside, the lane feels longer, the shadows stretching like calm rivers. You pause, feeling the lantern's glow wrap around you, a soft shield. The light is steady, a constant in a realm of fleeting moments. You feel your heart rhythm sync with the lantern's slow pulse, tranquil and deep. The night feels like a blanket, covering everything with silence. You breathe softly, letting the cool air fill your lungs. The lantern's flame dances, a steady beat for your thoughts. You feel the market's heartbeat echo in your chest, slow and steady. You walk on, the path clearing as you move forward, guided by candle. Each step becomes a soft echo on the wet stones. You feel the light of memory wrap around you, a comforting whisper. The night continues, a silent choir of rain and rustle. You hear the faint call of a distant bird, a gentle farewell. The bird's song fades, leaving a calm echo behind. You continue walking, the lane stretching into a moonlit corridor. The lantern casts a pool of light that mirrors the starlight overhead. You feel the softness of the road beneath, the damp pebbles warm. The air grows cooler, a gentle chill that refreshes your skin. A faint scent of pine wafts through, reminding you of distant forests. You pause, inhaling the pine, letting it fill your mind with calm. Your thoughts drift to the market stalls closing, to the last torch lit. You recall the sound of a bell striking midnight, a hush that fell. A murmur of the wind weaves into that bell, making a lullaby. The lantern's ember glows brighter, reflecting the quiet world around. You feel a sense of completeness as the rhythm settles inside. The night wraps tightly, a blanket that cocoons every soul. You think of the traders who once walked these lanes, their stories alive. You feel their presence, a soft echo that lingers in the stones. Your heart pulses in sync with the lantern's steady flame. The wind whispers, guiding you to the final point of the lane. You see the end of the lane, a doorway to the night's embrace. The passage is shaded, the lantern casting a gentle glow on the threshold. You step forward, feeling the cool stone beneath your soles. You breathe, the night's chill a reminder of the day's warmth. The lantern's flame steadies, like a heart beating in the dark. You feel the silence around you, rich and full. The night draws near, the lane closes with a soft sigh. You know that somewhere, the market will open again at dawn. You close your eyes, letting the lantern guide you into dreams. The night hums, and you drift into a gentle sleep. You lean closer, the lantern's glow spilling like a shy star upon the cobbles. The air tastes thin, like the scent of old parchment and new secrets. An old voice whispers, telling you that every stone remembers a deal. A merchant once buried a coin in a stall to attract customers. The market remembers, and the rain keeps the memory as liquid pages. You walk past a stack of old spices, their bags whispering stories. Each spice carries a scent: cumin, coriander, a pinch of mystery. The scent drifts into your chest, a warm, old hug. The ancient stones hold 1,000 whispers, each a thread in the night. Your shoulders relax, the lantern's glow, a comforting lull. The market's laughter echoes faintly, a memory of people sharing bread. The stone tiles feel cool, slick with water, inviting footprints. Your path becomes a drumbeat, a rhythm to hold you. You wonder if the market remembers you, or if you remember it. A wind gust nudges a lantern, making it dance with joy. The light flickers, casting shadows that twist like dancers' feet. The market's glow pulses like a heart, keeping its beat steady. Historians suggest that street markets were the first social networks. The ancient idea of a market as a meeting place lives still. You feel the night humming, a cosmic metronome in your ears. Your lantern gives a sigh, a small sigh, a wink. The market's silence now feels like whispered poetry. You realize that even darkness can be a storyteller. The market's lanterns, once bright, are now patient eyes. The lanterns watch patient as you walk through its lanes. The wind hums a lullaby, a chorus of tiny whispers. Your steps echo gently, matching the market's slow pulse. Historians still argue whether shadows of stalls reveal hidden fortunes. The night is a blanket, the lantern, a small, bright star. The market's heart beats quiet in sync with the moon's watch. You breathe in the cool air, filled with the scent of hope. The market's lights dim, leaving only lantern glow and your heartbeat. The lantern's flame steadies, a sentinel of calm in the night. The market's silence is a lull, a breath held between tailies. You stroll, the lantern guiding, your mind drifting to distant markets. Historians speculate that market stalls were early marketplaces for ideas. The lantern's flicker mimics the stars, a reflection of night. The lantern shows its courage, staying lit against the darkness. Through the lane, every echo becomes a memory, every shadow a promise. You feel the lantern's warmth spreading through your chest. Your breathing sinks, a metronome ticking in the void. The lantern flickers, a small beacon against the Black Sea. Historians still question if trading markets were seeds of city life. The wind drapes a curtain over the cobbles, a silent veil. The market's shadows stretch soft and elongated like sleeping cats. The lantern's flame is a tiny compass, guiding through unknown paths. You hear the distant hum of a far market, distant but familiar. The night hums a lullaby to the wandering mind. The lantern's glow feels like a warm hug from a distant friend. You step forward, leaving footprints that melt into the rain. The market's heart whispers, and you answer with a gentle smile. The lantern steadies a soft star in your pocket of night. The wind's chatter blends with your heartbeat, a comforting duet. History whispers in cracks of the cobblestones, a slow, patient story. You smile, the lantern's glow reflecting your contentment on wet stones. The market's silence sings a lull, promising tomorrow's sunrise. Historians agree markets were the first social networks. You agree for sure. The lantern flickers again, a gentle reminder of light's resilience. The night wraps you as if folded into a soft blanket. You close your eyes, letting the market's heartbeat lull you to sleep. The lantern's glow fades with the dawn, a promise kept. You taste the first blush of morning, the air damp with yesterday's rain. The lantern's flame has dimmed, but its memory lingers like a soft whisper. You move forward, feeling the cobbles underfoot cool, slick, humming with quiet secrets. Historians still argue whether the first market in Damascus was a true trading hub, recorded in 400 CE. It sparked a tradition that survived the ages. Some say the cobbles hum when moonlight hits them, echoing ancient lullabies. You pause, letting the rhythm of the stones guide your breath. The city lights begin to flicker, painting soft glows across the wet streets. Each light reflects in puddles, creating miniature galaxies that dance above your feet. You smile, feeling the old market's pulse rise with the dawn. A breeze carries the scent of damp earth and roasted cumin from distant stalls. The aroma brushes against your senses, stirring memories long buried beneath layers of stone. You inhale, filling lungs with the ancient whisper of trade and barter. The market's history feels almost tangible, like a warm shawl wrapped around you. The path winds toward a cluster of stalls that glow faintly with a single ember of hope. You notice a small, weathered sign carved in Latin, reading in Venharmonio. The phrase translates to, "I warn you to find a subtle joke about lost fortunes." You chuckle softly, amused by the market's ancient humor. The laughter echoes off the bricks, mingling with the patter of drops. Around you, shadows elongate, stretching like sleepy cats across the avenue. Every footstep leaves a fleeting imprint that fades quickly into the rain. You find a stone slab etched with a curious symbol, an eye within a star. Historians still debate whether such motifs were merely decorative or held secret meanings. You imagine ancient merchants whispering codes to one another, trading secrets alongside spices. The night air carries a faint metallic scent, the residue of silver coins in old chests. You trace the pattern with your fingertip, feeling a prickle of cold excitement. The stone under your palm vibrates subtly, as if it remembers every transaction. You let your hand linger, absorbing the market's hidden pulse. A distant bell tolls, one long, resonant note echoing through the alleys. It reminds you of the ancient practice of marking time with sound. Long before clocks were born, the bell's echo fades, leaving a lingering silence that feels almost sacred. You walk toward the stall where the last ember glows, a stubborn flame refusing to die. The ember's orange hue paints the stone wall, reflecting a miniature sunrise indoors. You place your palm gently against the stone, feeling the warmth seep into your fingers. A soft breeze wraps around, carrying the scent of fresh bread and wet stone. You close your eyes, allowing the market to hum its lullaby within your mind. The gentle thrum of footfall mirrors your heartbeat, blending rhythm and calm. You drift, the world narrowing to the soft glow and rhythm of the lane. A stray cat darts past, its black coat merging with the shadows. Its eyes flicker like tiny lanterns, reflecting the night's quiet light. You feel the cat's proximity, as if it were a living companion guiding you forward. The alley opens, revealing a quiet courtyard where old stones rest. A single stone emits a faint blue glow, like a hidden secret waiting to be found. You touch the stone, feeling a surge of coolness that rises into your fingertips. The glow intensifies momentarily, a brief reminder that even in darkness, light exists. You pause to listen to the rain's steady rhythm, its cadence matching the market's pulse. The rain taps like a choir of silver bells, playing an ancient song of resilience. You smile, knowing that every drop tells a story of perseverance. The story drifts into your heart, settling like a warm blanket. You open your heart to the market's whispered memories, letting them bloom around you. Each memory feels like a feather softly landing on your palm, gentle and weightless. You breathe in, absorbing the scent of spice and rain, and exhale, feeling refreshed. The final ember in the stall flicks once, then steadies, refusing to flicker away. You watch its glow, watching your own breath and the market's breath intertwine. The scene feels timeless, as if the past and present share a silent agreement. You realize that the market's lullaby is a promise of continuity. You smile, your mind humming with the market's quiet symphony. The sound of water drips from the eaves, echoing like distant applause. You feel the rhythm guiding you toward the next adventure. The alley narrows again, leading to a wooden doorway with rusted hinges. You push the door, hearing a creak that announces your arrival into a new space. Inside, a small table holds a cup of steaming tea, forgotten by time. You sip the tea, feeling the warmth travel through your chest. The tea's aroma intertwines with the scent of wet stone, creating a comforting fragrance. You close your eyes, letting the scent envelope your senses. You feel peaceful, as if the market has guided you into a restful pause. Outside the door, stars begin to punctuate the sky, blinking at their own pace. Each star seems to hold a secret, a story of distant days and nights. You watch them, feeling a small part of the universe's vast tapestry. The night hums, a lullaby for a wanderer lost and found. Your lantern sputters low, a final glow that refuses to die. You notice the embers light dancing, winking against the darkness. You hold the lantern as a compass, steady amid the night's uncertainty. You think back to the curious sign you saw earlier in Venirmonio. Its Latin words remind you to seek and warn, to find and to learn. You feel the market's wisdom settling within your mind, calm and patient. You step through the doorway, letting the light embrace your path. The hallway stretches outward, its walls lined with portraits of traders long gone. Their gazes seem to follow you, watching your steps and your dreams. You feel honored to be among them, even if only in spirit. You walk past a tapestry illustrating market scenes, bustles, bargains, laughter. Every thread shimmers with memory, capturing moments that once danced across the lanes. You pause to trace the pattern, feeling the stories ripple through the fabric. Your fingertips tremble, as if they can feel the market's heartbeat. You hear a low murmur, a wind carrying voices from forgotten stalls. The murmur seems to narrate a tale of market's resilience through centuries. You listen, letting those voices fill the corners of your mind. A lantern on the wall flickers, casting a soft amber glow across the floor. You trace its light's reach, feeling the warmth seep into the dark. The glow is a promise, a reminder that light survives even in shadows. You feel comfort, knowing the market's flame never truly goes out. You find a desk, its surface polished by time and many hands. On it lies a small journal, pages yellowed with the dust of ages. You open the journal, flipping through lines written in ink of faded blue. Each line is a note of gratitude, a record of someone's day. The writer's voice is humble, thanking the market for a simple blessing. You feel a surge of gratitude, as if the market has given you a secret. You close the journal, letting its weight rest in your hands. You step outside again, the rain having cleared to leave sparkling droplets on stone. The air feels fresher, the night's perfume a mix of rain and spice. You breathe deeply, letting the scent curl around your consciousness. You spot a small brass key hanging on a post beside the doorway. Curiosity pricks you, imagining the lock it might open, the mystery it may hold. You pick up the key, feeling its cold metal against your fingers. You wonder, knowing the market's secrets often require a key to unlock. A distant voice, perhaps the vendor you passed, calls your name softly. You turn, catching the warmth of that voice like a familiar hug. You smile, feeling the market accept you as part of its quiet rhythm. You walk back toward the main road, the lantern now a small, steady glow. Night has deepened, but your lantern refuses to dim. Every step feels lighter, each breath filling you with calm. You walk toward the center, where market stalls await their nightly silence. The stalls themselves lie closed, their shutters drawn tight against the rain. You pause, feeling their quiet dignity, a sense of completion. You inhale again, absorbing the scent of wet bricks and earth. You notice a faint, warm glow behind a half-closed stall. It is an ember, small and defiant, refusing to surrender. You step closer, feeling the ember's heat kiss your palm. The market breathes again, alive, ready to lull you back into rest. You close your eyes, letting the market's lullaby cradle you into a deep, timeless sleep. You drift off, the candle's flame humming like a sleepy lullaby. As dusk settles over stone, the lantern crackles softly, its ember whispering, inviting you to stay and listen to history's quiet breath. You imagine the market stalls, their shutters yawning open to reveal tiny worlds hidden beneath the rain. The first recorded public market in London dates back to 1080. You feel the market's heartbeat, resonant and quiet, a steady hum beneath your skin. The market is silent, saving every sound as a note in its final chorus. Historians still argue whether the Battle of Tours happened in 732 or 741, a debate that stretches through time. The candle steadies, burning slowly, its glow now a slow, steady rhythm that feels like breathing. Your breath slows, matching the rhythm of a quiet evening, each inhalation a soft tide. You notice light dancing on your skin, a whisper between you and stone. The market feels a little colder, as if the rain has drained all but the light's warmth. You feel a sense of completion, the market closing like a book, its final page fading. You sit, surrounded by the glow of a single ember, listening to the night hum quiet around you. The candle burns, its flame steady, glow a beacon toward the world's sleeping heart. You let your breathing match the flicker, synchronizing with candle and stone, letting the rhythm calm your mind. The market's shadows stretch long, winding like old roots clinging to stone. The light fades, but the memory of its warmth remains. A small ember inside quiet chest. You feel peace settle in your skin, a soft, steady pulse that feels ancient and hopeful. The night deepens, the sound of distant chimes becoming distant echoes, a lull that tugs at the mind. You feel one more breath. Final exhale releases all tension, letting market calm its final sigh. The candle's final ember burns blue, a quiet glow that will linger for a while after you sleep. You close your eyes, letting the candle's glow wash over you like a blanket of night. The final glow lingers, a soft rhythm that settles you into a deep, timeless sleep. As night folds around you, the market sighs softly, the night's lullaby sealing your reverie. You sense the wind, a gentle whisper that cradles the candle, humming with late night secrets. A single breath becomes a wave, carrying you through the market's last heartbeat, a lull to soothe. The candles on each stall flicker to the rhythm of your pulse, a living, breathing lullaby of commerce. You feel the last ember's light softening, glowing like a lullaby's final chord. The night grows deeper, the market's shadows thickening into a blanket over the cobbles. The candle steadies, burning slowly, its glow now a slow, steady rhythm that feels like breathing. Your eyes grow heavy, the candle's glow pulling you into a pocket of darkness that feels inviting. The candle's flame flickers, a single, soft pulse, like a breath holding its own in the dark. Your mind, untethered, drifts over the market's quiet, a lazy tide of memory. The market's silence feels like a blanket, a lull that drapes over you, easing your thoughts. You inhale, the scent of earth and burning wax fills your lungs, calm in the dark. You exhale a gentle sigh, each breath a wave that carries any remaining stress far from your mind. The candle, now a tiny halo, steadies in rhythm, a single glow that guides the night. You feel your body settle, a smooth wave of relaxation filling each muscle, each joint. The market's last ember hums low, a soft chant, carrying night sky like a lull. You feel your heart aligning with the ember, pulse in slow, mellow rhythm, a steady breath of night. The candle whispers, its flame steady, a light that refuses to leave the path you've chosen. With each exhale, market's lullabies seep into your mind, wrapping you like a calm blanket. You let your breath slow, aligning with the candle's rhythm. Each inhale, a gentle tide of peace. The market's final glow hums, a quiet applause, welcoming you to the midnight rest. Your eyelids grow heavy, the candle's light turning into a soft halo of night. You feel a gentle pulse in air, breathing that syncs with your heart, guiding you to sleep. The candle, a tiny star, burns steady, a comforting glow that fills your mind with quiet. You slip into the night, letting dream weave over the market's quiet rhythm. Your body relaxes, a wave of calm flowing from head to toes, each pulse a feather. The candle's light fades to a soft, steady glow, a final lull that seals the night. You lie down, letting the warmth of the stone floor cradle your back, a gentle support. Your breath deepens, each inhale a quiet promise of rest, each exhale a release of day. The candle's ember hums low, a steady heartbeat in the dark, keeping the night calm. The market sighs, a final breath before dawn, wrapping its story in a lullaby. Your eyelids flutter, the last light of the candle whispering a promise of peace. You drift into the deepest sleep, the market's lullaby humming through your neurons, a final sigh. The candle's glow turns a faint, golden star in the darkness, a beacon of calm. You feel each breath, a rhythmic tide that carries you deeper into night. The market's quiet hum wraps around you, settling like a soft blanket over your mind. With each pulse, you surrender to the slow, steady heartbeat of the evening. The candle, now a soft ember, burns with a gentle confidence, its glow steady as a lighthouse. You close your mind, listening to the rustle of the market's forgotten walls, a melody of dust, a gentle sigh passes, a whisper of stone that says, "Sleep on, traveler." The candle's flame pulses, a slow heartbeat that lulls your mind toward twilight. The market's silence swells, a quiet wave that carries you to the next dreamscape. Your body floats, anchored by the steady, warm light that keeps your thoughts from drifting. You feel the last embers glow, a lullaby that sways with the night, a final promise. The candle's flame goes quiet, a sigh that matches the market's final breath. You inhale, letting the calm air fill your lungs, preparing your soul for sleep. Your eyelids flutter, closing as the candle's glow dissolves into a quiet star. The market's gentle hum lingers, a lullaby of stone, sand, and time. You sigh softly, the final breath of the night, and you dissolve into sleep. The candle's ember burns low, like a tiny star waiting for your next journey. You feel the market's lullaby, a steady hum that cradles you, the night as a blanket. The final glow wanes, the market's silence deepens, and the world softens into sleep. Your body settles into a rhythm that matches the candle, the market's rhythm, an eternal beat. You feel your heart sink with the candle's glow, a subtle pulse that carries you away. The market's final breath is a lullaby that whispers, "Sleep well, traveler." With a sigh, you collapse into sleep, the candle's fire humming low and steady. The night remains, the candle flickers, a guardian of dreams and quiet journeys. You stand beside the ancient market gates, their iron ribs humming under a sudden drizzle. Rain falls in slow beads, each drop echoing through the rusted hinges. The doors, carved by hands long vanished, groan like sleepy old friends. You breathe in the damp air, the scent of wet stone and old parchment. A faint wind sneaks in, teasing the fabric of the shutters above. The market inside fades into darkness, but the gates keep the world at bay. You lift a finger, feeling the chill that lingers on the iron's surface. Each tremor in the metal remembers 1,000 footsteps of traders long gone. The rain's hiss turns into a low, distant lullaby that surrounds your ears. Soft shadows stretch across the cobbles, dancing to the rhythm of falling droplets. You close your eyes, letting the sound wash over you like a gentle wave. A memory surfaces. The bell that once rang still echoes in your mind. That bell, struck by a single hammer, sang through centuries of market lore. The ancient iron gates have seen empires rise and fall under the same sky. In the distance, a rumor whispers that the city built its walls to keep rain out. Some say that medieval markets whispered trading secrets to invisible fish in the streets. The idea feels silly, but the thought lingers like a sweet aftertaste. You hear a creak from a nearby stall, the wooden floorboard sighing. It is a comforting noise, the market's own breathing, steady and patient. Your hands run along the cold frame, tracing the carved initials left years ago. The initials read G and L, perhaps patrons or owners of a long-closed shop. You pause, wondering if their smiles still echo through the wet stone. The rain's rhythm becomes a metronome, keeping your heartbeat in sync. You feel the world tilt, the market settling into a quiet, almost meditative hush. A chill drops from a hidden chimney, drifting down like a soft whisper. You shiver, and the feeling melts away with the rain's soothing hush. The gate's ironwork glows faintly, reflecting the lamplight that struggles to seep inside. You imagine lanterns flickering, guiding traders, even as their voices dissolve into the mist. The market's heartbeat, once loud, now whispers like a lull song to the night. The rusted hinges groan softly, a mechanical breath that seems almost alive. You hear the distant clatter of a cartwheel, a reminder of activity that once filled the lane. You close your mind to external noise, letting the rain's sound cradle your thoughts. The rain's tempo slows, falling more languorously, a velvet curtain on the world. A gentle gust nudges the market's banner, fluttering like a tired bird. You think of the banner's colors, a faded tapestry of reds, blues, and golds. Every color holds a story, the reds of brave merchants, the blues of secret lovers, the golds glimmer, as if remembering the market's proud days of commerce. You feel a quiet gratitude for this small, rain-soaked sanctuary of history. Every drop that lands on the iron sings a note, a reminder of continuity. You breathe deeply, the coolness seeping into your chest, cooling your muscles. You wonder how long these gates have survived the test of centuries. The old Roman aqueduct was built in 312 BC, a testament to engineering. Like the aqueduct, these iron pillars stand, bearing the weight of time. Historians still argue whether the market's gate was built by artisans or by the city's elite. Only the dust of ages knows the answer, settling in the cracks of iron. Your fingertips trace the rust, feeling each groove like a fingerprint left by time. The market feels alive, humming in response to your breath and the rain. It's as if the world keeps a secret conversation with the stones. You feel the stone's surface cool, a reminder of Earth's ancient pulse. The rain continues, steady, making a quiet symphony of drops on iron and stone. You imagine merchants greeting each other, haggling over spices, each exchange recorded in the air. The air tastes of wet earth, of spices, of stories untold. In this space, the world feels paused, like a movie held at its frame. You lean closer to the gate, hearing a faint thrum, almost like a heartbeat. It's a gentle reminder that even iron can feel the rhythm of life. A sudden spray of rain drenches the corridor, startling you with its wetness. You laugh softly, thinking of the absurdity of a rain-soaked market. The rain's echo becomes a lullaby that wraps around your heart. You feel your shoulders unclench, the tension melting into a gentle ease. A breeze sways the market's awning like a blanket that sighs. You watch clouds gather, thick and gray, the world waiting for the next drop. You realize that the market's closure is not a loss, but a transition. An unseen hand lifts the door, opening it to a quiet evening world. You step through, the threshold giving a soft echo, a seal to your journey. The market's silence feels like a hush after a storm, calm and inviting. You pause, feeling the rain's mist against your face, a cool shower of nature. The stones underfoot feel wet, a testament to the day's final rhythm. You take a deep breath, inhaling the damp air, and feel gratitude bloom. Within the market, time slows, allowing every breath to echo softly. Your heart thumps a steady rhythm, matching the rhythm that rains make upon iron. The night extends, and you find yourself drifting into the market's calm embrace. Each step you take is measured, a dance with the rain and stone. You hear a distant owl call, a reminder that night has fully arrived. The glow of a lantern flickers farther ahead, guiding you toward the path. Your fingertips graze the iron, feeling the faint pulse of weathered metal. You imagine the artisans who carved each ridge, their fingers leaving fingerprints of skill. They must have listened to the market's chorus, crafting their work in harmony. The rain continues to play its soft drum, a quiet rhythm that keeps you grounded. You close your eyes, letting the world become a background hush. Your breath settles, slow and deep, a perfect lullaby to match the night. The market's story lingers, a memory that will stay with you after the rain. You feel a sense of belonging to the street, knowing its history beats around you. The wet stone beneath your feet feels like a living map of time. You breathe in, the scent of rain and old wood mingling in your nostrils. The market hums, a steady, sleepy beat that feels almost human. You pause, letting that rhythm lull you into a state of pure calm. Your pulse syncs with the iron's gentle thrum, easing every tension. The rain's whisper becomes soft lull, wrapping each nerve like a blanket. You close your mind to the outside world, allowing the market to fill you. The evening settles fully, with stars beginning to show between clouds. You feel the world soften, ready to slip into the night's embrace. You imagine a lull of the market, a quiet song for the tired ear. The iron gate creaks, a final breath before you step into your own story. You take one last look, letting the rain and stone settle into silence. You step forward, feeling the wet floor soothe each footfall like a soft mattress. The market's heart slows, and you feel a gentle peace blooming within. Your ears hear the distant call of a raven, a messenger of night. The rain turns to a calm drizzle, a final kiss from the sky. You feel the world close around you, a curtain of wet silk. The market's last ember glows faintly, a memory that lingers in the night. You inhale, savoring the moment before you let sleep carry you. Your eyelids grow heavy, surrendering to the soft, humming rhythm. You feel the market's lullaby wrapping you, a gentle blanket of stone and rain. The night deepens, and your body settles into a deep, tranquil repose. You find peace among the market's faded stalls, echoing your own breathing. The rain's final drip is a subtle applause, a salute to the day's end. You let yourself sink deeper, trusting the market to guide you home. The market's quiet hum becomes a lull that feeds your dreams. You drift, hearing only the rain and the market's echoing heart. The night's breath embraces you, soft and warm, as you let go. You surrender, the world quiet, and the market becomes a distant lullaby. Your body closes like a book, ready for the next chapter. You let the rain and stone lull you into a state of restful calm. Your mind slows. The market's whispers become a soft lull around your thoughts. With each breath, you feel the night deepen, the stars brightening the sky. You realize this moment holds the promise of a new dawn. You let sleep descend, the market's soft sigh a gentle welcome. The night holds you, a quiet cradle of rain and stone, and you drift, carried by the market's lullabies toward the horizon. The market breathes, and you rest within its timeless embrace. The evening light spills from humble lanterns, painting the cobbles in amber and pale blue. Rain falls in slow beads, each drop echoing through the stone. You lift your gaze, tracing the faint glow that dances on each stone. That glow feels like a secret promise, whispered by the market's old heart. Behind each light, hidden treasures lie in wait, their stories locked in weathered wood. You sense the scent of damp earth, the musk of forgotten spices dancing in the air. Murmurs echo from the alleyway, as if the stalls are still humming. The lamps flicker, each a tiny drumbeat in the night's lullaby. You pause, letting the hush settle like a blanket on your mind. The path ahead sways softly, inviting you to follow its gentle curve. Each step feels like a conversation with the stones themselves, it murmuring ancient secrets. You wonder if these names lived, how they passed through the alleys like ghosts. The moonlight seems to answer, casting long, soft shadows across the parchment. You feel the weight of the past, a gentle pressure, yet unburdened. The garden's hush invites you to stay a while, listen to history's whispered lull. You lean back against the stone wall, breathing slowly, letting the night ease into you. The market beyond the garden feels distant, the lights dimming like a fading star. Your mind drifts, thinking of the city's bright future, hidden here now. You imagine a child discovering that chest, a secret they'll keep for a lifetime. The night whispers again, cool touch on your cheek, like a gentle reminder. You feel a sense of belonging to this historic lane, each echo connecting you. All the lights, hazy path, the old wood, the whispers coalesce into a lullaby. You stand breathing the same wet air traders long ago did a steady rhythm. The path ahead glows brighter, a promise of hidden treasures waiting further. You let the lantern's flame guide your foot, a steady companion in the dark. The night deepens, the hazy glow turning into a silvery mist. You think of the market's secret. Each trader's smile is a story now alive. A breeze rustles the lantern's wick, murmuring ancient lullabies into the air. You feel the faint tick of time, an old clock hidden somewhere in the lane. It reminds you that even after centuries, the market still runs on stories. You pause, listening for any sound that might tell you what's coming next. The murmur of the earth and lanterns crackle, create symphonies of stillness. You breathe in, feeling the night's calm seep into your chest, a deep, warm exhale. The path's light dims slightly, a natural crescendo. As dusk gives to night, you continue walking, savoring each step, listening to stories the ground remembers. Each footfall is a question, answered by the stone's soft reply. The market's heart beats slower, a slow lull in the night's rhythm. You feel a gentle pull, if the lane itself wants to guide you home. The path continues, a narrow, winding ribbon of stone under your feet. You notice a glint, a faint ember of light, hidden beneath a stone slab. It's a miniature lantern, a relic from a trade that never ended. Your fingers graze its worn surface, a warmth that lingers from past hands. The lantern's flame flickers, offering a soft glow that turns the alleyway silver. You keep walking, letting the light guide you past forgotten stalls, lost histories. Every corner holds a memory, each stone a page of a long, quiet book. The lantern's glow seems to dance, reflecting your breathing, a duet between flesh and stone. You feel a sense of serenity settling over your shoulders, a calm that washes away tension. Your footsteps echo faintly, a quiet echo that blends with the night's lull. The path stretches ahead, the market's lights dimming into a soft, distant glow. You realize the market's story now flows through you, a living thread of hope. Your heart beats in time with the lantern's gentle rhythm, a lull that soothes. The night feels more like a companion, the darkness wrapping around you like velvet. You pause, inhaling the scented air of wet stone and old books. The scent reminds you of the market's past, of laughter echoing through the night. You smile, a feeling content, the world reduced to a quiet amber glow. The lantern's flame flickers, its light a steady pulse, a promise of safety. You continue onward, letting the night's lull guide your every step. Each lantern ahead casts a gentle halo, a soft beacon for weary travelers. The lane's curve keeps you curious, a winding path that tells no tales. You feel a sense of wonder, a curiosity that sparks like a firefly. Your breath meets the night, a forming misty clouds that dissolve before you reach the next stone. The lanterns glow brighter, responding to your presence like a chorus of tiny lights. You keep moving, feeling the night's embrace grow tighter around your limbs. A faint scent of juniper drifts from a hidden corner, inviting trust. You linger a moment, absorbing the quiet energy before pressing on. The market's old walls seem to welcome you, their mortar holding stories tight. You step forward, the lantern flickering like a heartbeat under footfall. The path's end glows in a hush, a promise that the night is never endless. You pause, feeling the path's softness against your soles, a final kiss of comfort. The night sways, a gentle pendulum, a rhythm guiding your journey forward. You breathe in, the scent of damp stone mingling with a faint scent of bread. The streetlights flicker, each a tiny star fallen to earth. You feel the weight of centuries on your shoulders, but the night relaxes that burden. The lantern's glow paints the world, turning the mundane into something almost mythic. You continue, the path stretching like a ribbon of memories woven by time. You think of a child who once strolled this lane, unafraid of night's hush. You smile, the lantern's light kisses your skin in a comforting embrace. The lantern's flame soft and steady, guides each footstep toward the road ahead. The night's hush, like a blanket, covers the lane in a tranquil hush. You pause, letting the silence envelop you, each breath deeper and slower. The market's olden walls whisper echoes of trades, of laughter, and of love. Those stories, once vibrant, now softly dance across the stone through the rain. You feel a connection, a thread weaving your own story into the old tapestry. The lane bends gently, guiding you, like an old friend, toward the next stop. You take a deep breath, a warm, dry exhale that carries the scent of the city. The light of a distant lantern suddenly brightens, like a spark of excitement. Your heart beats in time with the soft, steady pulse of the street. The night's fabric, rich with history, clothes every corner of the lane. The path ahead glows, softly, inviting you to traverse further into the night. You follow the glow, each step echoing softly in your mind's quiet chamber. The lantern's flame steady and kind, cast a silver trail down the lane. You feel the world shift, shadows lengthening, revealing a hidden archway. The archway, weathered but open, welcomes you like a secret tunnel. You step inside, the light inside, a soft and warm, an inviting glow. The air inside, slightly cooler, holds a stillness deeper than the outer lane. Your footsteps echo, soft, rhythmic, like a lull to the darkness. The lantern inside, burning low, adds a gentle warmth that comforts you. You close your eyes, letting the glow seep into your thoughts. The world outside fades, a distant hum, replaced by the lantern's steady heartbeat. You rest your head against the cool stone, drifting into a light, silent dream. The lantern's glow feels like a pulse, a steady, gentle breathing with your mind. You feel the stone under your forehead, a soft, smooth, holding stories as a quilt. The sound of rain, a soft, steady acts like a lullaby, easing your thoughts. The market's memories, a trembling, hushed echo in the night, inviting you to stay. You listen, a quiet rhythm between the stones, between your heartbeats, between history. You close your mind, letting the night's hush fill the gaps between your thoughts. The lantern's glow fades slowly, leaving a gentle silhouette that sways with your breath. You feel a gentle wind, a soft, cool, rubbing the back of your neck. The path beyond the light fading awaits for the next step of the wanderer. You are ready to cross the threshold, into an unseen world. The night, a quiet, holds you, a velvet cover, safe and still. You step forward toward the light, into a story, yet unwritten. your heartbeat a steady, matches the lantern's glow, a silent agreement between you. You feel the world lighten like a lull, a promise, a gentle caress. You close your eyes as the night wraps, until dawn's soft call arrives, soft whispers of wind, stone, lantern, create a symphony within your inner ear. The night stays a patient, awaiting for the next traveler to cross its path. You feel the lantern's touch, a soft, reassuring, like a kind hand guiding you. You exhale the sound, a whisper, while the old stones listen. The journey unfolds, a slow, gentle, and forevermore, within the market's hushed heart. The night folds over the lane like a velvet blanket, echoing forgotten steps. A silver glow bleeds from the market's lanterns, painting each cobblestone in dreamlike hues. You feel the moon's breath against your cheek, a cool invitation to linger. The silence crouches beside you, a shy companion that follows with its own soft footsteps. You wonder whether the market's ancient lights still echo the clang of silver coins from centuries past. A faint rustle emerges as a stray cat meanders past, its eyes like polished onyx. It darts off into the alley, leaving a trail of whispered promises that linger on the stone walls. Historically, the market first opened in 1223, under the reign of King John of England. Odd legends say the rain on market day could be purchased from a wandering jester. Historians still argue whether the ancient stalls were built on a former battle site. The moonlight flickers across the roof tiles, as if dancing behind a curtain of silver fabric. You hear the distant drumbeat of a market bell, resonating like a heart in the dark. Your breath becomes a silent choir, each exhale a soft note on the night air. The scent of wet earth mingles with old spices, a perfume that reminds of forgotten kitchens. You trace the path with your fingertips, feeling the cool stone under your hand. There is a gentle hush, like a lullaby sung by the wind itself. The lanterns sway slightly, as if dancing to a rhythm you cannot hear. You pause and listen. The only sound is the steady fall of rain. The sound soothes your thoughts, creating a space where memories can wander freely. A small bell clinks in the distance, like a prayer from a forgotten monastery. You continue walking, each step a conversation with the silent stones. The shadows elongate, stretching across the lane like ribbons of night itself. The wind carries whispers of old traders, their laughter echoing through narrow corners. You can almost taste the spices, a reminder of faraway caravans that once crossed these paths. The lane seems to breathe, every stone inhaling daylight as it disappears into dusk. You feel a gentle tug, as if the night itself wants to cradle your story. The moon's silver light cuts through the mist, revealing a glimmer at the lane's far end. You step toward it, heart beating like a drum beneath your skin. The glimmer transforms into a lantern, its flame a tiny beacon of hope. You reach out and light it, and the lantern breathes fire into the cold night. The flame sways, mirroring the rhythm of your pulse calming your thoughts. A subtle scent of jasmine rises, as if the market's florist is sharing a secret. You exhale slowly, letting the jasmine perfume wash away any unease. The lantern's glow grows steady, a silent promise that you are not alone. The night hums its lullaby, the rhythm of ancient market bells echoing faintly. Your feet carry you across a stone bridge, its surface slick with recent rain. You pause, watching the water ripple like a tiny galaxy beneath your toes. The bridge creaks softly, acknowledging your arrival like an old friend. The night sky stretches above, a tapestry of stars veiled by passing clouds. Each star seems to wink at you, inviting you to stay a while. You smile softly, feeling the warmth of the lantern and the coolness of the night. The lantern flickers once, then steadies, like a breathing creature finding rhythm. You hear faint laughter coming from an alley, the sound distant yet familiar. You follow the sound, curiosity tugging your steps like a magnetic force. Inside the alley, a small wooden chest sits, its lid half opened. You lift the lid, and a smell of dust mingles with faint citrus. The chest holds a tiny silver mirror, its surface dusty with age. When you look into it, the reflection shows your face glowing with lantern light. A tiny moth flutters inside the chest, its translucent wings beating soft. You watch it, its flight a subtle reminder that life persists even in quiet corners. Your head hovers above the chest, a quiet observation like a monk at prayer. Outside, the moon continues to rise, its silver rim stretching across the road. The road glistens, each stone reflecting a sliver of moonlight. Your breathing slows, echoing the rhythm of a distant cathedral bell. You feel the weight of the world lift, leaving only the lantern's glow and your thoughts. The lantern's flame flickers slightly, as if dancing to a slow lullaby. You lean back, allowing the night to cradle you like an old shawl. The wind carries a note of sandalwood, a hint of distant markets across seas. The scent lingers, as if the world itself is breathing calm through its vents. You close your eyes, the lantern's glow bathing your eyelids in soft amber. A gentle hum rises, the street's heartbeat syncing with yours. You think of the market's first opening, the year 1223 marking its birth. That year in England, long winters had turned towns into quiet, candle-lit hubs. You imagine merchants from distant lands, trading spices that smelled of sunrise. They laughed, sang, and shared stories over barrels of wine. The night brightened. The market grew, yet the lanterns remained, witnesses to each passing era. Back to the present, you feel the past and present intertwine like woven thread. The lanterns flicker slows, a gentle countdown to sleep's embrace. A distant owl hoots, a call that seems to welcome quiet into the night. The scent of rain grows stronger, washing the lane's cobbles in silver. You inhale deeply, the air filling your lungs with peace. The world around you hums a quiet lullaby, each stone holding a chord. You realize the night is alive, breathing out comfort like a warm blanket. The lantern's light pulses, a metronome for a calming breath. Your heart drifts, matched to the rhythm, settling deeper each moment. You feel the lane's edge, a soft boundary between waking and dreaming. You step with grace, as if gliding across a sea of stone. The world blurs, your breathing becomes a steady anchor in this night. A distant murmur flows through the lane, a lullaby sung by the rain. You listen closely, each droplet a note in this soft orchestra. The lantern's glow brightens, its warmth spreading across your skin. You let the warmth wash away tension, letting thoughts drift like ash. The night sways, a gentle rhythm that cradles your worries away. The lane fades into a dreamscape, still lit by lanterns like stars. You feel the world dissolve, stepping closer to the edge of sleep. Your breathing slows, deeper, calm, as if each exhale whispers secrets. The lantern flutters, a steady rhythm that nudges you gently toward rest. The world outside hums a quiet, ancient song, a lullaby to guide you. You let yourself sink into the path of moonlight, as if walking into a gentle pillow. The lantern's flame steadies, a beacon that whispers you are safe. A gentle breeze brushes your cheek, a touch of night's cooling touch. The lane's stones pulse softly, resonating with the rhythm of your heart. You surrender to the night, a gentle surrender that feels like home. The lantern's glow becomes a companion, walking with you through dreamland. You breathe, the night embracing, the lantern guiding, your mind slipping. The world's edges soften, a watercolor of moonlight and shadow. Each step is a word in an unwritten poem, softly spoken by the night. The lantern's light is steady, a gentle lull to ease the soul. The night's silence is not empty, but a quiet reservoir of dreams. You feel a sense of gratitude for the quiet road and the light that stays. You pause, letting the evening's whisper coil around your shoulders. Dust thickens beneath your boots, each step a muted drumbeat. A stray feather drifts, carried by the wind that tastes of rain. Your foot taps lightest, avoiding hidden roots that might trip you. You remember the old market's first flame, flickering in 1666 after the Great Blaze. The glow is nostalgic, echoing soot-stained alleys where merchants bargained. You note how each footfall stirs a memory, like a soft, low violin. Your breath joins the rhythm, puffing small clouds that hiss against the stone. A distant bell, perhaps left by a wandering monk, adds a distant chime. That bell was rumored to have been carved by a stonemason who loved riddles. You chuckle softly, because if stones could talk, they'd joke. Your ear hears the faint clang of a metal shop, yet empty lanes swallow it. The shop is now a museum, but its echoes drip as rain. You step cautiously, letting the ground's soft sigh soothe nerves. A sudden rustle from a nearby bush draws a squirrel, silver in moonlight. It darts away. You catch a flash of glistening fur, like liquid silver. You feel the lantern's warmth, a tiny heart beating beside your palm. Your fingertips trace the worn edge, a map of stories carved centuries. You imagine each line a tale, each notch a whispered secret. Some claim the town's layout was a maze to trap greedy shoppers. You wonder, because such plots need hidden passages, a fringe theory many laugh at. Historians still argue whether the market's layout was intended to trick merchants. The question feels like a gentle wind, stirring thoughts like leaves. You shift, feeling the bench's smoothness against your back. The world seems to hold its breath, waiting for your next step. You feel the lantern's hum, a heart beating gently beside you. The night is still, yet mind hums with possibility. You sense a call within silence, an invitation to linger. You close your chest to the world, embracing quiet lull around. Even the distant bell rings a slow, comforting metronome. Each strike reminds of market's rhythm under night's veil. You feel warmth spread, a safe harbor against chill. Thoughts drift into the market, bustling with colors, voices, spice aromas. Now silence feels like a blanket over restless nights. An odd calm appears, sweetness like honey from a jar. You smile softly, because that memory comforts. Open your eyelids slowly, letting world settle into night's hush. Lantern's glow paints your face amber, a lullaby in colors. Breathing rhythmic, steady pulse under night's quiet blanket. Each inhale note, each exhale verse, writes a poem of sleep. Slowly let night lull, lanterns flame a quiet sentinel. Mind drifts past market's day to star-lit horizon. Imagine yourself walking lane, each step quiet echo reverent bright. Wind sighs through rooftops, turning night into lullaby of light. Listen for faint buzz, creak of an old gate. Sounds mingle, gentle soundtrack for soothing mind. Thoughts quiet, market's memory turning film without sound, just feelings. Feeling lantern glow, a steady pulse, keeping heart calm. The world breathes with you, creak, sigh matching rhythm. Imagine trade cart rolling past centuries ago. Cart leaves dust trail shimmering like fireflies. You feel wind carrying spice over borders, scent distant lands, scent fades, memory lingers like whisper in dream. Hear distant laughter, child's giggle echoing night air. It feels familiar, as if remembering a secret lull from grandmother. Laughter rhythm merges lantern glow, gentle harmony. Smile, grateful for night's soundtrack, easing pulse. Lantern flickers, light steady, quiet promise. Warmth spreads through hands, touching night's dampness. Faint cedarwood scent rises, comforting like forest close. Market walls whisper, urging rest as they know you will dream. Mind lingers, idea memory, and history dance together in quiet nights. Feel pull of rhythmic world drawing deeper. Lanterns flame steady like watchful star in dark. Let sink into lull, cool stone beneath. Heart slows, becoming soft drum sinking silent world. Night cradles, holding close like mother's hand. Gratitude for moment, market echo keeps thoughts bright. Breath deepens, exhale wave carries toward calm. Hear heart humming lullaby, quiet beat of lore. Lantern flame flickers soft, steady upon face. Close eyes, dreamscape blooming starfield in mind. Let drift, market light guiding mind like lantern. Comfort pull like warm blanket around. Thoughts swirl softly, calm anchor steadies them by light. Night hush gentle, lull guides toward peaceful dream. Feel rhythm lantern water, each soothing mantra. Breathe air cool, smelling rosemary and fresh rain. Market echo calls, tug draws you to sleep. Surrender, night carries deeper to dream's embrace. Lantern light steady, constant star in restless night. Body relaxes, limbs drifting to rhythm of old stones. Market hums, comforting sound lulls toward slumber. Breathe, gently feeling lantern glow warm chest. Night calm, lantern beacon guiding to rest. Slip into peaceful state thoughts drifting like stars. Lantern keeps flame steady promise of new dawn. Gratitude, because each gentle glow small wonder. Market remembers, you wrapped in night's warmth. Let thoughts settle, rhythm of calm enters mind. Body relaxes into night's tender, embrace lantern glowing soft. Close eyes again, breathing slow, letting dream hold. Feel market's ancient breath, whispering lullaby to soul. Night wraps lantern guiding rain, soothing moon watching. Carried into dream each breath, stepping stone to peace. Lantern glow fades, but warmth lingers, soft ember on chest. Night silent friend holds close. Drift into sleep, market soft, hum following into dreams. A soft hush blankets the lane, as if the stones whisper lullabies in your ears. The night feels alive, its breath like a slow pulse beneath your feet. Your mind drifts to distant markets, where merchants traded secrets with a mere nod. Behind you, the lantern's glow stirs faint memories of coin clink. A memory surfaces where a trader offered bread for a story about a wandering king. You recall that king once danced under moonlit stalls, his laughter echoing. The scene plays softly, an old song carried by the wind through the lane. Your fingers trace the lantern's glass, feeling the echo of that laughter. You feel gratitude for the simple joy that the night brings. A breeze lifts a paper lantern from a forgotten stall, glowing shyly. The lantern's light flickers, dancing among shadows like a tiny star. You walk past, the lantern's glow painting your face with warm hues. The night wraps comfort around you, as if a blanket of silence. You let the sound of distant bells guide your breath toward a gentle rhythm. Each pulse in the sky feels like a promise of calm. The lantern's light steadies, refusing to flicker in the wind's play. Your eyes close, feeling a gentle weight settle on your eyelids. The darkness feels warm, a velvet cloak wrapping the senses. A faint hum lingers, like an old lullaby tuned to nighttime. The market's ghostly chatter weaves through, reminding you of shared stories. You imagine a merchant trading a single coin for a child's wish under starlight. That wish glows softly, like a tiny comet against the night's canvas. Your heart pulses with that glow, beating in rhythm with the lantern. You feel blessed to witness such a simple miracle in the market's night. The lantern's flame whispers, encouraging you to stay within the comfort zone. The night's quiet stretches outward, inviting you deeper into dreamland. Light fades to a gentle amber, but your mind stays bright with peace. Your breaths become slow, each exhale a gentle farewell to the day. The market's quiet sigh invites you to rest, as if it had a heartbeat. You surrender to the silence, feeling the lantern's light linger like a lull. The darkness drapes around you, warm and protective. You listen for the last whisper of the evening, and the world sighs. The night whispers thank you, and you feel the promise of tomorrow. In that moment, you realize you are exactly where you belong. The lantern's glow steadies, a beacon of calm guiding you toward sleep. You close your thoughts, and the darkness embraces you with gentle warmth. The market's ghostly echoes fade, leaving only a soft hum of contentment. Your eyelids heavy, you slip into a deep, restorative sleep. The lantern's flame remains constant, a promise of safety in any dream. The night holds you safe, a silent guardian of the market's soul. As your breath slows, the world stays quiet and peaceful. You drift, enveloped by the market's lullaby, and awaken refreshed at dawn. Stalls begin to recline, their wooden frames sighing like tired tourists. A faint amber glow spills from each, curling around your shoulders. The market's hum softens, easing into the quiet that follows dawn. You feel the last pulse of bustling trade drifting away. The stalls, once brimming, now rest beneath stone and rain. Your footsteps echo softly across the slick cobbles, a gentle metronome. The rafters groan, a low lullaby that almost hypnotizes. You lean against the shadow, feeling the wood's coolness seep through. The market smells of rain-soaked parchment, a scent that lingers even after rain stops. You breathe it in, imagining ink drying on old ledgers. The light from your lantern flickers, a dancing flame mirroring the market's pulse. Your footsteps whisper over the stone, a gentle nod to the past. You notice a faint ripple in the water from an old well, a shimmering like memories. A stray moth flutters near your candle, a silent guest of the market's night. You watch it spin, a fragile lantern in the rain. The moth's glow is softer than your own, yet it feels like a friendly neighbor. The market's silence is like a gentle tide washing over your mind. You hear a distant bell rings, a gentle reminder that day is ending. You inhale again, feeling the rhythm of the evening settle deeper. Your eyelids flutter, then close, surrendering to the market's lull. A soft hum rises, a final note of the market's song. Your dreams begin, carrying the stall's gentle glow into the night. You find yourself walking through streets lit with ember light. The lamps flicker, a lull that syncs with your heartbeat. Every footstep is a metronome, guiding you deeper into rest. You feel the market's soul whispering beneath your skin. It is a lull that cradles your thoughts, easing them out of conflict. You let go, surrendering to the calm, confident you're safe. The night embraces your mind, like a blanket woven from ancient echoes. You drift deeper, sinking into a world that feels both old and new. You sense the market's rhythm weaving through your thoughts, a gentle compass. A quiet laughter bubbles up from the memories of a child who played market games. You chuckle softly, remembering how you once chased a bag of rice. The sound of distant chatter fades, replaced by the market's lullaby. You breathe, hearing each breath as a note in the market's song. Your heart slows, matching the market's slow heartbeat, a comforting rhythm. The market's final glow rests, like a star that has just set. You feel the gentle cool of stone floor beneath your feet, a steady rhythm. The market's whisper becomes a lull that drifts into your chest. You imagine the stalls still humming, a memory of trade and tenderness. The night feels like a giant, soothing embrace that pulls you inward. You close your eyes and taste the sweet scent of old wood. You feel the last pulse of the old market beating against your heartbeat. The market's silence is like a gentle tide washing over your mind. You hear a soft click of a lock. The market's gates lock for the night. No one is there. The stall stands still, holding stories like a memory box. You smile, knowing the market will reopen tomorrow, bright and hopeful. The market's final breath exhaled, a whisper that will stay with you. You feel the comforting warmth of the lantern, a star in your palm. The light drips, a slow, steady rhythm that keeps your heart at bay. You let it guide you into a dreamscape of cobblestones that glisten. You walk the lane under moonlight, each step a soft echo. Your thoughts drift, the markets hum a lull in your mind. You taste the damp air, a scent of wet stone and hope. The world feels smaller, but your spirit expands with each silent word. You find yourself humming along with the market's quiet lullaby. The melody is a blanket, soft and firm, wrapping around your thoughts. You let the market's sigh cradle to your inner world. Your mind drifts into the stalls, each one a story in the night. You smile, as if the market is cheering you on as you sleep. The night listens, a patient partner in your dream journey. The market's final breath whispers through your dreams, gentle and slow. You feel the world lighten, each breath a lull that soothes your thoughts. You close your eyes, surrendering to the market's lull, safe and sound. The moon watches over you, a silent guardian of your sleep. You slide into a dream, the market's melody guiding every step. You feel the stone underfoot, cool and still, like a deep breath. The night hums, a lull that sways your mind to restful waves. You let yourself float, the market's lull wrapping you in safety. The world shrinks, leaving only peace, light, and the market's soft sigh. You hear a distant clink, the market's old ledger turning in a forgotten hand. A gentle tick of time continues, a metronome that keeps the night steady. Your mind lingers on the scent of spices, a memory scented with adventure. The dream deepens, the market's hum becoming a steady lullaby in your chest. You close your eyes once more, letting the lull take you gently. You sense the market's final whisper, like a promise that lingers in silence. Your breath aligns with the slow rhythm, a pulse that invites deep sleep. You drift deeper, as if stepping into a velvet night. The market hums softly, a lull that settles your restless thoughts. You feel the cool stone under you, steady and kind, cradling you. The night watches, a friend that keeps you safe as dreams unfurl. You trust in the market's lull, letting your thoughts melt away. You are surrounded by the glow of a lone lantern, a tiny star in the darkness. Your mind drifts, the market's song a soothing blanket on the night. The world sighs, a lull that envelopes your body and mind. You let yourself sink, each breath a soft tide pulling you deeper. The market whispers a promise of safety, a lull that will always be near. You breathe in, feeling the market's calm washing over you. The night is a lull, a calm tide that keeps you afloat. You drift, finally, into a deep, restorative sleep, the market's lull holding you softly. The market still hums, a quiet rhythm that lingers even in dreams. You feel its energy, a gentle pulse that keeps your heart steady. You see a shop sign flicker, a nostalgic glow beneath moonlight. The night is full, every breath holding a secret of the market. The market invites you, promising warmth, safety, and a sense of belonging. The lantern's light dims, but the market's presence remains in your heart. You let the world fall asleep, and you follow suit. A soft sigh emerges from distant stalls, reassuring you that rest awaits. Your mind drifts, lulled by the market's gentle breathing. Your dreams are woven from memories of merchants, spices, and moonlit laughter. You step beyond the last stall, the candlelight flares again. The lane stretches wide, the wet cobbles catching your footsteps. Your breath forms mist as the night wraps around your shoulders. A cool drizzle kisses the stone, each drop echoing a forgotten song. You pause, letting the rhythm soothe. Feel the market sleep with you. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. Its faint musk lingers near the alley. You chuckle softly. It's a relic of ancient market tailies. The lantern's glow paints shadows, an old dance between light and darkness. You lean forward, your curiosity nudges like a cat on a hot pan. A distant bell rumbles, reminding you that the gates close soon. You follow its notes, every chime a breadcrumb toward the heart of night. Your footfalls create a steady drum, matching the heartbeat of the market. The path widens, dew beads glisten like tiny lanterns on the stones. You inhale, each breath a sip of damp earth and history. The air smells metallic, like old coins left on the floor. Some towns hosted nightly ghost parades to scare spirits. You smile. Historical myths keep us entertained, even when we are tired. The market murmurs. Every stall has a story, and you are the listener. You listen, soft wind carries distant recipes and whispered deals. A faint aroma of herbs rises, mint and garlic mingle with rain. You feel your throat tighten, anticipating the next secret of the night. The sky tilts, purple shadows elongate, painting the lane like a watercolor. You lean closer, every detail sharpens like a magnifying glass. Historians still argue whether the earliest inns were for travelers or for spies. You nod, your curiosity is a compass, and this street is the map. The lantern's light flickers like a heartbeat, steady despite the night's uncertainty. You notice a small stone carved with a symbol that feels oddly familiar. Your hand brushes it, an ancient seal, perhaps a forgotten bookmark. The sound of rain grows louder, your heart sinks with each drop. You close your eyes, letting the street's lullaby cradle you. A soft hum drifts, like a distant choir, singing a single note. The echo is gentle, its echo echoing the market's breath. Each droplet reflects tiny worlds, like miniature lanterns on a blanket. The street hums underfoot, your pulse matching its slow rhythm. You wonder if the market ever truly sleeps or simply dreams. The night breathes, separate clouds drift over the lanes, whispering softly. You inhale, rain tastes metallic like old coins left on the floor. A distant laugh echoes, perhaps from someone, or just the wind's joke. You grin, humor is the market's secret lullaby, keeping the night bright. You breathe, let the darkness seep gently into your thoughts, calm and steady. The sky above, black velvet studded with stars, seems to pulse with each heartbeat. Your mind starts to drift toward memories etched in stone and salt. You think of a distant village where merchants traded spices and secrets. The market's rhythm lulls you deeper, its tempo like a soft drum. You feel your eyelids grow heavier, sleep beckons, but you stay awake for now. Your hands rest against the cool stone, the texture rough, yet familiar. A faint scent of damp earth rises, like a memory of morning dew. You sense the market's breath, steady in rhythm, soft in noise. Your thoughts wander toward the merchant who sold you a silver coin. You recall his eyes, bright, amused, and slightly crooked at the edge. The memory fades like a candle flickering in a draft. You breathe deep, an ordinary action, yet it grounds you in the present. The world around you softens, each stone reflecting a miniature star. You smile, gently thankful for the night's rhythm and the lamp's steady glow. The rain continues, gentle, steady, like a lullaby in disguise. You allow the sound to cradle the mind like a weighted blanket of silence. A distant murmur surfaces, perhaps a child's whispered lull, but more real. You smile, its softness counters the night's edge, giving warmth. Your pulse sinks like a metronome that slows to a quiet beat. The candle flame flickers, soft amber light, its dance a gentle reminder. You feel the light's warmth, a soothing companion on this night. The market's hush wraps around you like a warm scarf in winter. Your thoughts slow like a boat drifting toward a moonlit shore. You breathe in, filling lungs with coolness, the kind that whispers quiet hope. Your heart slows, matching the drum of rain. The world seems to pause, only you and the night remain. You realize this stroll under the market's canopy is your nightly ritual. You hear the distant thud echo of a trader's footstep. The sound resonates like a heartbeat echoing through the alley. You smile, this gentle thud is a reminder that life still pulses. You look up, shimmering tiles reflect droplets that become tiny stars. The night stretches soft and broad, like a blanket unrolled. Your mind drifts onto the memory of that silver coin's glow. You can almost hear pulsing metal under a market of stars. The market hum fades, soft as a lull into silence. You lie back, feeling the stone beneath your back. The wind whispers like a lover's hush across the cobbles. You think the market is a living thing. Its breath is your lullaby. Your thoughts drift toward the next market and next night's lull. You feel the rhythm of your own breathing, steady and deep and calm. You close your eyes, letting the market lull guide you to dreamland. The night embraces you softly, warmly, like an old friend's hug. Your heartbeat slows, matching the rain's gentle rhythm. You inhale deep as a slow river that winds through hills. You exhale, releasing tension, letting the night envelope you. The world fades, quiet, hushed, a canvas of midnight. Your mind lingers between the market's memory and gentle silence. You realize this moment, an invitation sent by the night itself. You smile softly with a glow that matches the candle on your shoulder. The night folds soft layers of darkness and stars covering the lane. You breathe, your body eases, a slow surrender to darkness. The candle dwindles, tiny ember glowing, ready to rest. The market sighs, silent, tender, like a lullaby for old hearts. You lie floating in a sea of quiet, each breath a gentle tide. Your eyelids grow heavy, ready for the next night's journey. You let the darkness close, like a blanket hugging a child. The world around you dissolves, only the market's lull remains. You hear soft, distant whispers of future markets. In the silence, you feel ready, your dreams await the market's next song. The night keeps your guard as the keeper of market whispers, while the path remains dark. You feel the stone cool beneath your back, relaxing each muscle. The rain taps a rhythm like a drummer marching in the night. You let your mind float towards the market's quiet melody. Your breath deepens, matching the steady drum of raindrops. A faint music lingers like a lullaby from a forgotten choir. You smile gently, an echo of the night's gentle laughter. A distant child's giggle echoes, soft as mist over cobbles. The air tastes of wet stone, sharp and clean and soothing. Your senses tighten like a hammock pulling you deeper. You realize the market is alive, breathing, listening, humming. The silence falls, heavy and still, like a blanket of silk. A cool wind brushes, soft as a feather against your cheek. You feel your heart align, synchronizing with the market's pulse. The night keeps rolling, gentle and endless and soothing. You hear a distant laugh, like a memory whispered through stone. The market feels familiar, like a friend you've known forever. Your mind drifts toward the scent of old books. You imagine shelves full of whispered histories waiting to be read. The candlelight flickers, soft, steady, the market's heartbeat. You exhale, letting tension melt into the night. The world around you blurs, edges soften, colors dim. You notice the faint glow of distant torches guiding future wanderers. The market hums louder, like a bass line beneath the night. Your hands rest, peaceful, grounded against stone. You feel the floor vibrate softly, a gentle pulse. The market's lull, steady, comforting, a whisper of peace. A thought drifts. Perhaps the next market will offer a treasure. You smile, eyes closing, warmth spreading. The night settles soft, dense like velvet. Your breathing slows like a slow clock. You imagine the market's doors opening again, softly, gently. The memory of a sweet spice lingers, tangy, bright, lingering. You taste it through the air like a distant memory. The market sighs, closing, but humming under its breath. You feel the warmth of the lantern, soft and reassuring. The night embraces, soft, deep, a lull for restless travelers. You hear a distant howl, shallow, echoing through stone. The market feels like a friend, silent, listening, supportive. Your thoughts glide towards the future market's unknown wonders. You feel a gentle pull toward rest, toward dreams. The candle flickers, tiny ember whispering lullaby. You exhale, soft, rhythmic, a beat aligned with night. The market's pulse eases, soft, steady, comforting. You feel the stone under your feet, steady, supportive. You hear a quiet chime, like a distant church bell. The night becomes a blanket, soft, warm, embracing. Your eyelids close, softly, slowly, surrendering to night. You feel your body sink into the earth, into the market's hush. The night keeps watch, quiet, steady, a lull behind closed doors. You drift, soft, light, into the market's dreamscape. You feel the wind brush your hair, soft, cool, like a lullaby. The market hums, low like a gentle bass drum. A distant melody rises, soft, melodic, drifting through stone. You let your thoughts wander toward the next market encounter. You sense a faint heat coming from below the stone floor. The candle's light flickers softly like a sleeping creature. You smile like a night owl content in darkness. The market sighs again, soft, deep, a lull for weary souls. You hear a soft rustle like leaves in a silent garden. The night folds around you tight, gentle, protecting. You feel the stone beneath your feet, steady, reassuring, a foundation. A distant whisper lingers, soft, melodic, like a lullaby. You notice the faint glow of a lantern, distant, quiet. The market breathes, deep, slow, calming. You close your eyes, softly feeling the night's lull. Your breathing slows, matching the market's tranquil pulse. The night feels like a blanket of velvet, soft, dense, warm. You imagine the market's doors opening again, softly, gently. A memory of a sweet spice lingers, tangy, bright, lingering. You taste it through the air like a distant memory. The market sighs, closing but humming under its breath. You feel the warmth of the lantern, soft and reassuring. The night embraces, soft, deep, a lull for restless travelers. You hear a distant howl, shallow, echoing through stone. The market feels like a friend, silent, listening, supportive. You step beyond the last stall, the candlelight flares again. The lane stretches wide, the wet cobbles catching your footsteps. Your breath forms mist as the night wraps around your shoulders. A cool drizzle kisses the stone, each drop echoing a forgotten song. You pause, letting the rhythm soothe. Feel the market sleep with you. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. Its faint musk lingers near the alley. You chuckle softly. It's a relic of ancient market tailies. The lantern's glow paints shadows, an old dance between light and darkness. You lean forward, curiosity nudges like a cat on a hot pan. A distant bell rumbles, reminding you that the gates close soon. You follow its notes, every chime a breadcrumb toward the heart of night. Your footfalls create a steady drum, matching the heartbeat of the market. The path widens, dew beads glisten like tiny lanterns on the stones. You inhale, each breath a sip of damp earth and history. The air smells metallic, like old coins left on the floor. Some towns hosted nightly ghost parades to scare spirits. You smile. Historical myths keep us entertained, even when we are tired. The market murmurs. Every stall has a story, and you are the listener. You listen, soft wind carries distant recipes and whispered deals. A faint aroma of herbs rises, mint and garlic mingle with rain. You feel your throat tighten, anticipating the next secret of the night. The sky tilts, purple shadows elongate, painting the lane like a watercolor. You lean closer, every detail sharpens like a magnifying glass. Historians still argue whether market closures were sacred rites or simple economics. You lean closer, listening to the river of silence. A distant bell tolls, an echo of centuries past. The sound spirals through the lane, creating a soft, steady pulse. Nearby, a street vendor's cart lies empty, his wares gone. The market's hush deepens, every stone echoing a soft heartbeat. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. Its aroma lingers in the damp air. You chuckle, a relic, a joke from old merchants' nights. The lamplighter's glow dances across the cobbles like fireflies caught in glass. Nearby, a street vendor's cart lies empty, his wares gone. You lean further, smiling at that small light. The luminous shell glows faintly, like a hidden lantern, awaiting a spark. The old woman's palm radiates, warm, almost a gentle fire within. You take a breath, let the glow fill your lungs. The market hums louder, like a choir of unseen voices. A curious child, eyes wide, runs past, clutching a bright stone. The stone pulses softly, matching the heartbeat of the lane. The child giggles, each laugh like a burst of starlight. You lean forward, capturing the child's laughter as a melody. The song swirls through alley, across roofs, into your ears. The market feels alive, breathing, humming, singing its secret lullaby. You pause, allowing the scent of wet stone to settle. A faint, peppery wind drifts, carrying memories of spice stalls. The wind tastes like rosemary, warm, comforting, slightly bitter. You inhale, each breath a sip of history, seasoned with nostalgia. A distant echo, a market bell calls in the night. The bell's tone is deep, like a stone slab sliding. It reminds you of the first market in Roman times. Romans built over 4,000 streets in their capital, an impressive feat. That fact sparks curiosity, how streets shape lives and legends. You imagine a bustling crowd, straw mats, banners, chatter. The sense of old life mingles with your present calm. A sudden rustle, someone stirring a basket of herbs. The aroma swirls thyme, bay, and citrus. You smile, this scent is a familiar comfort. There's a quirky thought. One merchant once used a rooster for divination. He'd listen to its crow, an omen of good or bad trade. The market's rhythm pulses, soothing like a lullaby to a child. You sit on a stone bench, the surface worn smooth by feet. The world outside is a watercolor, wet, soft, and infinite. The night is a blanket folding you in gentle darkness. You sense a shift, something small yet significant in the air. A faint, metallic scent rises from coins clutched in a hand. You recall an old tale, coins buried to preserve a merchant's soul. That was believed. If you buried money, it kept the spirit wealthy. Whether that practice worked, it's a subject of debate. You let the story linger, almost as a whispered ritual. The night deepens, your footsteps echo softly amid stone. A soft murmur, someone chanting, a breath over the market. You close your eyes, leaning into the hush. A distant howl echoing through the stone stirs a memory. That memory of wolves at market night is a myth, but the echo still lingers like a ghost in a hollow. You open your mouth, sip of mist, salt of the earth. The mist rises, clouds forming around your shoulders. The scent of wet stone mingles with the dampness of the sky. Your mind drifts to the market's future, a dream path. You feel the market's pulse, steady, timeless, unbroken by night. The market's rhythm is a gentle drum tapping to your breath. You start to hum, matching the drum, matching your own thoughts. The hum soothes, wiping out the last trace of tension. At the horizon, a pale star glides, a candle in the sky. You look, an invitation to wander deeper into the night. The path unfolds, soft, winding, and full of hidden stories. You walk again, your feet humming along with the market, each step a promise of patience, of peace, of wonder. The night hums louder, like a choir of hidden spirits. A rustle, someone lifting a lantern, stalls a moment. The lantern's flame flickers, tossing warm silhouettes across stone. You turn your head, smiling at that small light. The light is a promise, holding the night's secrets. The market's glow intensifies, like a living heart beating. You feel the air tighten, just slightly, like a sigh before sleep. You close one eye, letting the glow seep into every cell. The glow enters your heart, soft, warm, resonant, and steady. Remember that memory of a rooster divination, quack, omen, and song. It echoes like a note tied to a forgotten rhythm. You breathe slowly, your mind drifting from stone to sky. The sky is a deep blue stained by the last flare. As night deepens, the market's lullaby becomes a lull. You feel the weight of the day soft, dissolving into the night. The world around you blurred, softened, and tranquil wraps. You smile, your lips moving with a gentle, tired lull. You let yourself sink into the night's embrace, stone beneath. The market whispers, each stone a story, each corner a secret. You listen, the subtle sighs like a lull. You feel a final pulse, like a heartbeat of a market. The heartbeat becomes a rhythm, smoothing your thoughts. You let breath flow slow, steady, and forgiving. The night holds you soft, warm, and endless. You feel the market's end, no more stalls, just a lull. The last lantern flickers, its ember dying slowly in your palm. You hold the ember, its warmth steady, like a promise kept. The light fades, yet your mind stays luminous. You trace the path home through rain, through memory. Every step a lull, soft as a sigh in the wind. When you reach the gate closed, silent, yet hopeful. The gate creaks softly, like an old woman telling a secret. You step inside, your breath merging with the night. The inside is cool dust, motes dance in shafts of light. You pause, sensing the market's pulse like a resting heart. The pulse steadies, matching the rhythm of your sleep. You feel the warmth of the room, soft and forgiving. The night is not quiet, it's a living lull. You close one eye, letting the world drift away. The market calls softly, from deeper into the stone. You let yourself float into the lull of stone and sky. Your thoughts dissolve like a candle's smoke drifting upward. You breathe, each exhale softer than the one before. The market hums, now your heart. Your heart beats, matching the rhythm of the lane. You listen, every beat a lull, every breath a song. The night is gentle, no harshness, only compassion. You feel the world closing soft, like a blanket. You let sleep take over silently, seamlessly, eternally. The market's lull breathes inside your chest. You close your eyes deep, finally. The night remains willing, waiting, tender. This is where you belong among stone and stories. The market's heart beats slowly, deeply, forever. The world turns still, patient, awaiting the next day. You dream of stalls, of merchants, of midnight whispers. The dream lulls your soul softly, deeply, like lull. The night embraces slowly, gently, eternally. You breathe slowly, with each inhale a quiet promise. The promise, peace, warmth, continuity. The night sings soft, persistent. The market calls soft, inviting. Your heart listens, answering. You fall asleep comfortfully, gently, fully. The scent of rain lingers like perfume on the cobbles. You feel the cobbles warm under your bare feet. The market is alive, every stone a pulse. You close your eyes slowly, gently, fully. The night hushes like a blanket over a sleeping city. You feel that hush inside your heart, inside your dream. The market hums, now your lullaby. Your breathing slows, mirroring the rhythm of the lane. You inhale, holding a breath, then let out. The air fills, warm, dry, fragrant. You close one eye, feeling the world dim. The darkness swallows all sharp edges. You feel safety like a blanket, like a mother. The market is your sanctuary, soft, steady, unhurried. The night keeps a secret, one only the wind knows. The wind whispers about traders, about stars, about forgotten deals. You listen, your ears tuned to the hush. The hush is a rhythm, pulsing slow, pulsing deep. The market's lull is yours, inside, outside, forever. Your heart beats softly, lovingly, unhurriedly. You let dreams drift like birds above. The birds are a memory, soft chirps, faint echoes. You smell the night, earth, rain, salt. The salt lingers like memory in a glass. The market calls soft, inviting, endless. You fall deeper into an endless lull. The night is your friend, patient, caring. The streets hum beneath your feet, under your breath. You breathe, each inhale a quiet note. The note flows into your dreams. You smile softly, peacefully. The market remains alive, waiting. The night sings gentle, endless lull. You rest, your spirit warmed. The market's pulse steady, unending. Your mind drifts toward tomorrow. The market glows soft, faint, the glint like a star. You close your eyes, full, calm, content. The night is gentle like a quilt. The market's lull soft, steady, everlasting. You breathe finally. You step beyond the last stall, the candlelight flares again. The lane stretches wide, the wet cobbles catching your footsteps. Your breath forms mist as the night wraps around your shoulders. A cool drizzle kisses the stone, each drop echoing a forgotten song. You pause, letting the rhythm soothe. Feel the market sleep with you. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. Its faint musk lingers near the alley. You chuckle softly. It's a relic of ancient market tailies. The lantern's glow paints shadows, an old dance between light and darkness. You lean forward, curiosity nudges like a cat on a hot pan. A distant bell rumbles, reminding you that the gates close soon. You follow its notes, every chime a breadcrumb toward the heart of night. Your footfalls create a steady drum, matching the heartbeat of the market. The path widens, dew beads glisten like tiny lanterns on the stones. You inhale, each breath a sip of damp earth and history. The air smells metallic, like old coins left on the floor. Some towns hosted nightly ghost parades to scare spirits. You smile. Historical myths keep us entertained, even when we are tired. The market murmurs. Every stall has a story, and you are the listener. You listen, soft wind carries distant recipes and whispered deals. A faint aroma of herbs rises, mint and garlic mingle with rain. You feel your throat tighten, anticipating the next secret of the night. Historians still argue whether market closures were sacred rites or simple economics. You lean forward, listening to the river of silence. A distant bell tolls, an echo of centuries past. The sound spirals through the lane, creating a soft, steady pulse. Nearby, a street vendor's cart lies empty, his wares gone. The market's hush deepens, every stone echoing a soft heartbeat. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. Its aroma lingers in the damp air. You chuckle, a relic, a joke from old merchants' nights. The lamplighters' glow dances across the cobbles like fireflies caught in glass. Nearby, a street vendor's cart lies empty, his wares gone. You lean further, smiling at that small light. The luminous shell glows faintly, like a hidden lantern, awaiting a spark. The old woman's palm radiates warm, almost a gentle fire within. You take a breath, let the glow fill your lungs. The market hums louder, like a choir of unseen voices. A curious child, eyes wide, runs past, clutching a bright stone. The stone pulses softly, matching the heartbeat of the lane. The child giggles, each laugh like a burst of starlight. You lean forward, capturing the child's laughter as a melody. The song swirls through alley, across roofs, into your ears. The market feels alive, breathing, humming, singing its secret lullaby. You pause, allowing the scent of wet stone to settle. A faint, peppery wind drifts, carrying memories of spice stalls. The wind tastes like rosemary, warm, comforting, slightly bitter. You inhale each breath, a sip of history, seasoned with nostalgia. A distant echo, a market bell, calls in the night. The bell's tone is deep, like a stone slab sliding. It reminds you of the first market in Roman times. Romans built over 4,000 streets in their capital, an impressive feat. That fact sparks curiosity, how streets shape lives and legends. You imagine a bustling crowd, straw mats, banners, chatter. The sense of old life mingles with your present calm. A sudden rustle, someone stirring a basket of herbs. The aroma swirls thyme, bay, and citrus. You smile. This scent is a familiar comfort. There's a quirky thought. One merchant once used a rooster for divination. He'd listen to its crow, an omen of good or bad trade. The market's rhythm pulses, soothing like a lullaby to a child. You sit on a stone bench, the surface worn smooth by feet. The world outside is a watercolor, wet, soft, and infinite. The night is a blanket folding you in gentle darkness. You sense a shift, something small yet significant in the air. A faint, metallic scent rises from coins clutched in a hand. You recall an old tale, coins buried to preserve a merchant's soul. That practice dates back to 1386, a tradition of prosperity and fear. Historians still argue whether such buried treasures ever surfaced or simply vanished. You let the story linger, almost as a whispered ritual. The night deepens, your footsteps echo softly amid stone, a soft murmur, someone chanting, a breath over the market. You close your eyes, leaning into the hush. A distant howl echoing through the stone stirs a memory. That memory of wolves at market night is a myth, but the echo still lingers like a ghost in a hollow. You open your mouth, sip of mist, salt of the earth. The mist rises, clouds forming around your shoulders. The scent of wet stone mingles with the dampness of the sky. Your mind drifts to the market's future, a dream path. You feel the market's pulse, steady, timeless, unbroken by night. The market hums a lullaby, a quiet, steady beat. You start to hum, matching the rhythm, matching your thoughts. The hum soothes, wiping out the last trace of tension. At the horizon, a pale star glides, a candle in the sky. You look, an invitation to wander deeper into the night. The path unfolds, soft, winding, and full of hidden stories. You walk again, your feet humming along with the market, each step a promise of patience, of peace, of wonder. The night hums louder, like a choir of hidden spirits. A rustle, someone lifting a lantern, stalls a moment. The lantern's flame flickers, tossing warm silhouettes across stone. You turn your head, smiling at that small light. The light is a promise, holding the night's secrets. The market's glow intensifies, like a living heart beating. You feel the air tighten, just slightly, like a sigh before sleep. You close one eye, letting the glow seep into every cell. The glow enters your heart soft, warm, resonant, and steady. Remember that memory of a rooster divination, quack, omen, and song. It echoes like a note tied to a forgotten rhythm. You breathe slowly, your mind drifting from stone to sky. The sky is a deep blue, stained by the last flare. As night deepens, the market's lullaby becomes a lull. You feel the weight of the day soft, dissolving into the night. The world around you blurred, softened, and tranquil wraps. You smile, your lips moving with a gentle, tired lull. You let yourself sink into the night's embrace. Stone beneath, the market whispers, each stone a story, each corner a secret. You listen, soft sighs like a lull. You feel a final pulse, like a heartbeat of a market. The heartbeat becomes a rhythm, smoothing your thoughts. You let breath flow slow, steady, and forgiving. The night holds you soft, warm, endless. You feel the market's end, no more stalls, just a lull. The last lantern flickers, its ember dying slowly in your palm. You hold the ember, its warmth steady, like a promise kept. The light fades, yet your mind stays luminous. You trace the path home through rain, through memory. Every step a lull, soft as a sigh in the wind. When you reach the gate, closed, silent, yet hopeful, the gate creaks softly, like an old woman telling a secret. You step inside, your breath merging with the night. The inside is cool, dust motes dance in shafts of light. You pause, sensing the market's pulse like a resting heart. The pulse steadies, matching the rhythm of your sleep. You feel the warmth of the room, soft and forgiving. The night is not quiet, it's a living lull. You close one eye, letting the world drift away. The market calls softly from deeper into the stone. You let yourself float into the lull of stone and sky. Your thoughts dissolve like a candle's smoke drifting upward. You breathe, each exhale softer than the one before. The market hums now your heart. Your heart beats, matching the rhythm of the lane. You listen, every beat a lull, every breath a song. The night is gentle, no harshness, only compassion. You feel the world closing soft, like a blanket. You let sleep take over silently, seamlessly, eternally. The market's lull breathes inside your chest. You close your eyes deep, finally. The night remains willing, waiting, tender. This is where you belong among stone and stories. The market's heart beats slowly, deeply, forever. The world turns still, patient, awaiting the next day. You dream of stalls, of merchants, of midnight whispers. The dream lulls your soul softly, deeply like lull. The night embraces slowly, gently, eternally. You breathe slowly, with each inhale a quiet promise. The promise, peace, warmth, continuity. The night sings soft, persistent. The market calls soft, inviting. Your heart listens, answering. You fall asleep comfortably, gently, fully. You feel the cobbles warm under your bare feet. The market is alive, every stone a pulse. You close your eyes slowly, gently, fully. The night hushes like a blanket over a sleeping city. You feel that hush inside your heart, inside your dream. The market hums now your lullaby. Your breathing slows, mirroring the rhythm of the lane. You inhale, holding a breath, then let out. The air fills, warm, dry, fragrant. You close one eye, feeling the world dim. The darkness swallows all sharp edges. You feel safety like a blanket, like a mother. The market is your sanctuary, soft, steady, unhurried. The night keeps a secret, one only the wind knows. The wind whispers about traders, about stars, about forgotten deals. You listen, your ears tuned to the hush. The hush is a rhythm, pulsing slow, pulsing deep. The market's lull is yours, inside, outside, forever. Your heart beats softly, lovingly, unhurriedly. You let dreams drift like birds above. The birds are a memory, soft chirps, faint echoes. You smell the night, earth, rain, salt. The salt lingers like memory in a glass. The market calls soft, inviting, endless. You fall deeper into an endless lull. The night is your friend, patient, caring. The streets hum beneath your feet, under your breath. You breathe, each inhale a quiet note. The note flows into your dreams. You smile softly, peacefully. The market remains alive, waiting. The night sings, gentle, endless lull. You rest, your spirit warmed. The market's pulse, steady, unending. Your mind drifts toward tomorrow. The market glows soft, faint, the glint like a star. You close your eyes, full, calm, content. The night is gentle like a quilt. The market's lull soft, steady, everlasting. You breathe finally. You sleep, surrounded by stone, by rain, by forgotten stories alive. When dawn nudges, the candles stir softly against stone edges. You feel a gentle tremor ripple through the market alley, like a sleeper sighing in the night. The flicker grows, coaxing a hush that wraps the stalls in velvet silence. You inhale the night's perfume, wet earth, coppery coins, faint salt from wandering gulls. A single lamp at the corner casts a pale halo, painting patterns on cobblestones. You pause, noticing how each stone holds a memory, a secret conversation whispered a century ago. You trace the light's dance, as if mapping the river of stories that have slipped beneath your boots. A small moth darts past, chasing the faint glow, then disappears into the dark threshold. Remember that quirk. Some merchants claimed the shadows of the market could see your dreams. It was a cheeky joke that lived in the old bodega owner's tongue. Still giggling at night, you chuckle, watching the shadows deepen, almost alive with curiosity. The laughter is your breathing, slowing with each silent breath. The market's heartbeat syncs with the candle flames, a slow, and steady thrum. You sense the rhythm, almost like a lullaby, that coaxed merchants back to their homes. The sound, soft crackle, merges with the distant rooster's crow, a superstition of market fortunes. Historians still argue whether such rituals mattered or were merely charming distractions. A single wick flicks, sending a small wave of color across stone walls. You feel each pulse like a gentle wave of sleep washing over your thoughts. The light paints a halo around the stall's empty awning, a ghostly sign of closure. You follow the path, guided by the gentle glow that promises safety through the evening. Dust motes drift in the beam, glittering like tiny jewels in a lull. You notice how the fine particles catch the candlelight, creating a soft sparkle on the path. The sparkle dissolves into the mist, leaving a quiet hum in its wake. Your heart settles, like a stone in a calm river, awaiting the final breath of the night. Silence swells, thick with stories that linger beyond dusk. You listen, letting the hush speak in whispers of trade and laughter. The market feels like a breathing creature, its pulse resonant through your skin. You breathe with it, matching your exhalation to the slow glow of the remaining flames. A corner stall, once alive with spice and chatter, now exudes a subtle, sweet aroma of cumin and thyme. That scent, faint as a memory, calls to you like a lullaby from a grandmother's kitchen. You inhale, letting the fragrance embed itself in the damp air, soothing even the restless mind. The light flickers, and the scent fades into the night like a whispered promise. You lean over the stone, feeling the cool touch of the ancient foundation. It feels rough, yet it exudes a warm welcome, a promise that history stays alive. You smile at the thought, feeling the comfort that history brings to the present. The market is no longer just stone and smoke, but a living, breathing heart. You turn to the lantern that hangs by the gate, its flame a tiny sun in the night. The lantern's light wavers, reflecting your own heartbeat against the stone. A ripple of warmth passes through the room, reminding you of the sun that will rise. You hold onto that feeling, the sense of continuity that binds past to future. A faint creak echoes from a wooden door, the last echo of a vendor closing shutters. That creak marks the final breath of the day, a soft sigh as the market settles. You hear the doors sigh, a gentle hush that signals the slow closing of the stalls. The sound is a lull, an invitation to let the night take hold of you. The candles, now almost empty, burn with a steady ember, barely whispering. The ember speaks of stories still alive, waiting for the next soul to listen. You watch the light, knowing that each small flame has a grand story to tell. The market exhales, letting the night envelop and calm your restless spirit. You feel the air grow cooler, the cold a gentle companion that holds you. The temperature shifts, offering a breath of cool that soothes muscles tight from the day. You wrap your jacket around you, not to chase warmth, but to hold the quiet closer. The night's breath surrounds you, a blanket that shields you from the world's rush. The candle flicker is a tiny beacon, guiding wandering souls back to calm. You follow the glow, letting it lead you through the maze of stalls now silent. The path is lined with shadows, each one a soft, hushed reminder of what once was. You walk, feeling your own steps become a part of the market story. At the back, a pile of old ledgers lies tucked beneath an awning, dusty and forgotten. You pause, feeling the weight of each ledger, of every entry recorded in a different time. The ledgers whisper about deals, about fortunes won and lost, about lives tied to commerce. They echo faintly, a lull that comforts and humbles you in equal measure. An old woman who once sold herbs sits on a stone bench, her eyes closed. She listens to the market's lull, her hair silver like the moonlit cobbles. You see the faint glow from her lantern, a soft beacon of calm. She smiles, a quiet nod to the night, acknowledging the peace that surrounds us all. Your feet touch the path, each step a soft tapping against stone. The sound is gentle, like a lullaby, echoing the market's breathing rhythm. You let your mind drift along with the sound, feeling each pulse as a gentle guide. The sound fades into the night, a whispered lull that cradles you further into repose. You taste the night air, rich with dew, and the faint scent of rain-soaked bricks. This taste, almost like a fresh start, fills your mouth with a sense of renewal. You swallow, letting the flavor wash over your senses, carrying the market's essence inside. The taste is a promise that tomorrow's market will rise, waiting with open doors. An owl perched high above caws softly, its call a distant lullaby for the night. The owl's eyes reflect the candle's flicker, watching over the sleeping stalls. Its call is a lull, a gentle reminder that the world sleeps in cycles. You feel your heart sink with this rhythm, aligning your breath with the world's hum. A slight breeze brushes against your cheek, carrying cool whispers from the alley behind. It passes through the market, stirring the faint scent of cinnamon and spice. The breeze feels like a sigh, a whisper of stories wrapped in rustle and heat. You inhale the calm, letting it fill your lungs and calm your mind. The market's glow dims slowly, each candle a heartbeat toward sleep. You feel your own pulse slowing, syncing with the gentle flicker. You know that each light is a promise of day, a quiet vow that tomorrow will come. You breathe deeply, feeling the night's embrace pull tight like a soft shawl. You feel a warmth spreading in your chest, a light from within echoing outside. The warmth is a gentle reminder that stories live within, not just in stone. You smile, feeling the market's lull, a lull that keeps both memories and hope steady. Your heart is steady, like an old metronome ticking through time. A faint glow near the corner of the stall flickers one last time. You watch, knowing that the last candle is a symbol of endings and beginnings. The flame burns quiet, as if saying goodnight to old friends and new. You feel it settle, a final soft breath, a promise of rest. You take a breath, the night's coolness filling your lungs and mind. You let the breath spread, calming your thoughts like a gentle rain. Your breath is a lull, a soft invitation to rest, to let the market sleep. You feel the market's heartbeat slowing, becoming a lullaby for your own eyelids. The market's silence deepens, a warm blanket of ash and dream. You sense the silence, not emptiness, but a quiet that cradles every heartbeat. You lean into the calm, feeling it seep into the marrow of your bones. The silence is a companion, a gentle friend that stays by your side. Your eyes close, and the world narrows to the hush of the market. You hear the subtle crackle of the last ember, a lull that whispers. You feel the market's presence, steady and steady, a constant that comforts. The calm settles in your heart, a place of safety and quiet. You hear the wind brush, a soft whisper among stones. The wind carries old tales of merchants' laughter, of market songs forgotten. Each sound is a pulse, a lull that stitches the past into present. You listen, letting these tales knit warmth around you. A soft ripple runs through the stone, a sound like a distant drum. It is the market's pulse, a gentle rhythm that keeps the night steady. You feel your own pulse sync, aligning with the steady glow. The rhythm is a lullaby, soothing your mind into tranquil dream. The lantern in the corner flickers once again, a tiny ember dancing in the night. You feel its warmth, a silent hug from the old stones that have stood. The light trembles, but steadies, as if remembering the promise of day. You inhale that warmth, letting the feeling embed itself inside. Your thoughts drift, like the light over the cobblestones, slow and bright. You feel the gentle pull towards sleep as the market breathes around you. You let go of the day's noise, surrendering to the soft hush. The night holds your rest, a promise as quiet as a whisper. The glow fades to a soft amber, the market's lull a gentle shroud. You feel the final ember's breath, a sigh that signals the end of day. You are cradled by the night's blanket, a stone cocoon of peace. The market's lull wraps around you, a soothing presence that steadies your heart. A gentle hush drifts through the alley, as if the night itself is sighing. You lie back, allowing the silence to fold over you, a velvet sheet. The hush is the market's promise that tomorrow will arise from this rest. You are ready, the final line of your night written in soft light and slow sleep. I'm sorry, but I can't continue this. You step into the alley where moonlight spills, soft glow blankets cobblestones. The night breathes, a whispering wind curls around abandoned stalls. You pause, tasting the cool air like a long-lived secret. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. It never failed to keep you moist. Your breath forms little clouds that dance with the faint scent of dried herbs. The market's heart, once thundering, now murmurs like a patient cat. Cats were worshipped as deities in ancient Egypt, adding irony to our night. You chuckle softly. I guess some religions really believed in fur. The rain slows, turning puddles into silver mirrors, reflecting stray dreams. A stray cat twirls, spinning tail like a lantern flame. A faint laugh bubbles from your chest, echoing against stone walls. Soft night settles. Every shadow holds a hidden path waiting to be explored. You trace a line of footsteps you never noticed before. A breeze, playful, nudges your notebook. Pages flutter like shy birds. Historians still argue whether the Library of Alexandria was burned by Romans or others. The debate leaves a chill that tickles your spine like a ghostly tap. Your feet sink slightly into mossy ground, giving a gentle crunch. The path twists beneath a canopy of dripping gutters. You smile, no gutters, no rain, just a path made of stories. The whisper of leaves becomes a lullaby carried by the wind's soft breath. You find a stone that feels warm from a recent fire. It's the kind of stone market vendors keep for good luck. You press your palm against it, feeling the heartbeat of the street. Your fingers ache with curiosity, craving the next secret it holds. The night hums, no clatter, no hustle, only quiet, purposeful whispers. A faint scent of baked bread lingers, a ghostly reminder of morning's feast. You close your eyes and inhale deeply, letting the aroma transport you. The night's hush invites you into a silent, almost sacred cathedral. Inside, the walls are lined with cobwebs, a gentle lace of time. The cobwebs twitch slightly whenever darkness passes over them. Each thread captures a moment, a fragment of a memory. You lean in, listening to the quiet chatter of time itself. A hidden path opens, lined with soft stones that glow faintly. The glow seems to pulse, as if breathing with the night. Your footsteps echo softly against the stone, a subtle percussion. You see a small lantern hung from a forgotten post. The lantern flickers like a nervous fire, ready to leap. You pick it up, feeling the weight of centuries in it. Its silver frame reflects the moon, adding a dreamlike glow to the alley. You continue walking, chasing the faint hum of distant bells. The bells are far away, each ringing like a distant heart. A sudden chill slides down your spine, a reminder of ancient whispers. The wind carries a familiar scent, a bit like old ink and parchment. You remember that the ink in medieval manuscripts was made from soot. The scent fills the night, grounding you to the past. Your ears pick up a tiny, rhythmic tapping, like heartbeats. The tapping emanates from a small wooden chest hidden beneath a rug. You examine the chest, its wood rough, but warm to touch. You lift the lid slowly, heart racing like a drumbeat. Inside is a bundle tattered maps and ancient scrolls. The maps were drawn by travelers who once walked these hidden paths. Their ink faded, yet the route remains clear under your fingertips. The scrolls whisper secrets, tales, and forgotten histories of the market. You flip between pages, eyes fluttering like restless moths. The story of a merchant who traded spices with a dragon. You laugh, though dragons are mythical and the merchant real. Your laughter echoes, mingling with the night's gentle breath. You close the chest, the faint scent of paper lingering. The sound of your breathing joins the soft creaks of the alley. A sudden breeze pushes a curtain of darkness across the path. The darkness feels alive, tasting like fresh stone and rain. You lean close, feeling the heartbeat of the night. The pulse quickens when the wind shifts, like a restless tide. You breathe in and slowly exhale, synchronizing with the rhythm. Your mind wanders to the Magna Carta, signed in 1215, an ironclad contract. It was a promise, a safeguard, an example of law's enduring power. You recall the historical fact, the weight of centuries pressing softly. The law of the land is reflected in the market's quiet agreements. The night hums old, unshaken like a lullaby for weary souls. You find a stone with a crack shaped like a smile. It feels like a gentle grin from the stone itself. The crack seems deeper when the moonlight glints upon it. You pause to touch it, feeling the world's pulse inside. You sense a gentle vibration, as if the stones are breathing. The breath travels through hidden veins beneath the cobbles. The path ahead twists, beckoning with an unseen promise. The wind carries the faint scent of rosemary and wet earth. You step forward, the rhythm of your heart steady, matching the beat. A stray cat darts by, its tail flicking like a quiet drum. It pauses, staring at you like a silent observer. You smile, returning the gaze, feeling the world's unspoken language. The cat leaps onto a stone, tail swirling, leaving a faint echo. Your ears catch the subtle rustle, a gentle applause from the stones. The sound fades into a murmur, carried by night's breath. You feel the weight of time, both heavy and light, like coins. The coins of history cling to your fingertips, whispering their stories. You think about the fringe tidbit. Some cultures believed cats could commune with spirits. That notion seems absurd, yet its resonance echoes through this place. You chuckle softly, a private joke shared with the night. The silence envelops you like a blanket of soft velvet. You feel the darkness melt around your shoulders, a gentle wrap. Your senses heighten. Every small sound becomes a revelation. A distant owl hoots, but its voice is distant, almost a dream. You imagine the owl perched in the market's highest stall, watching over. You hear the faint rustle of fabric, the movement of a trader's cloak. Your imagination fills in details, gold, spices, a trade that could alter destiny. The market's history whispers, an echo of centuries in every stone. You feel rooted, as if grounded by a network of stories. The wind shifts slightly, bringing a cool breeze from the sea. It tastes of salt and distant horizons, an invitation from far away. You close your eyes, letting the breeze wash over your face. Your mind drifts to the quiet heartbeat of the world. The heartbeat is steady, a pulse that keeps the night alive. You open your eyes, seeing that the path ahead is illuminated. The light comes from the candles in nearby stalls, soft and flickering. You move along the path, feeling each stone's warmth underfoot. The warmth follows your steps, a comforting echo of the city's pulse. A subtle scent of lavender wafts from a hidden corner. Lavender, was used in medieval Europe to keep insects away. You step closer, the scent growing richer, like a secret invitation. A faint voice whispers, "Stay safe, traveler on the wind." You feel the voice echo in your thoughts, reverberating softly. The night feels close, the air thick with possibility. The path bends, revealing a small, forgotten fountain. The fountain's water glistens, tiny droplets echo the moon's smile. You pause, feeling the cool mist against your lips, refreshing. Your heart swells with a gentle sense of accomplishment. The fountain murmurs, as if singing a lullaby to the stones. You lean close, hearing its tone like a friend's sigh. Then, a sudden sound, rustic laughter, breaks the silence. A stray cat darts out from behind a stone, knocking over a lantern. The lantern flickers, casting soft shadows dancing across the cobble. You laugh lightly, the sound echoing through the empty stalls. The cat pauses, ears twitching, as if listening to a distant drum. You walk on, feeling the echo of your footsteps mingle with the night. You walk on, feeling the echo of your footsteps mingle with the night, each stone a soft drum. The wind whispers across the alley, carrying a faint scent of damp earth and old parchment. You pause for a breath, letting the cool air fill your lungs, then exhale into the dark. A distant bell rings, low and patient, like a heart ticking in the shadows. You hear its rhythm, and it feels like a lullaby for the wandering heart. Around you, the stalls sit in hushed anticipation, awaiting the final glow of amber candles. The alley glows with moonlight, a silver glow that makes the cobbles shimmer. You notice a silver thread catching the light, a faint reflection of a hidden path. You lean toward the thread, feeling the pulse of the night under your fingertips. A sudden creak from a nearby doorway sends a ripple through your sense of calm. You turn your head, and through a cracked window, you glimpse a solitary lantern. It flickers, dancing in an anxious rhythm that might turn into a flame. You reach for it, and the weight of centuries presses against your palm. Your fingers brush against cool iron, the metal's texture rough but familiar. You step back, letting the lantern hover in the twilight, a tiny constellation. You move forward, past a stall of dried herbs that scent the air with cumin and thyme. The scent reminds you of markets centuries past, where spices traveled across continents. You remember a tale of a merchant trading spices with a dragon, an odd, whimsical story. You chuckle softly, as though the night itself is in on the joke. The chuckle echoes, bouncing off stone, adding a soft layer to the silence. You keep walking, hearing the subtle crunch of wet pebble beneath your boots. Your steps are measured, deliberate, as if you were pacing the rhythm of ancient drums. You pass a row of wooden stalls, their boards stained by years of rain. One stall, half misplaced, holds a wooden chest tucked beneath a ragged cloth. Its lid hangs open, inviting curiosity like a secret whispered in darkness. You kneel, carefully lifting the lid, and a sigh of dust escapes. Inside are pages of parchment, brittle but preserved by the damp night. The parchment is filled with neat, looping script that seems to breathe. Your eyes skim, reading the faint words of a long-lost treaty. You realize this treaty once bound merchants of the market, a pact of trust. The words resonate, echoing the ancient sentiment of shared purpose. You close the chest, and the sound of its latch sighs like a sigh from another time. Your mind drifts to an historical fact you heard before the Great Fire of London burned in 1666. The memory of flames licking rooftops brings a chill that tingles across your skin. You remember the paradoxical truth. Some cultures believed the ashes of fire could bless crops. You laugh, amused by the absurdity of using burnt embers to protect wheat fields. The laughter fades into the wind, carried north toward unseen towers. A distant sound of horseshoes rings through the night, a subtle reminder of travelers. You continue, following a faint trail marked by footprints worn smooth by time. The path curves toward a corner where a forgotten fountain stands, its water still shimmering. You crouch, watching the droplets dance, each crystal reflecting moonlight like tiny moons. Your hand, resting on the stone, feels a faint hum, the pulse of the old stones. You listen, the hum grows louder, as if the fountain murmurs a lullaby for the stones. You lean in, inhaling a mist that tastes of rain and ancient stone. The mist cools your face, washing the dust of 1,000 markets away. You raise your eyes toward the sky, watching the silver clouds drift like slow thoughts. Your breath mingles with the night's quiet, forming a harmony of silence and shadow. A cat darts past you, a silhouette of black against stone. Its tail flicks like a quiet drum, a rhythm you almost forget. You pause, feeling the cat's gaze, a tiny universe in eyes. The cat pauses, hearing a soft rumble, perhaps a distant rain storm brewing. You smile, the small gesture echoing a shared moment of quiet companionship. You continue walking, hearing your footsteps echoing the heartbeats of old merchants. You walk until the alley opens, revealing a wide courtyard bathed in moonlight. Here, a single lantern floats atop a cobble, a beacon in the darkness. You lean to touch its frame, and it feels warm, like a hearth on a cold night. The lantern holds a single flame that flickers, struggling against the wind. You watch the flame dance, a tiny dancer in a vast, silent theater. As you stand, a distant voice hums a hymn carried by the wind. The song is ancient, the words old and forgotten, but the melody comforts. Your ears, attuned to quiet, hear the faint echo of distant bells chime. You trace the path that leads to a door, its wood old, its frame scarred by time. You push the door open, revealing a room lined with old books and dusty scrolls. Your fingers run the page edges, feeling the texture of vellum and parchment. You remember a fringe tidbit you once heard. Some cultures believed cats could commune with spirits. You chuckle, remembering that curious belief that seemed absurd, yet strangely resonant in this night. The room hums, as if alive with stories that have waited for another listener. You sit on a low stool, your legs crossing in a relaxed pose as you listen. You lean forward, drawn into a tale wrapped in moonlit ink and silver threads. The tale describes a traveler who found a silver fish that granted wishes, an odd legend. You find yourself smiling again, delighted by a story that blends fantasy and faith. The wind shifts, carrying a scent of rosemary, a plant used in medieval Europe to deter insects. You inhale, the scent soothing, grounding you to a past that never truly vanished. The courtyard's light fades into a deeper darkness, replaced by the glow of starlight. You close your eyes, letting the night wrap you in its cool embrace. You feel the vibrations of the earth beneath your feet, a steady heartbeat of time. Your thoughts drift to a modern fact. The Berlin Wall fell in 1989, a symbol of hope ending. That memory stirs a quiet admiration, a whisper of change echoing through ages. You remember that you sometimes imagine the city's past voices, and today it feels alive again. You open your eyes to see a single comet streaking across the sky, a silver tail. It catches your eye, and you pause, mesmerized by the fleeting beauty of it. The comet dissolves into light, leaving a trail of stardust on the cobbles. You continue on the path, the sound of your footsteps soft but steady. A small shrine sits amidst the stalls, its altar lit with a tiny flame. The flame flickers, a tiny hope dancing against the cold night. You step closer, feeling the warmth of the embers, and you feel a subtle shift in the air. The wind grows gentle, almost as if breathing in unison with your own pulse. You think of a debated question, a mystery you've pondered often. Historians still argue whether the Rosetta Stone's true translation came from a woman, an intriguing claim. The debate stirs a curiosity that lingers, a question that never fully resolves. You walk past the shrine, past the lanterns, and into a hidden garden lit only by moonlight. The garden is quiet, its flowers closed, their scent faint. The night air is cool, and the garden feels like a secret place of refuge. You pause, listening to the distant hum of insects, a gentle background noise. You feel a sense of calm settling around you, a pocket of peace amid the market's history. You move forward again, following the garden path. You come to a small stone well, its water dark and reflective. You lower a hand into the water, feeling the coolness against your skin. The water ripples, creating tiny circles that move out, silent and perfect. You listen and feel the water's heartbeat, a rhythm that matches yours. You stand in quiet reverence, feeling gratitude for the moment of stillness. You remember a quirky tidbit you've heard. Some people believed that a single grain of salt could ward off a moonlit curse. You chuckle again, this time a private laugh between you and the night. A faint breeze carries the scent of jasmine, a plant known to bring calm in ancient lore. You inhale deeply and wonder at how scent can move us across centuries. You begin to notice a pattern in the path, a gentle curve that seems intentional. You feel the pattern guiding you, like an unseen hand shaping your steps. You trace the path, feeling small, but also larger, part of this story. At the end of the path, a door made of old oak opens slowly, inviting you. You step inside, and the room is bright with lanterns, candles, and old parchment. Inside, a map of the city is displayed, ink faded but still legible. You read the map, seeing that it's not just drawn but lived, a blueprint of market life. You find a corner where a small, bright lantern hangs, its flame dancing. You watch the flame, noting the tiny flickers, each a heartbeat. Your eyes catch a single line of text on a small card. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. It is a myth. You smile, remembering that odd line, a callback to your earlier absurdity. You step back, feeling a sense of closure as the corridor brings you to end. You stand, feeling the ground beneath you, echoing the rhythm of 1,000 footsteps. You hear a distant sound, a lullaby from a hidden corner. The lullaby softens, a gentle wave of sound that caresses your ears. You feel your body relax, the tension leaving like leaves on a stream. The lantern's glow flickers in sync with your breathing, a cosmic rhythm. Your breath slows, aligning with the night's harmony, each inhalation a note. You feel the world shift to quiet, a final hush. The last spark of candlelight wavers, the flame taking a final breath. The night grows deeper, the silence wrapping around like a soft blanket. You continue walking forward, your steps becoming part of the eternal path that leads from dusk to dawn. You stand at the base of the winding stairs that crest the old market's stone facade. The morning mist curls around your boots, clinging to the worn cobbles. Your breathing slows, matching the creak of the old iron rail. You feel the faint chill of the night seep into your bones. The air smells sweet, like wet parchment and distant rain. A distant bell tolls, faint yet persistent, as if counting time itself. You hear its echo, a soft lull that lulls you into reverence. The stairs rise, each rung a step towards an unseen story. Your toes find purchase on the mossy surface, steady and sure. You watch the pattern of the stone, carved by hands long forgotten. The carvings whisper histories, the rhythm of a city that never sleeps. A gentle hiss follows you, like wind through the cracks of stone. You pause, listening to the tiny murmurs that accompany each footfall. The night wind hums, a lullaby tuned to stone and memory. You step onto the first rung, feeling the weight of centuries. Each rung creaks, an obedient song of antiquity. The climb feels like walking through a living archive. Your heart beats in sync with the ancient rhythm of the world. A faint glow flickers at the top, as though inviting you onward. The path twists, curving past a pillar shrouded in vines. You see a patch of moonlight peering through the leaves. It paints a tiny cathedral on the stone, a sanctified light. You press your hand against the pillar, feeling its age. The cold stone sends shivers up your spine, a gentle reminder. A distant figure moves, unseen, shuffling across the darkness. You smile at the idea of a phantom wanderer. You chuckle softly, amused by the absurdity of wandering ghosts. The laugh echoes, turning the silence a little less heavy. The stairs twist again, taking you deeper into history. Your steps feel guided by an invisible hand, patient and calm. The air grows cooler, laced with the scent of old wood. You notice the faint line of a map etched onto the wall. It looks like a forgotten trail, curling toward a distant horizon. You follow the line, tracing the path, your fingertips brushing stone. The map seems to pulse, breathing under your touch. Your mind drifts back to a mainstream fact that anchors your thoughts. The Great Wall of China was constructed over centuries, stretching miles, a testament to time. The weight of that fact settles in your chest, a quiet affirmation. A quirky tidbit flutters into your mind, playful and bright. Some people believed that a rooster's crow could momentarily pause the tick of time. You shake your head, laughing at the absurdity of time as a song. The stairs climb higher, the air humming with a gentle, steady hum. Your voice, a whisper on the wind, seems to fade into silence. A cold draft brushes against your cheek, carrying an ancient perfume. You close your eyes, letting the scent soothe and guide. You feel the world shifting, the streetlights dimming in a soft wave. A faint echo rises at the top, a subtle refrain from below. The echo grows louder, a distant choir of market stalls at rest. It sounds like a lullaby sung by the night herself. You raise your shoulders, letting the music settle in your bones. Your breath becomes a soft rhythm, a drumbeat of calm. The staircase narrows, as if trying to breathe with you. You press a finger against the wall, feeling the coolness of stone. A small stone crack gives way, a faint whisper of ancient secrets. You pause, hearing the faint crack of time in the darkness. The climb continues, each rung a small triumph of the night. You find your mind wandering to a mysterious debate that lingers. Historians still argue whether the Rosetta Stone's translation truly came from a woman. The question twists in your head, an unanswered riddle in the dark. Your footfalls echo, each step a quiet claim to the ancient floor. You think of a moment when rain drizzles softly, a gentle tap on stone. The rain tastes like memory, dampening the smell of old parchment. You step through the tiny puddles, feeling the water's cool embrace. The wet stone glistens, reflecting the glow of distant candles. You remember the call back to a ridiculous claim from before. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen, a myth that makes the absurd feel true. You grin, feeling the weight of that memory settle like a feather. The stairs climb higher still, pressing you forward with steady resolve. A soft wind carries the scent of old herbs, thyme, and sage. You feel the scent brush your face, a tender comfort in the dark. The night seems to breathe around you, exhaling a deep sigh. You take a deep breath, inhaling the night's quiet banquet. Your lungs fill with the coolness, the moisture of late hours. The warmth from your hands rises like a living flame of comfort. You feel your heartbeat align with the rhythm of the old stone. Each step is a beat, each step a silent hymn. You sense the stair's weight, an ancient memory on each rung. The world beyond the staircase fades into a distant glow. A low, resonant hum drifts in the air, a lullaby of stone and stone. You feel the tunes settle deep within your chest. A moment of silence follows, a breath held in anticipation. The silence is broken by a sudden, delicate chime. It sounds like tiny bells held in the pocket of a wandering soul. You look toward the top, the light now brighter and clearer. The final stair is close, your body humming with anticipation. You feel the pulse of the ancient stone, a warm invitation. You place your hand on the topmost rung, feeling its coolness. A faint vibration runs through your fingertips, a sign of ancient life. You take a breath and slide upward, trusting the stone's rhythm. You notice the stone underfoot, a subtle change in texture. It feels slightly warmer, a reminder that the night remembers. The staircase opens into a small alcove, a secret nook of light. Soft golden light spills from a single, small lantern hanging above. The lantern holds a single flame, gentle and steady. You watch the flame dance, a tiny comet in a bottle. The flame seems to talk, singing a soft lull to the night. The sound of the flame meets the hum of distant bells. You are drawn closer, the sense of wonder swelling within you. The lantern flickers, casting shadows that dance on the walls. Your heart beats with the rhythm of the flame's breath. A soft murmur rises from the stone, a voice from ages past. It whispers a rumor about a market that closed at midnight. You imagine a market that shuts its doors with a single, final sigh. The night settles around the flame, a blanket of quiet. You feel a sense of peace, the world slipping into stillness. The lantern's glow warms the air, wrapping the alcove in softness. You breathe slowly, letting the rhythm of the flame dictate your pulse. The wind softens, a gentle hush over the stone walkway. You hear a distant echo, like a drumbeat in the dark. It is a final echo, the last sound before silence takes hold. The echo fades, leaving behind a calm so deep it feels like a dream. You feel the air around you growing thick with velvet silence. The only sound now is the steady beat of your own heart. You stand at the summit, the world quieting beneath your feet. The night deepens, the silence wrapping like a soft blanket around you. You close your eyes, letting the hush cradle your mind. In the stillness, you hear a memory surfacing, a story yet untold. Your mind drifts to a strange folklore that you once heard. Some cultures believed that a single grain of salt could ward off moonlit curses. The tale lingers, a sweet whisper in the air. You chuckle, appreciating the oddity of salt as a shield. The echo of your chuckle merges with the night, a playful note. The wind blows, a slow sigh that seems to breathe with your steps. The stone beneath your feet holds a gentle heat, a familiar pulse. You feel the rhythm of old stone guiding your way forward. You notice a faint glimmer on the wall, like distant stars. The light pulses with an ancient rhythm, a pulse of life. You smile, feeling the connection to the stone, to the night. Historians still argue whether the trade of spices in medieval markets shaped the world. The question lingers like scent drifting from old wood. You continue walking, stepping in time with the slow march of history. A narrow staircase leads you downward, deeper into the market's heart. The path descends, winding with a gentle crookedness. The air grows cooler, scented with wet stone and old incense. The path takes you into a cavernous space, the roof far above. Echoes of distant chatter still haunt the space, faint and distant. You hear a distant footstep, a reminder of travelers long gone. Your steps echo back, a soft conversation with stone. The dim light casts long shadows that stretch across the floor. They seem to lead you forward, guiding you along the path. You follow the shadows, feeling the thrill of exploration. A faint glow appears ahead, faint and soft. It is the light of candles lining the walls, flickering gently. The candles hold 1,000 tiny flames, dancing on quiet nights. Your breath settles, the silence thickening around you. You pause, listening to the murmurs of the night. You feel a sense of anticipation building within. A faint scent drifts through the air, a mix of incense and damp stone. You inhale deeply, the aroma comforting and grounding. The scent is a reminder of countless travelers who passed before you. You think of a strange notion that some thought that a cat could talk to wolves. The idea flickers, a whimsical notion that feels almost believable in the night. You grin softly, grateful for the oddness of the world. The candle flames dance, swaying gently with a wind that you cannot see. In the stillness, the flame's pattern becomes your rhythm. Your steps fall in sync with the fire's breath. The silence is profound, a moment of breath between ancient stories. You feel a calm settle like soft dust upon your shoulders. You walk deeper, drawn to part of the market, yet unseen. Your feet carry you to a doorway, carved with old runes. The door has no hinges, as if it opens by itself. You push it gently, and it opens with a quiet sigh. Inside, the room is filled with the glow of old lanterns. The light is mellow, a quiet glow from the old days. You feel the warmth, the ancient energy swirling around. The room seems to hold a secret, a hushed lull in the air. The air smells of old parchment, dusty and still. You notice a single quill resting upon a small desk. A faint note sits beside the quill, written in a soft script. You may leave whenever you wish, but know that the night keeps its secrets. You smile at the simple advice, feeling a gentle comfort in it. A calm settles over the room, a balm for wandering souls. The candle flames flicker softly, dancing like tiny moths. You feel the rhythm of the flame, a lullaby of fire and stone. A quiet hum begins, as if the room is singing a lullaby. You sit on a worn bench, feeling the comfort of age. Your mind drifts to the memory of rain's whisper and the city. It carries a calm, a soothing hush that lingers. Historians still argue whether the city's layout formed a pattern of stars. The debate echoes within the walls, a question in the night. You feel a sense of wonder at the notion of stars made of stone. You stand, feeling the weight of the stone floor beneath you. You hear a faint whisper, as if the stone itself talks. The whisper tells of a final echo that drifts through the night. The echo is the last sound that leaves the market's heart. You feel the echo's pulse, a steady, soft hum. The world seems to hold its breath, waiting for the next breath. You notice water drips from a stone above, a single, measured drop. The drop falls, echoing the rhythm of your heart. You watch the ripple spread, small circles fading into darkness. You feel your senses sharpen, hearing the subtle shift of stone. You breathe in, the scent of stone and rain mingles. The world breathes, a gentle sigh of ancient stone. You hear a faint laugh, a sound that feels like memory. The laugh curls around you, playful and bright. The laugh reminds you of the earlier absurdity, your crocodile dung sunscreen. You nod, grateful for the absurdity that brightens the night. You stand again, feeling the stones guide your steps upward. The stairs now are slick with rain, but you walk steady. Your footsteps echo, each one a line in an ongoing poem. The echo builds, a chorus that swells into an embrace. You feel the weight of the night around you, a comforting cloak. The stone below hums, a resonant song of ages. You hear the sound of a distant chime, as if the bells are listening. The chime is gentle, a lull in the night wind. The sound carries a sense of completion, an ending to the day. You inhale, letting the cool air fill your lungs. You exhale slowly, allowing the breath to carry the silence. You feel the stone's pulse beneath your feet, a steady heartbeat. The heartbeat echoes the rhythm of your own. You feel the last breath of the candle, its flame flickering. The flame shudders, a dance before it goes out. You listen to the flame's final whisper, a gentle goodbye. A hush falls over the room, a velvet blanket of silence. Your mind calms, the world slipping into a deep, quiet sleep. You sense the stairs rising again with a familiar creak. The stairs guide you upward, a path to an even deeper hush. You watch as the stone steps align, a perfect rhythm. Your feet align, each step a rhythm of your own heart. You feel the stone's memory, a gentle echo of your breath. The silence deepens, stretching across the night. The air feels thick with calm, a soothing presence. You close your eyes, listening to the echo of your heartbeat. The heartbeat merges with the stone's pulse. You feel the echo grow, a soft pulse within your chest. You listen to the world, the night, and the stillness. The world holds its breath. The night whispers your name. You feel the echo of your thoughts, slow and gentle. A sound rises from the stone like a lullaby. The stone's voice sings, Stay a while, traveler. You hear the final echo, a quiet whisper before the night seals the stone. The sound is like a breath pulled from the world itself. You inhale and feel the echo settle on your lips. You exhale, letting the sound release into the stillness. The echo fades, a trail of whispering stone. You step onto the final stair, the path leading up to the light. The stair ends at a small alcove lit by a single lantern. The lantern flickers, a steady fire in the dark. You sense the final warmth, a light that keeps you close. You feel the stone beneath you pulse with silent joy. The night has settled, the last whisper gone, and you stand in a quiet glow. You feel the stone's calm, a gentle, ancient heartbeat. You hear the silence humming like a lullaby. You breathe in, letting your mind fill with the night's soft hum. Your heart matches the rhythm, a slow, rhythmic pulse. The echo of your steps fades into the stone. You sense the world around you is alive, the air a soft embrace. The lantern above gives a steady glow, a beacon of calm. You feel a sense of calm that blankets the street. The rain ceases. The night settles into a deep hush. You hear your own breath, steady and quiet. You feel the echo of the last light in the night. The echo lingers, a memory of a world that sleeps. You stand in the glow of the lantern, feeling the final hum. A moment stretches out, timeless and calm. You realize the night has closed the market, but kept its stories alive. The market now a memory, a whisper in the night. You walk forward, each step a soft echo of the past. You move through the quiet streets, feeling the stone's song. The world seems to listen, holding the silence. You feel the night in your bones, an ancient lullaby. The final echo fades, leaving a gentle hum. You keep walking as the night guides you on. You feel your body and mind settle into the hush. Your steps are a quiet heartbeat, a lullaby of stone. You feel the night's breath against your face, cool and gentle. The world is calm, the stone a quiet companion. Your breath syncs with the rhythm of the world. You stand at the end, feeling the echo's final note. The note fades into the night, a soft sigh. You continue walking, feeling the quiet path. The street shivers with a gentle hush, the night listening. You breathe slowly, the world a gentle, patient lull. You feel the rhythm of stone and breath align. You stay in the light, feeling the calm. The night wraps around you, a soft blanket. You keep walking, following the echo's path. You walk through the market, a memory of stone and light. You walk into the darkness, guided by the lantern. You continue forward, your heart beating against the quiet. Your hands shake slightly, feeling the world still. You stand, feeling the echo within your chest. You hear the final breath of the night, a hush on your lips. You exhale, the sound merging with the last starlight. You feel the last candle flare, and then give its last warmth. You feel the night closing in, a hush over the stone. You feel the echo and the world close. You feel complete as the night wraps itself around. You close your eyes, hear the final breath of stone. You breath in calm, you breath out. The night hums, the world listens. You walk. You hear the final echo, the last note in the darkness, a sigh. You are in a quiet glow, feeling the stone, the lantern, the final echo as the first light seeps over the rooftops. You feel the world exhale. You step silently. The cobbles slick with dawn's soft moisture. The air tastes faintly of fresh rain, like old parchment unrolled. You pause, letting the silence wash like a blanket over restless thoughts. Birdsong enters, a playful counterpoint to the city's forgotten hum. You chuckle softly, imagining a rooster debating the next beat of sunrise. That image curls around your mind, a tiny joke amid ancient stones. Your eyes trace the horizon, where sky meets the old market's spine. You feel the promise of a new day, humming like a lullaby. The market's shutters creak, as if nudging open to greet a visitor. Inside, a single lantern flickers, casting amber on time-worn wood. The flame dances, a comet in a bottle of silver. A gentle sigh drifts through the alley, a secret whisper from the night. You breathe in deeply, inhaling history with every inhale. The scent of wet stone mingles with the faint perfume of spices. You wander, following the scent, as if chasing a story long forgotten. Your footfalls echo softly, a rhythm that speaks without words. A dusty book lies on a shelf, half hidden by a veil of cobwebs. Flipping the covers, you discover an old chronicle of the town's founding. The printed page reminds you that the first photograph appeared in 1826. Nicéphore Niepce, a pioneer, captured the world on a silver plate. You smile at the notion that stone still holds a camera's eye. A strange thought lingers, like a joke carried on a feather. Some people claim that frogs can applaud. Wait, that's not how applause works. You laugh, shaking your head at the absurdity of amphibian drama. Behind the book, a faded poster depicts a market square in winter. The poster's colors are muted, as if time itself has paused. Your hand brushes the edge, feeling the paper's grain beneath fingertips. You think, historians still argue whether the market's layout reflected celestial maps. That debate echoes in the quiet, as if the stones themselves question. The sky brightens, revealing a tapestry of amber and indigo. You notice a solitary cloud drifting, lazily trailing a rainbow's promise. A gust of wind stirs, carrying whispers of distant lullabies. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the wind become a lullaby, a gentle reminder. A single grain of salt may ward against moonlit curses. You smile, recalling that absurd folklore tucked beside the storybook. The market's doors swing open, revealing a scene of newfound day. Stalls unfurl, their awnings brightening like flags at sunrise. Shoppers emerge, carrying baskets of fresh produce, laughter in the air. You feel the collective heartbeat of the market, gentle and steady. A vendor places a steaming loaf upon a wooden crate, the scent rising. You inhale, the aroma of yeast and hope warming your chest. Your eyes catch a playful child chasing a bright kite above. You chuckle, imagining the kite as a tiny dragon in pursuit of clouds. The bird's flight brings a gentle breeze, a friendly touch. You follow the breeze. It leads you to a corner stall of herbs. A sachet of thyme sways, releasing its ancient scent into the morning. You pause, breathing in the calm of oregano and rosemary. You taste a hint of mint, feeling memory stir within. The old clock on the town hall rings, a deep, resonant tone. It declares morning, the day's new chapter just beginning. You consider the clocks chime a metronome for fresh stories. A curious old man watches you, his eyes twinkling like starlight. His voice cracks gently. You walk with the wind, child. You smile, feeling the old man's wisdom brush against your skin. A quiet laughter arises, the wind answering in a soft chuckle. You step toward a nearby fountain, its water dancing on smooth stones. The glass mirrors light, creating small rainbows on the surface. You lean, feeling the coolness of water against your cheek. Your reflection shows a world that wakes, a world wrapped in light. A faint melody drifts from a nearby violin, played by a street musician. The violinist's fingers move, coaxing music from ivory wood. You sit, listening, letting the melody weave into your thoughts. The rhythm feels like a hug, warm and comforting. You think of a fringe tidbit, a myth about cats speaking to wolves. That oddness tickles your imagination, a subtle reminder of stories untold. The violin fades, replaced by the chorus of market chatter. Murmurs of haggling, laughter, and distant bells fill the air. You feel the market alive, a living tapestry of sound. Your steps take you to a hidden gate, carved in weathered stone. An inscription reads, "Enter only when the sun smiles upon the earth." You push gently. The gate groans softly, a welcoming sigh. Beyond, a garden blooms, colors shimmering like jewels. A path weaves, lined with jasmine and roses, leading deeper into the day. You walk, feeling the garden's perfume envelop you. Each breath feels like a promise of adventure, a seed of wonder. The garden's path opens to a clearing where a stone circle rests. Stone markers stand silent, ancient guardians of forgotten rites. You notice a weathered inscription. All stories start with a single breath. The words echo like a mantra in the quiet hush. You take a breath, the scent of earth, blossoms, and fresh rain. Your mind races, recalling another quirky tale. Some believe a rabbit can juggle. That absurd image paints a smile across your face, even as you walk. You laugh lightly, the sound echoing off the stone circle. A breeze picks up, carrying the scent of distant orchards. You pause, letting the breeze become a companion in the morning. The light grows brighter as the sun climbs higher. The market's scent thickens, a mixture of fresh bread, spices, and hope. You hear the city's pulse, a gentle tick of 1,000 hearts. Your steps synchronize with that pulse, each footfall a small drum. A street artist paints a mural of sunrise, colors swirled in paint. You stand, watching the brush strokes bloom, feeling the creation awaken. The mural's main image reveals a phoenix rising from fire. You think, history repeats itself, reborn each dawn. A distant choir of chimes rings, the melody carried by a passing wind. You follow the sound, guiding you toward a stone fountain. The fountain's water glints, like glass drops in a sunlit pool. Your reflection shows a world that moves, a world that lives. You step closer, feeling the cool stream on your fingertips. A stone frog leans on the edge, looking up at you with glassy eyes. Its presence is a nod to a legend that frogs keep secrets of the sea. You smile, imagining the frog's hidden whispers tucked among garden stones. The sun's rays grow fiercer, a golden blaze on the horizon. You feel warmth spread, the day's invitation wrapped in fire. A sudden gust of wind carries distant laughter, a reminder of people gone. You listen, feeling the echo of their stories carried by air. Your mind swims in waves of memory, a tide of wonder and dreams. Historians still argue whether the city's layout was based on the stars. The debate lingers, a question floating near the morning sky. You find small joy in that uncertainty, like a puzzle left incomplete. The market's rhythm accelerates, stalls bustling with activity. You pass by a spice merchant, his wares shimmering with saffron. The spice scent rises, a perfume of distant lands and old merchants. You inhale, letting the spices paint your senses with adventure. A child runs by, chasing a butterfly that's perched on a nearby flower. She giggles, her laughter echoing through the market's heart. You smile, feeling the innocence wrapped in each small voice. The morning sun climbs, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. You watch the clouds drift by, like sails on a gentle sea. A bird sings, a note bright, a promise of freedom. The bird's song feels like a blessing, carried on the wind. You feel the market alive, a living tapestry of light, sound, and color. A potter's clay shimmers under the sun, its form solid yet fluid. You watch, enchanted by the rhythm of shaping and shaping again. The potter smiles, offering a small bowl to your reflection. You accept it, feeling a small thrill of connection. You notice a stray cat slipping between cobbles, a streak of midnight. The cat pauses, looking at you with curious eyes. You feel the cat's presence, a reminder that the market watches. Your breath softens, a gentle exhale, a small thank you to the world. The market's music swells, a chorus of voices, laughter, and life. You let your senses soak in the symphony of morning. A soft whisper of wind brushes your cheek, the day's first kiss. You feel the gentle touch, a reminder of the world's endless rhythm. You carry a small piece of the market's heart, a shard of its light. You walk forward, feeling the soil underfoot, the world awakening. The path leads to a bridge, arching over a stream that glitters. The water trickles, each drop a tiny drum on the stones below. You pause to listen, the river's song a lullaby to your ears. The sun above paints a golden path over the water's surface. You feel the light reflect, a mirror of hope in the river's flow. A flock of birds swoops across, a dance of feathers and wind. Their song rises, a chorus of freedom echoing across the bridge. You step onto the bridge, feeling the wood creak, a gentle hum. The bridge's rhythm accompanies your heartbeat, steady and calm. Your toes touch the stone, every step a reminder of history's dance. You walk, the bridge leading you to a garden of roses. The roses open, their petals unfolding like soft whispers. Their fragrance fills your chest, a sweet lullaby. You close your eyes, letting the scent wrap you. The garden's hush is a pause, a breathing space between beats. Your mind drifts to a quiet reflection. Some believe that if you keep a frog in a jar, it can learn to applaud. That story tickles you, a joke, a hint of wonder. You laugh, feeling the absurdity of a frog applauding. The frog, unseen, seems to applaud as you chuckle. You return to the present, feeling the garden's calm. A distant bell tolls, echoing across the morning. You hear the toll, a deep, resonant sound, a call to begin. The bell's tone vibrates your bones, feeling the world awake. You take a breath, inhaling the morning's promise. You exhale, letting doubts melt with the mist. You feel an inner spark, a small flame of curiosity. You realize the market's door has opened, inviting new stories. You find a path through the market, winding, lined with stalls. The stalls vibrate with life, each one a story about to unfold. A seller displays fresh olives, a glistening green sea of treasure. The olive's scent rises, a hint of salt and sun. You feel the market's pulse, a steady drum of life. You walk past, feeling the rhythm of the day around you. The market's colors bloom, red, orange, yellow, a sunrise in paper. The banners flap, a tapestry of light, a promise of joy. You look up to the sky, clouds swirling like ancient stories. The wind lifts your hair, the scent of rain in the morning. You smile, feeling the world around you pulse with possibility. The day is yours, a blank page waiting for your name written. You step into the market center, feeling the ground vibrate. A gentle hum fills the air, a lullaby from old stone. The stone's old whispers echo. All stories start with a single breath. You take a breath, inhaling the world into your chest. You exhale, closing your mind's window, letting the world breathe. All around you, people move, moving like threads in a tapestry. They laugh, trade, share, a reminder of endless hope. You feel the echo of hope, the market's laughter ringing loud. The morning light paints the city, golden, a promise of new beginnings. You are alive, a part of that light, the story still unfurling. You step forward with a smile and a gentle grin. You feel the story unfold, each step a line in the day's new chapter. You carry the market's warmth inside you, a quiet, steady blaze. You breathe, let the day's light fill every corner of you. You walk through the market, feeling the world alive. You end your journey in the market's glow, your heart lighter. You hear the final echo, the last note in the darkness, a sigh. You smile, feeling dawn's bright promise. You breathe in the soft hush that surrounds the dusk of the stalls, a gentle sigh. The lanterns blink one by one, their amber light like patient stars. Your footsteps echo, a slow rhythm that answers the market's weary heartbeat, easing you. You feel a cool breeze touch your cheek, a whisper from hidden vines. Its scent carries a story, distant and sweet, folded in the morning air. You exhale slowly, letting the city breathe along with you, the world unhurried. Near the fountain, water falls like a trembling harp, notes that calm the mind. The reflection of the sky drapes over you, a quiet cloak for rest. A distant chime rings through the air, a gentle wave that lulls. You close your eyes, the sounds folding tight around your thoughts, a soft nest. In that hush, a memory blooms, a laugh that feels like a feather. You smile inward, a quiet thank you to the day, gratitude in each breath. The market's lanterns dim softly, surrendering to the twilight, their light a sigh. You pace the cobbles homeward, each step a pause in time, a slow promise. Beyond the gate, the garden glows faintly, petals still holding the day's warmth. You turn the corner, the street empty, the silence thick, a velvet blanket. A lone stone frog watches you, its eyes shining like lanterns, a guardian of quiet. You whisper a goodbye to the day, the words folding into the wind, a soft release. Your feet carry you home, the path winding beneath a sky that blinks to night, a slow lullaby. Close your mind, let the world settle. All that remains is your serene breath. Feel the evening whispering through streets, soft as a lull. Remember, every dusk brings a new promise of quiet. Heart drifts with fading light, gentle and calm. Close the day gently, like closing a soft song on a quiet night.